Chapter 469. Both of them cultivated fire Dao cultivation techniques and had blazing flame bone frames. Therefore, they had been competing openly and covertly. But seriously speaking, it was Lu Hua who wasn't convinced of Meng Qihang. It was because Meng Qihang was the #1 fire Dao grandmaster of the 24 martial institutions. He was even stronger than the Scarlet Desert Martial Institution's dean, Yang Tianzhao, who was ranked 7th among the 24 martial institutions. Lu Hua laughed mischievously and sized up Li Fuchen's group. I wonder who is the seated contestant of your South Forest Martial Institution. The seated contestants of each of the 24 martial institutions mustn't be underestimated. After all, the seated contestants were destined to become the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciples. Their future achievements might be above them. Fuchen, why aren't you greeting Dean Lu? Meng Qihang said to Li Fuchen. Greetings, Dean Lu. Li Fuchen took a step forward and cupped his fist. Lu Hua's eyes were originally focused on Situ Tao. After all, Situ Tao's cultivation was the highest and his chi presence was also the strongest. But he didn't expect the seated contestant to be Li Fuchen, which was out of his expectations. Nodding slightly, Lu Hua said to a young man behind him, Chu Feng, greet Dean Meng. Chu Feng greets Dean Meng. Chu Feng was tall and slender, but his aura was very wild. It was clear that he also cultivated a fire path cultivation technique. Meng Qihang sized up Chu Feng with a glance and said to Lu Hua, Dean Lu, this kid's aura is unique. There should be something special about him. Lu Hua spoke complacently. Chu Feng might not have a special bone frame, but he is a rare windfire bone frame. Windfire bone frame? Meng Qi moved quickly. The windfire bone frame could cultivate wind Dao cultivation techniques or fire Dao cultivation techniques. If the windfire cultivation technique was cultivated, it would undoubtedly be stronger. Apart from that, the windfire bone frame would awaken the windfire divine ability, which was much stronger than regular divine abilities and was just inferior to special divine abilities. I wonder what your Southern Forest Martial Institution's seated contestant has. Dean Lu said intentionally or unintentionally. Meng Qihang said, he only has the blazing flame bone frame. However, he has already cultivated an Earth-class high-tier sword art to the trance stage and comprehended an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Meng Qihang's first sentence was still fine, but the latter sentence caused Lu Hua to be stunned for a moment, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Comprehended high-rank Earth Realm sword intent? Even the inner court students of the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution wouldn't be able to do it, right? His perception was comparable with a 7-star bone frame, and it was one of the top-notch 7-star bone frames. As for 8-star bone frames, Lu Hua didn't even dare to think about it. He had never seen an 8-star bone frame in his life. It was rumored that there were 1 or 2 8-star bone frames in the Red Rainbow Sect's youth generation, but he wasn't qualified to see one. High-rank Earth-rank sword intent. Chu Feng originally didn't care about Li Fuchen. After knowing that Li Fuchen had comprehended the Earth-class high-tier sword intent, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Fuchen. He thought to himself, to be able to comprehend the Earth-class high-tier sword intent, his perception is indeed very strong. But in the same realm, only the awakened divine ability will be invincible. It is fine if it is just a regular divine ability, but I have awakened the wind and fire divine ability. Its lethality is superior to regular divine abilities. Only those who awaken special divine abilities are my match. The members of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution were sizing up Li Fuchen, while Li Fuchen was also sizing up the members of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution. In the crowd, Li Fuchen saw Wang Jian. Back at Grandmaster Ever Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with Wang Jian. Wang Jian possessed the 6-star Vajra bone frame and was an innate body refinement bone frame. Dean Lu, let's go in. Meng Qihang didn't wish to stay outside for too long and headed towards the High Heaven Martial Institution first. Everyone, let's go in. Lu Hua waved his hand and asked for everyone to follow. Inside the High Heaven Martial Institution, there were already plenty of martial institutions that had arrived. They were arranged in a spacious region. There were plenty of courtyards in this region, and each courtyard had the name of the martial institutions. After finding the courtyard that belonged to the South Forest Martial Institution, Meng Qihang pushed the door and entered. The reason why he arrived one day earlier was to let Li Fuchen and the others understand the situation of the various martial institutions. The other martial institutions also had the same intention. Of course, there were some martial institutions that didn't care and would only arrive tomorrow. When it was almost evening, Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai gathered everyone. A total of 18 martial institutions are here today. Apart from the High Heaven Martial Institution, only the top 7 martial institutions aren't here. Among the 18 martial institutions, the Stellaris Martial Institution and the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seated contestants have special bone frames. The Stellaris Martial Institution's seated contestant has the Spear Dao bone frame, while the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seated contestant has the Berserk bone frame. Beside Meng Qihang, Lin Zhubai spoke. Spear Dao bone frame. Berserk bone frame. Everyone had never heard of these two bone frames and had only read about them in ancient books. They didn't expect for this year's seated contestants to have these two bone frames. The Spear Dao bone frame was the same as the Sword Dao bone frame and the Saber Dao bone frame. They were all Tools Dao bone frames. No one could explain the formation of the Tools Dao bone frame. After all tools were invented and not innate. Some people speculated that the formation of the Tools Dao bone frame should be related to countless elite Tools Dao experts since ancient times. For example, if a Spear Dao martial artist's cultivation reached the primary sea realm or higher, they would be able to interfere with the heaven and earth circulation. Unknowingly, a trace of Spear Dao Qi presence would be fused into the heaven and earth circulation. Some embryos would be affected by the Spear Dao Qi presence and would naturally form the Spear Dao bone frame. Spear Dao, Spear Dao. In the beginning, there definitely wasn't such a Dao. As more people walked on it, there would gradually be an additional Dao in the heaven and earth great Dao. As for the Berserk bone frame, it was even rarer. This type of bone frame would allow the user's combat instincts to burst out to a terrifying degree. The human body was very complicated and had immense potential. Even a powerless old granny might burst out with terrifying power if she was stimulated. The Berserk bone frame was much more advanced than simply being stimulated. When in the Berserk state, the user would lose a portion of their rationality. Correspondingly, the combat strength would be greatly enhanced. The more rationality was lost, the stronger the combat strength. The advanced state of the Berserk state would completely lose all rationality and would only be left with the will to massacre. At that moment, the user would be able to exhibit 10 times or even a few dozen times of strength and would be able to easily destroy enemies that were several times stronger than the user. It could be said that the Berserk bone frame was much stronger than the other special bone frames. Because the martial artist's body was evolving, the higher the grade of the evolution, the stronger the Berserk state. But simply being strong wasn't considered truly strong. The Berserk bone frame was rather weak in other aspects. The methods were too simple and would be easily restrained by others. This was its greatest weakness. After talking about these two special bone frames, Lin Zhubai continued to talk about the other seated contestants or participants that he had to pay attention to. One day passed by quickly. On the second day, the other 6 martial institutions had arrived. They were the number 2 Flying Snow Martial Institution, number 3 Blue Moon Martial Institution, number 4 Roaming Dragon Martial Institution, number 5 Evergreen Martial Institution, number 6 Long River Martial Institution, and number 7 Scarlet Desert Martial Institution. Chapter 470. The ranking tournament was held at the High Heaven Martial Institution's Outer Institute's High Heaven Martial Field. The High Heaven Martial Field was like a huge walk. The bottom of the walk was the martial stage while the walls were the spectator seats. In the early morning, all the members of the 24 martial institutions had arrived. The seated contestants were seated in the seated contestant seats, the deans and vice deans were seated in the VIP seats. The seats at the back were for the Outer Institute cadets of the High Heaven Martial Institution. Dean Qin, since everyone is here, let the ranking tournament begin. The Flying Snow Martial Institution's Dean Duanmu Yao, who was wearing a plain robe, stood up and spoke. Duanmu Yao was ranked 7th on the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings. Among the deans of the 24 martial institutions, the only one ranked above her was the High Heaven Martial Institution's Dean Qin Yun. Qin Yun had an ancient appearance and his chi presence was very reserved. He nodded to the High Heaven Martial Institution's vice dean. Seeing the response, the vice dean stood up and said, "The ranking tournament is separated into 3 stages. The first stage will decide the top 100, the second stage will decide the top 26. The top 26 will be the same as the 24 seeded contestants. They will enter the Red Rainbow sect and become the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples. The third stage will be the ranking tournament. The first place will get 50 points, the second place will get 49 points, the third place will get 48 points, and the 50th place will get 1 point. When the time comes, the martial institution with the most points will be ranked first among the 24 martial institutions. As for the rewards for the ranking competition, the first place will be rewarded with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 million low-grade spirit stones, the second place will be rewarded with 500 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 million low-grade spirit stones, the third place will be rewarded with 300 mid-grade spirit stones and 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The 4th to the 50th place will be rewarded with the same rewards, 100 mid-grade spirit stones and 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The first stage of the tournament will begin now. Non-seeded contestants, please go up and receive your number plate. Apart from the 24 seeded contestants, the rest of the 216 contestants went up to receive their number plates. The 24 seeded contestants also had their number plates. The number plate was the same as the martial institution's ranking. For example, the South Forest Martial Institution was ranked 15th and Li Fuchen's number plate was 15th. The first place will be rewarded with 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 10 million low-grade spirit stones. This is truly generous. Li Fuchen revealed a trace of battle intent. Originally, he didn't really care about first place in the ranking tournament, but now he felt that it was necessary to fight for it. It didn't matter even if he had to reveal his trump card. It was fine if it was only 10 million low-grade spirit stones, but 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones were extremely hard to obtain. At the Battle Spirit Realm, if one wished to progress quickly, it was impossible without mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, mid-grade spirit stones were extremely scarce in the 7-color continent. Even the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't be able to satisfy the daily requirement of mid-grade spirit stones for all Battle Spirit Realm masters. If one wanted more mid-grade spirit stones, one would have to rely on one's own hard work. The first stage of the competition began. There were a total of 10 stages, and each stage would have 2 contestants fighting at the same time. After watching a few matches, Li Fuchen felt that it was meaningless and started to pay attention to the other 23 seeded contestants. This person should be the Wild Lion Martial Institution's seeded contestant, Li Kuang. He possesses the Berserk Bone Frame. Li Kuang's cultivation was at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. He was very tall and was around 2.1 meters tall. His muscles were very firm and emitted an indescribable pressure. This pressure was similar to the Qi spirit, but Li Fuchen could feel that it was a power that was even more profound than the Qi spirit. The Berserk Bone Frame is indeed extraordinary. Li Fuchen had listed Li Kuang as one of the opponents that he should pay attention to. Next, Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the seated contestant, Yang Shihua. Yang Shihua's chi presence was extremely tyrannical. When he sat there, he was just like an indestructible spear. It gave off an illusion that a casual move from him would be able to penetrate everything. The Spear Dao Bone Frame that awakened the Spear Dao divine ability is indeed different. In the past, Li Fuchen might have seen a few of the Tuling Dao bone frames, but none of them had awakened their divine abilities. As compared to Li Kuang, Yang Shihua's cultivation was much higher and was actually at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the youth generation that Li Fuchen had seen. Apart from the top 7 martial institutions, the other martial institutions seated contestants might not have special bone frames, but they still shouldn't be underestimated. A divine ability wasn't always better when it came to power. There were some divine abilities that could restrict the opponent's strength. In such a situation, unless the opponent's strength was much superior to the opponent, otherwise, the opponent would be in a bitter battle. There were also divine abilities that were hard to guard against. If the opponent wasn't careful, they might be severely injured. In addition, the amount of comprehension of the bone frame pattern would also determine the grade of the divine ability. At the reincarnation realm, it was basically hard to comprehend too many bone frame patterns, but it was still possible to comprehend a little bit. If a regular extraordinary bone frame could awaken a divine ability after comprehending 2 segments of the bone frame pattern, then if Li Fuchen comprehended 2.5 segments of the bone frame pattern, the power would definitely surpass those who had just awakened their divine abilities. Li Fuchen had comprehended more than 3 segments of the blazing flame bone frame pattern. Even if it was a special divine ability, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to suppress it. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the top 7 martial institutions seated contestants and started to size them up. The Scarlet Desert Martial Institution seated contestant was a short-haired youth who was at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. His chi presence was obviously weaker than Yang Shihua and Li Kuang. The Long River Martial Institution seated contestant was a blue-robed youth who was also at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. The Evergreen Martial Institution seated contestant was a green-haired youth who had the same cultivation as Yang Shihua and was at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. But Li Fuchen sensed that he was probably inferior to Yang Shihua and was around the same level as Li Kuang. After seeing the green-haired youth, Li Fuchen took a glance at the martial stage. On the martial stage, the Evergreen Martial Institution's Leng Feng used a single saber to eliminate his opponent. Back at Grandmaster Ever Youth's Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with Leng Feng. Leng Feng possessed the 6-star Saber Dao bone frame, and after such a long period of time, he had probably awakened the Saber Dao divine ability. His strength was probably not inferior to Wang Heilong. If they were given more time to grow, 90% of the people present wouldn't be a match for them. Special bone frames had always been heaven-defying and were considered invincible in the same realm. The Roaming Dragon Martial Institution seated contestant was a white-clothed youth who had a genial expression. The Blue Moon Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution seated contestants were all females and they had extremely powerful chi presences. The Blue Moon Martial Institution seated contestant was called Lan Fei, and she was a blue-haired girl. Her chi presence was very similar to Leng Feng's, but it was obviously stronger. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, she must also have the Saber Dao bone frame. As for the Flying Snow Martial Institution seated contestant, she was a white-clothed girl who had snowflake patterns embroidered on her body. Her chi presence was extremely icy cold and it had nearly affected the surrounding heaven and earth laws. Her cultivation was simply terrifying to the extreme and was actually at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. She isn't just simply cultivating an ice Dao cultivation technique? Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He could feel that the white-clothed girl's strength was definitely much stronger than Yang Shihua. Because her chi presence was too obscure and profound. If it wasn't for his exceptional awareness, he wouldn't be able to notice the details. Could she be a 7-star icy cold bone frame? Li Fuchen had a vague connection. 6-star and 7-star might only have a difference of 1 star, but the difference was extremely huge. It was just like the difference between 5-star and 6-star. There were plenty of 5-star bone frames in the 7-color continent. Even the most formidable 5-star bone frames would be useless in the face of a 6-star bone frame. The difference between a 6-star bone frame and a 7-star bone frame was even greater. Such a difference was enough to make one feel despair. According to ancient records, the higher the grade of the bone frame, the greater the difference. If a 1-star bone frame and a 2-star bone frame had a difference of 10% in overall qualities, then a 2-star bone frame and a 3-star bone frame would also have a difference of 10%. A 5-star bone frame and a 6-star bone frame would have a difference of 10%, while a 6-star bone frame and a 7-star bone frame would have a difference of more than 10%. Even some of the heaven-defying 6-star bone frames would only have a perception that was close to or on par with 7-star bone frames. But their other qualities were still far inferior to 7-star bone frames. They might be able to catch up during the early stages, but they would be left behind during the later stages. It was precisely because of this that 7-star bone frames had another title, monarch bone frame. It meant that as long as one possessed the 7-star bone frame, there was an 80% to 90% chance of reaching the primary sea realm. In order to evolve a 6-star bone frame to a 7-star bone frame, the herb would need to be at least a heaven-class herb. Heaven-class herbs contained heaven and earth laws and were extremely precious. Even primary sea realm monarchs would covet them, and it wasn't an easy task to obtain them. Just as Li Fuchen expected, most of the seated contestants were looking at the white-clothed female and the High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant. It wasn't a secret that the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seated contestant, Bai Lingshuang, possessed the 7-star icy cold bone frame, but her strength had always been a mystery. No one had seen her true strength before, as the number 2 ranker of the Flying Snow Martial Institution wasn't able to force out Bai Lingshuang's full strength. Probably, she wouldn't even be able to force out 20% or 30% of her strength. The 7-star bone frame was basically a legendary bone frame in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Back then, because of Bai Lingshuang, the Flying Snow Martial Institution, the Violet Flower Martial Institution, and the Stars Martial Institution had plenty of conflicts, and the 3 parties were all frantically fighting for her. In the end, Bai Lingshuang decided to stay in the Flying Snow Martial Institution. As the Flying Snow Martial Institution's dean, Duanmu Yao had a close relationship with the Bai clan. Bai Lingshuang didn't feel that she had to go to the Violet Flower Martial Institution or the Stars Martial Institution to have any achievements. Beside Bai Lingshuang was the blue-clothed High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant, Ling Yijian. Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm and had the 6-star Sword Dao bone frame. This was the second Sword Dao bone frame that Li Fuchen encountered after the East Unicorn Continent's Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Qi Yuye. Among the 24 seated contestants or 240 contestants, Bai Lingshuang and Ling Yijian should be in the same class. Yang Shihua and Lan Fei should be in the same class, followed by Li Kuang and the others. Li Fuchen had divided the 24 seated contestants into several classes according to their qi presences. One day later, the first stage of the tournament had ended. The South Forest Martial Institution had a total of 2 contestants who entered the second stage of the tournament. They were Situ Tao and Wang Heilong. Gu Heng's strength might not be weak, but none of the contestants were weak. It wasn't easy to enter the top 100. The South Forest Martial Institution was considered better as they had at least 2 contestants who entered the top 100. A few martial institutions had been completely wiped out. Like the number 18 Wild Lion Martial Institution and the number 21 Yellow Sand Martial Institution. None of their contestants had entered the top 100. The High Heaven Martial Institution was indeed the number 1 martial institution as they actually had 8 contestants who entered the top 100. The Flying Snow Martial Institution also had 7 contestants who entered the top 100. Chapter 471. The second stage of the tournament was several times more intense than the first stage. This stage wasn't just to determine the top 26, it was also to determine the 26 outer sect disciple slots for the Red Rainbow sect. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 2 years. 2 years later, who knew if they would have the chance to head to the Red Rainbow sect? You shall be defeated. You are the one who is defeated. On the martial stage, the 2 participants were drenched in blood and were attacking each other violently. Ultimately, the skinny and tall participant won by a narrow margin and fainted. It was fortunate that the upper echelons of the various martial institutions were already prepared for such a situation. A battle spirit realm master skimmed onto the martial stage and blasted out a green chi force on the 2 participants. With the nourishment of the green chi force, the duo quickly recovered. A battle spirit realm master with the greenwood bone frame. Li Fuchen understood now. Among all the bone frames, the greenwood bone frame had the most powerful healing ability. Grandmaster Everyouth's greenwood divine ability could allow a person who was on the brink of death to be instantly revived. Of course, the prerequisite was that the person was merely injured. If the person was inflicted with some strange poison, even a primary sea realm monarch would be helpless. If it was a curse, it would be even more unresolvable. In this world, there were too many things that couldn't be resolved. Vajra protection. On the number 6 martial stage, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian burst out with his Vajra divine ability and his entire body was covered with a layer of golden skin. Clang clang clang. His opponent was very powerful, and if Wang Jian awakened an offensive divine ability, he might not be a match for his opponent. It was a pity that Wang Jian awakened a defensive divine ability and his opponent's attack couldn't do anything to Wang Jian, but Wang Jian was able to injure his opponent. Bang! Wang Jian sent his opponent flying with a single palm strike. Darkness Sky Canopy. On the number 8 martial stage, Wang Heilong had also encountered a formidable opponent. This person's strength was superior to Situ Tao, but the tragic thing was that his divine ability wasn't a large-scale divine ability. Just like Gu Heng, it was a single-target offensive divine ability. After being enveloped by the darkness sky canopy, he was forcefully defeated by Wang Heilong's sneak attack. Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy is probably one of the most insane divine abilities. Li Fuchen shook his head. Azura Moon. Compared to Wang Jian and Wang Heilong, the evergreen martial institution's Leng Feng was much stronger. Once he executed his Saber Dao divine ability, a sharp crescent moon instantly appeared above his head. With a sweep of the crescent moon, no matter who his opponent was, they would be sent flying without any ability to retaliate. Tuo's method sacred art had always been a more extreme sacred art. The attack was extremely powerful. Another day passed, and the top 26 were born. In the South Forest Martial Institution, Situ Tao and Wang Heilong had entered the top 26. The former was strong enough, while the latter's dark sky canopy was freakish enough. Therefore, they had no mishaps along the way. All right. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai cheered loudly. With the addition of Li Fuchen, the South Forest Martial Institution had a total of 3 individuals in the top 50. This was already far above the average and wasn't inferior to the top 10 martial institutions. On the other hand, many of the other martial academies didn't have anyone in the top 50 except for the seeded contestants. As for the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution, they were as powerful as ever. Including the seeded contestants, the High Heaven Martial Institution had 5 people in the top 50. The Flying Snow Martial Institution also had 5 people. After confirming that they had entered the top 26, Situ Tao and Wang Heilong let out a breath of relief. Becoming an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect was too attractive for them. It could be said that if they didn't enter the Red Rainbow sect, they wouldn't have any hope to step into the primary sea realm in the future. But if they entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would at least have a trace of hope. In order to step into the primary sea realm, one would first need to cultivate an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. This was the most basic requirement. In the Red Soil continent, apart from the Red Rainbow sect, there weren't any other places that had Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques. Even if there were, they would probably be collected by the Red Rainbow sect. On the 3rd morning, the 3rd stage of the ranking tournament had officially begun. Number 7 contest stage, number 15 Li Fuchen will go against number 16 Jiang Tian. As the referee's voice echoed, Li Fuchen and Jiang Tian went up the stage together. Jiang Tian was a seeded contestant of the Greenstone Martial Institution and the son of Grandmaster Axe. Grandmaster Axe was ranked number 7 on the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings and was on par with the Flying Snow Martial Institution's dean, Duan Miao. Grandmaster Axe had 3 sons and Jiang Tian was the 2nd son. The 3rd son was Jiang Ba, who participated in the Everlasting Youth Gardens Tea Party. As the son of Grandmaster Axe, Jiang Tian cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, mountain-splitting divine technique and the Earth-class high-tier martial art, mountain-splitting 36 axes. He was the absolute king among the Greenstone Martial Institution's Inner Institute cadets. Mountain-splitting 15 axes. Once on the stage, Jiang Tian executed the 15th axe of the mountain-splitting 36 axes. A giant axe light filled the entire place and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Split. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed the axe light with ease. Mountain-splitting 20 axes. Jiang Tian burst out with a yell and executed an even stronger axe move. Clang! Li Fuchen's sword tore apart the axe light and sent Jiang Tian flying. Mountain-splitting 27 axes. Jiang Tian had a grave expression as he executed the 27th axe. Of the mountain-splitting 36 axes, the first 18 axes were considered to be at the sub-perfection stage. The first 27 axes were at the perfection stage. As such, the 27th axe move was the strongest axe move that Jiang Tian could execute. The 28th axe move was already at the trance stage. When the axe cleaved, layers of axe lights were like raging waves that surged at Li Fuchen. Jiang Tian had once used this move to cleave a dozen reincarnation realm experts to death. It was a pity that as compared to Li Fuchen, Jiang Tian's axe art was still too immature. They were both Earth-class high-tier martial arts, but Li Fuchen's Green Sun sword intent was at the trance stage. With a thrust, Jiang Tian's giant axe was immediately sent flying. Damn it! Jiang Tian retreated quickly and instantly released his sharp metal divine ability. Buzz! In the void, a golden axe was produced and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Before the golden axe arrived, Li Fuchen's spatial zone was already suppressed. The horrific pressure felt as though it was going to crush Li Fuchen's body. A pure offensive divine ability? Li Fuchen shook his head and brandished his sword. There was a resplendent sword light that burst out and extinguished the golden axe. PFFF. Jiang Tian vomited fresh blood violently and was sent flying off the stage. He was instantly defeated. Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Many of the martial institution's upper echelons looked at Li Fuchen with astonished expressions. Li Fuchen was the first contestant to display an Earth-class high-tier intent. It was hard to not attract attention. Interesting. His regular strength is rather formidable. Ling Yijian's eyes stopped on Li Fuchen for a few breaths. With the 6-star sword Dao bone frame, Ling Yijian didn't just have incredible perception that surpassed most of the 6-star bone frames, his sword Dao comprehension was also terrifying. In terms of sword art proficiency, he was confident that he wasn't inferior to 7-star bone frames. Li Fuchen obviously didn't have the sword Dao bone frame, but his sword Dao proficiency seemed to be on par with Ling Yijian. Ling Yijian, your green cloud sword art should have reached the trance stage, right? Bai Lingshuang said indifferently. The green cloud sword art was one of the High Heaven Martial Institution's Earth-class high-tier sword arts. Chapter 472. The third stage of the ranking tournament was definitely much more intense than the second stage. If the second stage of the ranking tournament was for everyone to fight for the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciple spots, then the third stage of the ranking tournament was for everyone to prove themselves. No one was willing to be inferior to others, especially prodigies. Boom boom boom, the 10 martial stages would burst out with world-shaking sounds from time to time. All sorts of divine abilities were released and it was extremely dazzling. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and saw everyone's divine abilities. Offensive divine abilities. Defensive divine abilities. Field divine abilities. Offensive and defensive divine abilities. Clone divine abilities. Li Fuchen witnessed all sorts of divine abilities. Among the offensive divine abilities, the Tools Dao divine abilities were the best. Once Yang Shihua's Spear Dao divine ability was executed, it would be world-shaking and extremely tyrannical. No one would be able to resist it. Defensive divine abilities had their own merits. The soft water defensive divine ability could form a layer of water clothes that could isolate and weaken most of the damage. The sharp metal defensive divine ability could form a layer of armor that could similarly isolate and weaken most of the damage. It seemed like apart from the tool's Dao bone frame, all the other bone frames could awaken defensive divine abilities. As of now, Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy was the best among the field divine abilities. This divine ability had already attracted the attention of many of the martial institution's upper echelons. All of them were lamenting in their hearts. If there was a day when Wang Heilung matured, he would probably be invincible in the same realm. He would even have a place in the Red Rainbow sect. As for the offensive and defensive divine ability, it was similar to Situ Tao's roaming water dragon. It could be used for both offense and defense and didn't have any obvious flaws. But it was precisely because of this that Situ Tao wasn't considered outstanding in all aspects. If he encountered a more extreme divine ability, he would be at a disadvantage. As of now, only one individual possessed the clone divine ability. It was the Sit Wave Martial Institution's seated contestant, Cui Rongguang. He awakened the soft water divine ability called Water Clone. The water clone formed by this divine ability would be covered with soft water patterns. It was extremely powerful and was even stronger than Cui Rongguang's main body. Furthermore, it didn't have any flaws and it didn't matter if it was pierced by a sword. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it would be able to continue fighting. As expected, all types of divine abilities must not be underestimated. Cui Rongguang's water clone is enough to be one of the top 10 divine abilities in this ranking tournament. With the addition of Ling Yijian, who had yet to execute his Sword Dao divine ability, there were a total of 7 individuals who possessed special divine abilities. The divine abilities of these 7 people were naturally among the top 10 divine abilities. The other 3 were Cui Rongguang's Water Body God, Chu Feng's Wind Fire God, and Bai Ling Shuang's Ice God. In fact, Bai Ling Shuang was the same as Ling Yijian. She had yet to execute her divine ability, but her 7-star icy cold bone frame was too horrific. Even an idiot would know that her icy cold divine ability was incredible. Number 10 contest stage, number 15 Li Fuchen against number 38 Wang Jian. Wang Jian was ranked 2nd in the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's power ranking. He was also one of the participants of the Everlasting Youth Gardens Tea Party. Li Fuchen, we meet again. Wang Jian's face turned solemn. After the tea session, he was even more hardworking than before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to progress to the reincarnation realm in such a short period of time. He had also defeated the other rankers of the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's power rankings and was ranked number 2. He was only inferior to the seated contestant, Chu Feng. Yes, I wonder how your strength has improved. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Try it and you'll know. Diamond Body Protection. Wang Jian's strength wasn't great, but he was able to reach this stage because of the Diamond Divine ability. The Diamond Bone Frame might not be considered a powerful special bone frame, but it was still a special bone frame. Once the Diamond Divine ability was awakened, it would allow him to surpass levels in combat. His skin instantly turned golden and it felt as though his entire body was forged with gold. It gave off an indestructible and undying feeling. Buzz! The instant the golden skin was formed, the air shook and it was obvious that there was a powerful rebound force. Li Fuchen stared at Wang Jian's golden skin. Wang Jian's golden skin was covered with densely packed golden patterns. The undying feeling was emitted from the golden patterns. No wonder it is a special divine ability. Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and emitted a tyrannical and resplendent sword intent. Against the diamond divine ability, regular attacks were basically useless. Only attacks that contained intent would be effective. Furthermore, the intent must be at the Earth class mid-tier. Earth class low-tier intents wouldn't be able to shake the divine ability's laws. Later stage martial artists would be able to see who had a stronger and more complete grasp of laws. Be it martial art intents or divine abilities, they were all derived from laws. The former relied on one's own comprehension, while the latter relied on innate talent and comprehension. TSS. In the face of Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent, Wang Jian's diamond divine ability was obviously unable to withstand it. His body was slashed with a deep wound and fresh blood was bursting out. What? Wang Jian's scalp turned numb. As of now, he had yet to encounter an overly powerful opponent, therefore, he was very confident in the diamond divine ability. But Li Fuchen's sword made him understand that no matter how powerful the diamond divine ability was, it depended on the opponent. The divine ability's grade is too low. Li Fuchen shook his head. It was obvious that Wang Jian's body didn't have a lot of opened meridians and he didn't have much comprehension of the diamond bone frame patterns. Even if the diamond divine ability was one of the top 10 divine abilities in this year's ranking tournament, it still wasn't able to resist Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent. After all, the so-called top 10 divine abilities only referred to the potential and didn't represent the current strength. With the sword intent strengthened, Li Fuchen slashed open Wang Jian's chest and broke the diamond divine ability. A battle spirit realm master instantly went up the stage and waved his hand to send a green chi force into Wang Jian's body. Wang Jian's injuries were recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. He sized up Li Fuchen with lingering fear. His heart was filled with unwillingness and shock. Li Fuchen was too powerful. A single sword slashed open Wang Jian's diamond divine ability. If Wang Jian didn't have a firm heart, he would have lost all his fighting spirit. I have the innate talent, I just lack the hard work. There will be a day when my diamond divine ability will stand proudly in the world. Wang Jian clenched his fist and jumped off the stage. Looking at Li Fuchen who was on the stage, many of the martial institution's seated contestants had grave expressions. The divine ability was incredible, but if the martial arts grade was too high, the divine ability wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen's Earth-class high-tier sword intent wasn't inferior to most of the divine abilities. The ranking tournament had a total of 49 rounds and everyone had to go up the stage 49 times. It was fortunate that there were 10 martial stages and the ranking tournament progressed very quickly. 15 consecutive victories. 20 consecutive victories. There were too few opponents that could make Li Fuchen get serious. Even the number 2 and number 3 rankers from the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution wouldn't be able to withstand a few sword moves from Li Fuchen. Furthermore, these people were even stronger than some of the martial institution's seeded contestants. Martial stage number 1, number 15 Li Fuchen will go against number 42 Ling Feng. On the 21st match, Li Fuchen encountered another familiar person. Ling Feng, number 2 of the Evergreen Martial Institution's power rankings and one of the participants of the Everlasting Youth Garden. He possessed the 6-star Saber Dao bone frame. In fact, with Ling Feng's strength, he would definitely be a seeded contestant in a martial institution that was slightly lower ranked. It was a pity that the Evergreen Martial Institution was ranked number 5 and had plenty of prodigies. It was already very rare for Ling Feng to be ranked number 2 on the power rankings. When facing Li Fuchen, Ling Feng didn't dare to be careless, even if he was different from before. Azura Moon. Just like Wang Jian, Ling Feng immediately burst out with the Saber Dao divine ability, Azura Moon. The Azura Moon looked like a crescent moon, but it was actually the condensation of countless saber chi. When countless saber chi were condensed into a crescent moon, the lethality was naturally indescribable. Go! Ling Feng pointed with his finger and the crescent moon was shot at Li Fuchen. Clang! The crescent moon was extremely fast and had an unrestrained trajectory. A regular person wouldn't be able to react in time, let alone block it. But Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. The scarlet blood sword cleaved forward and Li Fuchen slashed at the crescent moon. The crescent moon revolved and a horrific power surged out. There was a tyrannical and sharp invisible power that wanted to crush over. This was the Saber Dao Law. The Saber Dao divine ability naturally contained the Saber Dao Law. But no matter how tyrannical the Saber Dao Law on the crescent moon was, it wasn't able to advance and was slowly being melted. Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword was emitting a tyrannical and resplendent sword intent. The sword intent was also a law, and it was even stronger than Ling Feng's Saber Dao law. Ling Feng's expression changed. More Saber Dao power surged out and enhanced the crescent moon. Break! In the air, there was a flash of resplendent sword light and the crescent moon was melted. Li Fuchen withdrew his sword and stood still. Ling Feng took a deep breath and slowly got off the stage. The Earth-class high-tier sword intent is too powerful. How did this person comprehend it? I haven't even comprehended the Earth-class mid-tier intent yet. Sigh, the comprehension of martial arts intent is all dependent on perception. It isn't like divine abilities, which are half dependent on innate talent and half dependent on perception. Li Fuchen's prowess had attracted plenty of attention. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one who comprehended the Earth-class high-tier intent. 23rd round, Green Cloud Shake. On the number 5 martial stage, the High Heaven Martial Institution's seated contestant, Ling Yijian, brandished his hand and shot out a sword light. It was obviously a sword light, but it felt as though it had shaken the entire void. His opponent, the Battle Saber Martial Institution's seated contestant, vomited blood and was sent flying. His body had dozens of sword holes. Earth-class high-tier sword intent, Green Cloud sword intent. 24th round, the Flying Snow Martial Institution's seated contestant, Bai Lingshuang, executed a palm strike and froze her opponent into an ice sculpture. Had it not been for the assistance of a Battle Spirit Realm Master, she would have perished. One of them was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm while the other was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if they didn't use divine abilities, no one would be a match for them. After all, their cultivation levels were so high, and together with the Earth-class high-tier intent, how many people would be able to withstand it? In comparison, Li Fuchen was weaker by 1 level. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. As compared to regular Reincarnation Realm experts, he was naturally much stronger. It was a pity that Ling Yijian and Bai Lingshuang weren't regular Reincarnation Realm experts. They were extremely powerful Reincarnation Realm experts, and their Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were at least at the 26th rank. In the 25th round, Li Fuchen encountered the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's seated contestant, Chu Feng. Chapter 473. When Chu Feng first met Li Fuchen, he didn't put Li Fuchen in his heart. But now, he had already treated Li Fuchen as a formidable foe. With his regular strength, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Cultivating an Earth Realm high-rank martial art to the Trance Realm was way too hard. He had always thought highly of himself, but he had only managed to cultivate an Earth Realm mid-rank martial art to the Trance Realm and comprehend the Earth Realm mid-rank true meaning. Not everyone's comprehension was as insane as Ling Yijian and Bai Lingshuang's. As for Li Fuchen, he was already recognized as this year's rankings tournament's number 1 in perception. After all, Li Fuchen was much younger than Ling Yijian and Bai Lingshuang. Knowing that his regular strength wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, Chu Feng immediately executed the Wind-Fire Divine ability, Wind-Fire Great Millstone. Hoo! In front of Chu Feng, a huge flaming millstone instantly appeared. The millstone hummed as it rotated at an extremely fast speed. It clearly contained Wind Dao laws. Go! With a point of Chu Feng's finger, the Wind-Fire Great Millstone rapidly expanded and blasted at Li Fuchen. Seeing Chu Feng's Wind and Fire Divine ability, everyone, including Yang Shihua and Li Kuang, was a little fearful. Their lethality was even greater than Chu Feng's. However, their defense was not at the same level as their offense. Once he was hit by the divine abilities of most of the people present, he would be injured or even lose his ability to fight. Of course, most of the divine arts couldn't hit them. After all, they could completely dodge or eliminate the opponent's divine arts in advance. However, Chu Feng's Wind and Fire Divine Art was a little special. This divine art contained Fire Dao Law and Wind Dao Law. Even if it was split apart or crushed, the entangled Fire Dao Law and Wind Dao Law would absorb the surrounding wind and fire power and continue to attack the opponent. Compared to individual laws, the entangled wind and fire laws were obviously harder to collapse. If you awakened a special ability, I might be a little afraid. Unfortunately, it's only a wind and fire ability. Wind and fire divine arts were only slightly stronger than ordinary transcendent divine arts. When Wind Dao Law and Fire Dao Law worked together, they indeed complemented each other. But because of this, it wasn't enough to dig into individual laws. If the Wind Path and Fire Path laws were extracted from the Wind-Fire grindstone, it would clearly be inferior to other extraordinary sacred arts. As for the stickiness of the Wind and Fire law, Li Fuqian had witnessed it during Chu Feng's battle. It might be difficult for others to destroy the Wind and Fire law, but it wasn't difficult for Li Fuqian. His Green Yang sword intent could actually be considered a domain-type sword technique. As long as one's power was sufficient, the range of one's attack could be controlled at will. While speaking, Li Fuqian cleaved with his sword and split the Wind-Fire Great Millstone into two. However, the two halves of the Wind-Fire Great Millstone did not collapse. Instead, they turned into two smaller Wind-Fire Great Millstones. Li Fuqian intentionally wanted to test the limits of the Wind-Fire Great Millstone. He brandished dozens of swords in one breath and split the Wind-Fire Great Millstone into dozens of pieces. Dozens of head-sized Wind-Fire millstones continued to fly over, only delaying them for a blink of an eye. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. His Wind-Fire Great Millstone wasn't an ordinary extraordinary ability. The power was secondary, the key was that it was hard to destroy. Even if he encountered a special ability, he was confident that he could put up a fight. It's over. Chu Feng thought to himself. But just as Chu Feng had this thought, a dazzling and resplendent green sword light burst out and enveloped the entire martial stage. When enveloped by the green sword light, the dozens of Wind-Fire Great Millstones melted like spring snow and vanished. PFFF. Chu Feng felt as though he had collided with a scorching void. His body had nearly collapsed and he was sent flying off the martial stage. On the VIP seats, Meng Qihang said slowly, "The Green Yang sword intent is a sword art without any flaws." Lin Zhubai also laughed and said, "Dean Lu Hua's face has turned green." On the other side of the VIP seats, Lu Hua's face had indeed turned green. He was a seated contestant from the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution and he actually couldn't withstand a single sword move from the South Forest Martial Institution's seated contestant. It was simply a slap to his face. Storm. Violent Beast. On the other martial stage, Yang Shihua and Li Kuang's battle had just begun. Yang Shihua's Spear Dao divine ability was called Storm. No one had been able to withstand a single move from his Spear Dao divine ability. On the opposite side, Li Kuang had also activated the Berserk divine ability. Li Kuang's body doubled in size. He was originally 2.1 meters tall, but now he was 2.5 meters tall. His scarlet eyes and body were covered in twisted runes, making him look like a ferocious beast in human form. He gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Almost instinctively, Li Kuang dodged the sharp storm that was formed by the spear lights. Huff! Li Kuang clawed at Yang Shihua. Get lost! Yang Shihua's golden spear smashed at Li Kuang. Yang Shihua's storm divine ability was similar to Li Fuqian's Heart of Blazing Flame and could be executed in any form. But Li Kuang's body toughness and recovery speed were obviously extraordinary. His skin might be lacerated, but he quickly recovered. No wonder it is a Spear Dao divine ability. Li Kuang licked his lips while his bloodthirsty eyes contracted. You aren't a match for me. Hurry up and admit defeat. Yang Shihua thrust his spear at Li Kuang. The spear light storm was like a highly concentrated tornado. Swish! In the berserk state, Li Kuang's reaction speed and movement speed were very shocking. When he leaped, it felt as though he was teleporting. No matter what posture he was in, he would be able to move at high speed. It gave off an illusion that it went against the structure of the human body. Defeat. Li Kuang arrived behind Yang Shihua and clawed at him again. I said it before, you aren't a match for me. With Yang Shihua as the center, a circle of spear light storm extended out and obstructed Li Kuang for an instant. This instant was enough for Yang Shihua to counterattack. He twisted his body and thrust his spear at Li Kuang. Pfff. A bloody hole appeared on Li Kuang's chest and he was sent flying. Be it cultivation level or divine ability grade, Yang Shihua was superior to Li Kuang. Therefore, Li Kuang's defeat was destined. 27th round, Martial Stage Number 1, Number 3 Lan Fei, against Number 5 Shintu Qing. Martial Stage Number 3, Number 15 Li Fuchen against Number 18 Li Kuang. Martial Stage Number 7, Number 1 Ling Yijian against Number 4 Wang Hao. During the 27th round, there were 3 elite duels. First was the duel between Lan Fei, and Shintu Qing. Lan Fei, possessed the 6-star saber Dao bone frame and her strength wasn't inferior to Yang Shihua. Shintu Qing was a seated contestant of the Evergreen Martial Institution and he awakened the Greenwood Divine Ability, Secondwood Spirit Body. This divine ability couldn't increase one's strength, but it could increase one's recovery ability by 10 times or even a few dozen times. Unless the Greenwood power was exhausted, it would be very difficult to injure Shintu Qing. When facing such an opponent, Lan Fei, didn't dare to be careless and had to constantly probe. Different from the martial stage number 1, Li Fuchen and Li Kuang immediately started an intense battle. To be exact, Li Kuang immediately activated the Berserk Divine Ability and attacked Li Fuchen violently. Everyone was astonished as Li Kuang was defeated very quickly and could only withstand 3 sword moves. The Berserk Divine Ability allowed Li Kuang's movement speed to reach an inhuman level. Even Yang Shihua had to seize the fleeting opportunity to defeat Li Kuang. But in front of Li Fuchen, Li Kuang's every move was easily captured by Li Fuchen. The first sword move left a shallow wound on Li Kuang's body. The second sword move left a half a finger deep wound on Li Kuang's body. For the third sword move, Li Fuchen nearly slashed open Li Kuang's chest. How could everyone not see that Li Fuchen's sword art's attack power would increase along with the strength of the opponent? Li Kuang's defense was definitely superior to Wang Jian who had the Vajra body protection, but he still couldn't withstand the lethal power of Li Fuchen's sword move. As for the fight on the number 7 martial stage, it was even more boring. With a single sword move, Ling Yijin eliminated the number 4 seated contestant of the Roaming Dragon Martial Institution, Wang Hao. Wang Hao's strength was at least top 10 in this year's rankings tournament. Finally, the victor between Lan Fei, and Shintu Qing was decided. After exhausting 10% of the Greenwood power, Shintu Qing had no choice but to admit defeat. If he continued, he would only waste the Greenwood power and wouldn't have any chance to make a comeback. 30th round, Li Fuchen and Lan Fei encountered each other. Lan Fei's strength was almost in the top 5. Those that were ranked in front of her were Bai Lingshuang, Ling Yijian, Yang Shihua, Cui Rongguang who possessed the water clone technique, and Li Fuchen. Illusion Saber C. Lan Fei's Saber Dao divine ability was extremely powerful and it was an extremely rare domain-type offensive divine ability. As for Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy, it was a pure domain-type divine ability. Between the two, it was hard to say which one was stronger, but in terms of potential, the Darkness Sky Canopy should be superior. The illusory saber light descended and filled the entire martial stage. Immediately after, the saber light spun and constantly slashed at Li Fuchen. It is time to reveal some trump cards. Li Fuchen's body burst out with horrific and resplendent invisible power. Under the suppression of the invisible power, the illusion saber C was slightly weakened. Earth class mid-tier technique intent. Lan Fei's expression changed. She should have expected it. Since Li Fuchen could comprehend the Earth class high-tier sword intent, he would definitely comprehend the Earth class mid-tier technique intent. After all, the difficulty of comprehending the Earth class mid-tier technique intent might be far superior to the Earth class mid-tier sword intent, but it was still inferior to the Earth class high-tier sword intent. I have already cultivated the Ardent Sun divine technique to the extremity. Next, I can head to the Red Rainbow sect to redeem my cultivation technique. More than 90% of his spirit soul had turned pale purple, allowing Li Fuchen's perception to be much stronger. 3 months ago, he had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 27th rank and comprehended the Ardent Sun Technique intent. With the Ardent Sun Technique intense weakening, Li Fuchen's pressure was significantly reduced. When he brandished his sword, a dazzling green sword light started to contest with the illusion saber sea. Lan Fei's forehead was covered in sweat as she tried her best to control the illusion saber sea to suppress Li Fuchen. Break! The illusion saber sea was slashed with a sword scar. Lan Fei vomited fresh blood and took a few steps back. Immediately after, the illusion saber sea collapsed. Such power! Below the stage, Cui Rongguang's eyes contracted. His water body was extremely unique and was able to contest with special divine abilities. But he knew that if he was to fight with Lan Fei, his chances of victory wouldn't be more than 20%, it might be even lower. There was no other choice, the water body was ultimately a soft water divine ability and there was an innate difference. But Li Fuchen didn't even use a divine ability to defeat Lan Fei. This had already broken the law of invincibility of divine abilities. Chapter 474. Subsequently, Li Fuchen defeated Wang Hao, Shen Tuqing, and Cui Rongguang respectively. Wang Hao and Shen Tuqing were easy to deal with, but dealing with Cui Rongguang was indeed somewhat strenuous. Who here wasn't a prodigy? All of them had superb combat skills and keen awareness. If it was a 1v1, Li Fuchen could easily defeat his opponent. But if it was a 1v2, it would take some effort. Especially since the Cui Rongguang's water clone couldn't be destroyed in an instant. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do it unless he exposed the heart of blazing flame. At every critical moment, Cui Rongguang would use his water clone to block in front of him, creating opportunities for himself. Therefore, Cui Rongguang was obviously defeated by Lan Fei, but it was much more difficult for Li Fuchen to deal with Cui Rongguang than Lan Fei, Of course, although it was difficult, there was no suspense at all in the final outcome. In the 35th round, Li Fuchen went against Yang Shihua. Yang Shihua's single-target attack was much superior to Lan Fei, In this match, Yang Shihua had a hard time. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only engage in close combat with Yang Shihua. In close combat, Li Fuchen's Qi and Dragon Elephant power burst out at the same time, increasing his sword art's lethality by more than 10% or 20%. He might not be able to execute the Green Sun sword intent perfectly, but just the lethality was enough to split open Yang Shihua's Storm Divine ability. Li Fuchen didn't even burst out with his entire body refinement. Otherwise, with just his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen would be able to kill Yang Shihua in a single fist. After the small elephant appeared in his heart, Li Fuchen's body refinement was already comparable with regular 16th level reincarnation realm experts. When complemented with the trans-stage Tiger Soul Fist, his body refinement strength was already at the 20th level of reincarnation realm. But this was too exaggerated. Once he exposed his body refinement strength, it would be equivalent to telling others that he possessed at least a mid-grade Earth rank body refinement technique. It was inevitable that new problems would arise. Of course, if he was forced into a desperate situation, Li Fuchen didn't mind exposing himself. However, it was clear that no one had been able to force him to reveal his true trump card. He had two trump cards. The first was the Heart of Flame, and the second was his body refinement strength. The latter was more terrifying than the Heart of Flame. Clang! The scarlet blood sword clashed with the golden spear, causing countless sparks to fly. Damn it! Yang Shihua was sent flying by the sword, and his arm was a little numb. In this year's ranking tournament, he believed that only Bai Lingshuang and Ling Yijian could pose a threat to him. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have such strength too. Yang Shihua, lose. Li Fuchen didn't execute any sword arts and simply cleaved at Yang Shihua again and again. The golden sword radiance was indestructible and extremely hot. Li Fuchen, it isn't that easy to defeat me. How could Yang Shihua be willing to accept defeat? His spear Dao power exploded, and his storm divine art became even more violent. After splitting apart the spear light storm with ease, the pale golden elephant in Li Fuchen's heart shook a little. In the next moment, an even more violent dragon elephant power was poured into the scarlet blood sword. Chi! With a slash of the sword, the golden sword radiance split heaven and earth. The golden spear in his hand flew out of his hand, and Yang Shihua was forcibly thrown out of the battle stage. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. I didn't think that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength isn't weak apart from his powerful qi cultivation strength. To be able to improve so quickly while cultivating both qi and blood, just how terrifying is this person's comprehension ability? Everyone was in a heated discussion and were amazed. A person's energy was limited. It was already very difficult to cultivate true qi, and if one were to add in qi and blood force or extraordinary strength, it would be too much for most people. They would have to give up or postpone one of the two paths. It seems like the South Forest Martial Institution is going to soar. Many of the martial institution's deans sighed and looked at Meng Qihang with envy. With Li Fuchen's strength, it was basically confirmed that he was the third ranker of the rankings tournament. The first ranker would get 50 points, the second ranker would get 49 points, and the third ranker would get 48 points. With the addition of Situ Tao and Wang Heilong, the South Forest Martial Institution's total points would be around 50 points. If they were lucky, it wouldn't be difficult to reach 60 points. 60 points was enough to rank top 10 of the 24 martial institutions. If they could reach 70 points, their ranking would increase by a few ranks. 40th round, number 1 Ling Yijian will go against number 15 Li Fuchen. Finally, the two combatants met. On the martial stage, the two swordsmen were standing 20 meters apart. Ling Yijian was wearing a blue robe, while Li Fuchen was wearing a green robe. Both of them were equipped with artifact swords on their waists. You are strong, but you are still not a match for me, Ling Yijian said indifferently. You will know after trying. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. All right, let me try your sword art. Ling Yijian didn't execute his divine ability. As of now, no one was able to force him to use his divine ability. Clang! Ling Yijian drew his sword and slashed repeatedly. The sword chi was like a swallow or a goshawk. It carried an astounding sword intent as it slashed at Li Fuchen. Just this sword move alone was enough for this year's rankings tournament's participants to block it. After all, Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm and his Earth-class high-tier Green Cloud Sword art had reached the trance stage, allowing him to comprehend the Green Cloud Sword intent. After executing the Divine Flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a flame and instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already near Ling Yijian. In a long-distance sword art contest, Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't a match for Ling Yijian. He was currently at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, while Ling Yijian was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if Ling Yijian's Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique wasn't at the highest rank, the qi quality was still superior to Li Fuchen. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the sword light was like lightning that drew across the void. Ling Yijian lifted his right hand to block Li Fuchen's sword. What great strength! Ling Yijian frowned and quickly retreated. While retreating, he executed the Green Cloud Sword art's finishing move, Green Cloud Sway. With Ling Yijian's sword as the starting point, circles of ripples vibrated. It was obvious that Ling Yijian didn't wish to have close combat with Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen's body refinement was extremely powerful and close combat was disadvantageous for him? The circles of ripples might look gentle, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that the gentle ripples actually contained astounding sword qi. Once it was near the body, it would burst out with horrific lethality. The participants that fought with Ling Yijian earlier would have dozens of sword wounds on their bodies if they were hit by this sword. In the void, there was a golden sword light that flashed and split open the ripples. With the enhancement of the dragon elephant power, it wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen to neutralize this sword move. After neutralizing the sword move, Green Cloud Sway, Li Fuchen continued to approach Ling Yijian. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian was still retreating rapidly. When he saw Li Fuchen approaching, he brandished his green longsword. The sword light was like a net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Break! Using his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen found a few crucial points of the sword net and neutralized Ling Yijian's sword move again. This time, Ling Yijian's expression changed. His green cloud net was considered an inescapable net. Unless the opponent's strength was much stronger than him, it was impossible to neutralize it. Furthermore, Li Fuchen seemed to be able to predict Ling Yijian's path of retreat, preventing Ling Yijian from pulling away. If Ling Yijian couldn't pull away, he would have to face the danger of close combat with Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was much harder to deal with and much stronger than he imagined. Green Cloud Absolution. Ling Yijian's expression turned stern and his green longsword suddenly vanished. Li Fuchen felt a faint stinging pain in his chest. Such a sharp and swift sword move. Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword twisted and shattered the sudden and swift sword chi. Even Yijian's green cloud absolution was neutralized. The High Heaven Martial Institution's Dean frowned. The green cloud absolution was the final kill move of the green cloud sword art. A single sword move would end the enemy's life and it was almost unstoppable. How could he know that Li Fuchen's awareness was already beyond the reincarnation realm and even the battle spirit realm? Li Fuchen didn't know if Li Fuchen had reached the primary sea realm, but it was impossible for him to be struck by someone in the same realm. Meteor Fall. Leaping up, Li Fuchen arrived above Ling Yijian and thrust down with his sword. This sword move was the Meteor Sword Art, Meteor Fall. In close combat, Li Fuchen wasn't able to execute the Green Sun sword intent perfectly. When his chi and dragon elephant power were gathered together, there would be a slight conflict and it wasn't as smooth as before. But the Meteor Sword Art was an exception. This sword art only had one move and it was extremely simple. The sword intent was also extremely simple. Because it was extremely simple, it could accommodate different kinds of powers and there wasn't much damage and influence in the process. Before the sword arrived, Ling Yijian could already feel the dominance and deathly murderous intent from this sword move. This sword move is rather interesting. Meng Qihang and the others could also see that Li Fuchen's sword move was extraordinary. The martial arts realm had two paths, turning simplicity into complexity and turning complexity into simplicity. No matter which path it would be extremely terrifying when it reached the extremity. Li Fuchen's sword intent might not be considered powerful, but it was extremely dominant and pure. It was so pure that it didn't allow for any flaws. Sword Art, Ling Yijian has lost. Bai Lingshuang shook her head. PFFF. At the crucial moment, Ling Yijian executed an unknown footwork and instantly broke away from the sword art's range. However, he was still injured. His shoulder was gushing with fresh blood and there was an additional bloody hole. Ling Yijian had an extremely unpleasant expression when he lowered his head to look at the bloody hole on his shoulder. Li Fuchen, I didn't think that you would actually be able to injure me. But it shall end here. I shall let you witness my, Ling Yijian's Sword Dao divine ability. Sword Lotus. The horrific sword intent radiated in all directions. In the void, there were rounds of bright sword lights that were radiating. Danger. Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and retreated. Do you think you can escape? Ling Yijian yelled out sternly. An illusory lotus was rapidly expanding and the expansion speed was obviously faster than Li Fuchen's retreating speed. After taking a closer look, it wasn't a lotus, it was obviously a sword lotus that was formed by sword lights. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen brandished the scarlet blood sword and constantly attacked the sword lotus. However, the sword lotus was extremely dominant. When Li Fuchen's sword slashed on it, it wasn't able to break the sword lotus. Instead, the revolving force of the sword lotus caused his chi and blood to boil. There was even fine sword chi that was emitted and easily penetrated his chi protection. All these actions happened in a split second. The sword lotus was about to catch up to Li Fuchen and Li Fuchen was about to fly off the stage. No matter what happened, Li Fuchen was definitely going to be defeated. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai shook their heads. They were already satisfied that Li Fuchen was able to reach this stage. It might be a pity, but they had to admit that Li Fuchen didn't have any chance to turn the tables in front of Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability. It is over. The High Heaven Martial Institution's dean had an indifferent expression. Chapter 475. What a pity. No matter how strong one's comprehension is, if one's foundation cannot keep up, there will always be some flaws. Bai Ling Shuang was very clear that if she didn't have her ice divine ability, it would be difficult for her to defeat Ling Yijian. Although her cultivation level was one level higher than Ling Yijian's and her cultivation technique realm was also one level higher, Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability wasn't at the initial stage of awakening. It was obviously not of a low level. Is he going to lose? At this stage of the rankings tournament, everyone admired Li Fuchen. They were impressed that Li Fuchen was able to kill his way to the third rank with just his regular strength. But sometimes, talent was more important than comprehension. The sword lotus swelled, and the sword intent wreaked havoc. Ling Yijian stared at Li Fuchen with a grim expression. In midair, Li Fuchen was just one step away from the edge of the contest stage. In the end, do I still have to expose the heart of flame? Li Fuchen muttered in a low voice, with flames burning in his eyes. Boom! A frightening heatwave soared into the sky. The surging flames rapidly expanded into a ball and welcomed the sword lotus. Kacha kacha! The sword lotus was covered in cracks. Without waiting for Ling Yijian to react, the sword lotus instantly collapsed and exploded, and the powerful impact swept back. Boom! Ling Yijian looked as though he had seen a ghost. His entire body was sent flying, and his body was riddled with burn marks. Fire divine ability, heart of flame. What? The tables had turned too quickly. Many people didn't even have time to react before they saw Ling Yijian being sent flying. Flame God art? Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai looked at each other with blank expressions. Didn't Li Fuchen not awaken his divine ability? Furthermore, Li Fuchen only had a 5-star blazing flame bone frame. It wasn't impossible to awaken the blazing flame divine ability with the 5-star blazing flame bone frame, but they would need to be at least at the battle spirit realm. Below the battle spirit realm, it was unheard of for a 5-star bone frame to awaken a divine ability. This brat, he really hid it from us. Lin Zhubai murmured. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This included Bai Ling Shuang and Ling Tian Martial Academy's dean. It is too terrifying. Li Fuchen doesn't just have exceptional perception, his innate talent isn't weak either. He actually awakened the blazing flame divine ability. Not only is his talent not weak, but his flame divine ability is also terrifying. It even broke Ling Yijian's sword divine ability. He hid it too well. If he had revealed his fire god powers earlier, aside from Bai Ling Shuang, no one would have been able to fight him. They would all have been blown away. Some contestants who had already been eliminated felt their blood boiling. Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern has probably been comprehended to the third segment. Meng Qihang let out a turbid breath and grinned. The power of a mystique depended on how many meridians one opened up, and how much one comprehended it. Li Fuchen's cultivation wasn't high, and even if his cultivation technique was at the highest rank, his meridian development was still inferior to Ling Yijian. The only explanation was that Li Fuchen had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to a very high degree. This kid really doesn't reveal himself. Lin Zhubai also laughed. In the sky above the contest stage, Li Fuchen, who had turned into a flaming man, stood in midair. Apart from the flames on his body, there were also complicated flame patterns. His entire person was like a god of fire, emitting a monstrous aura. This is your trump card? Bai Ling Shuang's eyes looked sharp. She had to admit that the ability that Li Fuchen displayed was already enough to contest with her. Flame god art? Situ Tao had a bitter expression. He was rather unwilling to accept that Li Fuchen had snatched away his seeded contestant status. It was fortunate that he had already snatched the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciple slot. This unwillingness was suppressed by him. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's strength was indeed formidable. But at this moment, the unwillingness in his heart had completely vanished. Competing with such a maniac was simply asking for suffering. As compared to Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability, what was his soft water divine ability? Just a small stream. Wang Heilong was also shocked. To be honest, he had always been proud of his 6-star darkness bone frame and felt that the other bone frames were trash. Even if the other bone frames were stronger than him now, there was a limit. As long as his darkness divine ability was stronger by one level, he would be able to dominate the same realm. But Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was too powerful. A single burst was enough to destroy Ling Yijian's sword Dao divine ability. Wang Heilong's darkness sky canopy was probably no different from a thin layer of paper in Li Fuchen's eyes. I actually lost to a blazing flame divine ability. Below the martial stage, Ling Yijian was lying on the ground and had a defeated expression. How could he not know that Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was probably at an extremely high level? So what if he had a sword Dao divine ability? He was still suppressed. This match allowed everyone to witness Li Fuchen's true strength. Everyone understood that he was the only one left to fight with Bai Lingshuang. Everyone else had to stand aside. 43rd round, Ling Yijian, who had recovered from his injuries, went against Bai Lingshuang. Knowing that his regular strength wasn't comparable to Bai Lingshuang, Ling Yijian executed the Sword Dao divine ability, Sword Lotus again. The illusory Sword Lotus constantly rotated and expanded, wanting to envelop Bai Lingshuang. Mystic Ice Divine Palm. Bai Lingshuang reached out with both hands and blasted out the extreme cold palm intent and the extreme cold chi to forcefully stop the Sword Lotus from rotating and expanding. No wonder she is a 7-star icy cold bone frame. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. He could clearly see that Bai Lingshuang's cultivation technique and palm art had reached the highest rank. When the Earth-class mid-tier technique intent was complemented with the Earth-class high-tier palm intent and the 8th level of reincarnation realm, the burst strength was extremely terrifying. As compared to Bai Lingshuang, Li Fuchen's cultivation was truly 4 levels lower and there was no way to make up for it. On the martial stage, the duo were in a stalemate. Ling Yijian's Sword Dao divine ability couldn't get close to Bai Lingshuang, while Bai Lingshuang's palm force couldn't advance a single step. Bai Lingshuang, aren't you going to execute your icy cold divine ability? Ling Yijian was enraged and burst out with his Sword Dao power, causing the Sword Lotus to rotate and expand again. After slamming multiple palm strikes on the Sword Lotus, Bai Lingshuang said indifferently, "That is fine too. If I don't execute my icy cold divine ability, I am indeed unable to defeat you within a short period of time." While speaking, Bai Lingshuang withdrew the qi from her body. At the same moment, an even more icy cold power burst out and made Bai Lingshuang look like an ice goddess. The surrounding water in the void had been frozen into ice crystals. It looked extremely beautiful and dazzling. Ice mirror. There was a circle of complicated icy cold patterns in the void. Immediately after, a layer of mirror was formed. This ice mirror was 30 feet in size. It was obviously just ice, but it didn't look any different from a mirror. It just had an additional layer of horrific cold chi. Ling Yijian and his Sword Dao divine ability, Sword Lotus, appeared in the ice mirror. Not good. After being illuminated by the ice mirror, Ling Yijian felt that his chi blood and Sword Dao power were about to freeze. The Sword Lotus was also covered in a layer of frost and couldn't circulate anymore. What kind of icy cold divine ability is this? Ling Yijian had never seen such a strange and terrifying divine ability and his expression changed drastically. This woman is indeed a 7-star icy cold bone frame. The icy cold divine ability that she awakened actually involves so many layers. Some of the deans of the martial institutions could see the terror of the ice mirror and were all shocked. Ice didn't just have the ability to freeze all things, it also concealed a deeper ability. Everything in the world wasn't pure. Even the heaven Dao contained myriad Daos. Take thunderbolts for example. They had the characteristics of thunder and also fire. In a deeper way, thunderbolts actually had the characteristics of wind. It was said that when one Tao reached the extremity, the other Taos would also be initiated. It had the meaning of one Tao connecting to myriad Taos. Ice Tao Law, Mirror Tao Law. Li Fuchen didn't know if this world had the Mirror Tao Law. But his instincts told him that it probably existed. The Heaven Tao contained myriad Taos, and myriad Taos was just an imaginary number. In fact, if it was subdivided, there would be more than 10,000 Taos. The so-called 5 elements, Thunder Tao, Wind Tao, and Special Tao were just more obvious Taos. They were equivalent to the main meridians of the Heaven Tao. Those submeridians and the submeridians on top of the submeridians were innumerable. After all, if the Sword Tao, Saber Tao, and Spear Tao were considered Taos, then why couldn't the Mirror Tao exist? After being illuminated by the ice mirror, Ling Yijian was only able to utilize 30% of his strength. How was he a match for Bai Lingshuang and was instantly defeated? Li Fuchen and Bai Lingshuang are both existences that we are unable to reach. I wonder what will happen when the two of them fight. Li Fuchen is in danger. Bai Lingshuang's icy cold divine ability is too strange. I have never seen or heard of such a divine ability. After being illuminated by the ice mirror, even Ling Yijian's movements became sluggish. Li Fuchen probably won't be any better. That might not be the case. Li Fuchen has also comprehended the blazing flame divine ability to an extremely high level. He might not necessarily be a match for Bai Lingshuang. We will know after seeing it. It is useless to argue now. Some of the people were discussing softly. I wonder how Fuchen is going to deal with it. Lin Zhubai and Meng Qihang were looking forward to it and were apprehensive at the same time. Finally, during the 45th round of the tournament, Li Fuchen and Bai Lingshuang encountered each other. On the martial stage, the duo stood quietly. Below the stage, everyone was holding their breaths. Li Fuchen, let's duel with divine ability. Bai Lingshuang said. Of course. Li Fuchen's body started to burn with flames and he instantly turned into a flaming man. If it was a normal person that turned into a flaming man, they would have been burned to death. But Li Fuchen was different. His body was emitting the blazing flame law and the flames couldn't burn him at all. It would only strengthen his chi presence. On the opposite side, an ice mirror was instantly formed and shone on Li Fuchen. Bang bang bang. 1 meter away from Li Fuchen, layers of void exploded and mist rushed into the sky. The Mirror Tao Law couldn't directly injure the opponent. In order to injure the opponent would have to rely on the icy cold law. The Mirror Tao Law merely made the usage of the icy cold law more flexible. As long as the target was shown on, they would be attacked by the icy cold law, making it even more bizarre and harder to defend. But Li Fuchen's body was emitting the blazing flame law. If the icy cold law wanted to injure Li Fuchen, it would have to break through the blazing flame law first. Ice and fire were opposing existences. When the two clashed, there would be an instant explosion. Bai Lingshuang squinted her eyes. Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was much stronger than she imagined. If one side isn't enough, what about 2 sides? In the void, another ice mirror appeared. 2 ice mirrors shone on Li Fuchen and the icy cold law attack was even more horrific. Split. Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and cleaved at one of the ice mirrors. Without any sound or presence, the blazing flame sword chi entered the ice mirror and was reflected. It can actually be reflected. Chapter 476. Mirror Tao Reflection. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Mirrors could reflect light, but they couldn't reflect anything else. But that was just an ordinary mirror. Bai Lingshuang's ice mirror was even more mysterious. The fire sword air was not so much reflected. It was more accurate to say that it had turned back. As for the theory behind it, Li Fuchen didn't understand either. I can't break the mirror path law, then I will break the mirror path law's carrier, the ice path law. Li Fuqian took a deep breath and burst out with blazing flame power. The surging flames turned him into a giant fireball. On the surface of the fireball, the blazing flame patterns were tumbling like a living being. Under the roasting of the flame rule, the ice mirror showed signs of melting. What a powerful flame law! Bai Ling Shuang's face changed. The more meridians they opened, the more power they could unleash. The amount of bone frame patterns one comprehended would determine the strength of the laws. She had the advantage in the former, while Li Fuqian had the advantage in the latter. She might have a 7-star bone frame and had abnormally high perception, but she was only able to comprehend the icy cold bone frame pattern to a little more than 2.5 segments. It's indeed effective. It was hard to break the ice mirror using normal methods, so he could only use the law of fire to suppress the law of ice on the ice mirror. As Li Fuqian released all the blazing flame law, the ice mirror was melting at an even faster speed. Dream on. Bai Ling Shuang's eyes looked sharp. She waved her hand, and another ice mirror appeared in the air. Controlling 3 ice mirrors in one go was already her limit. If she added another one, she would definitely suffer the backlash from the power of the ice mirror. Bang bang bang, outside of the fireball where Li Fuqian was, the explosions were getting more and more intense and the fireball was starting to shake. Break! Li Fuqian yelled out and the flames on his body surged violently. Those complex and ferocious flame patterns looked as though they were alive, emitting a terrifying flame pressure. At the same time, Li Fuqian cleaved at one of the ice mirrors again. This time, the flame patterns on the flaming sword chi were even more concentrated. Gurgle. Half of the flaming sword chi entered the ice mirror, while the other half intersected with the ice mirror, making the sound of boiling water. Bang! The ice mirror and the flaming sword chi exploded at the same time. Bai Ling Shuang grunted. His expression was filled with unwillingness. Using the ice mirror divine ability, she had defeated several low-level battle spirit realm masters, but she didn't expect to be unable to deal with Li Fuqian. Ice mirror, break! Bai Ling Shuang waved her right hand. The remaining 2 ice mirrors exploded. Countless pieces of ice mirror covered the entire stage. At the same time, many cold lights intertwined like a net. They kept cutting the fireballs. Puff! After that, Bai Ling Shuang coughed up some blood. This was the phenomenon of a divine ability backlash. What a powerful divine ability! Wielding the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuqian slashed upwards, cleaved downwards, slashed diagonally, and swept horizontally. It was unknown how many slashes Li Fuqian had executed. The densely packed blazing sword chi was like a flaming storm that spread out in all directions and annihilated the icy rays. In the end, some of the ice rays landed on the fireball, causing it to shrink a lot. You win. Bai Ling Shuang didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Most importantly, this series of attacks didn't even leave a scratch on Li Fuqian's skin. Continuing to fight would just be a waste of time. Just like that, what should have been a fiery final battle ended. In fact, this battle was considered very intense. Be it Li Fuqian's blazing flame divine ability or Bai Ling Shuang's icy cold divine ability, it was an eye-opener for everyone. The attacks of the blazing flame divine ability and icy cold divine ability were also unbelievable. The only thing that wasn't satisfying was that this battle ended too early. Even a 7-star prodigy was defeated. The South Forest Martial INSTI, Tushan, is simply lucky. The upper echelons of the martial institutions were very envious and jealous. With Li Fuqian's innate talent and perception, even if he entered the Red Rainbow sect, he wouldn't be a nobody. Once he matured completely, the South Forest Martial INSTI, Tushan. Sigh, every generation has its own talents. This year, the South Forest Martial INSTI, Tushan, might have won this tournament, but it might not be the same for the next tournament. That's right. The Red Rainbow sect's disciple recruitment is held once every 2 years. We have plenty of opportunities. When thinking about this, everyone felt more at ease. Chapter 477. The Violet Flower Martial Institution was located 3,000 miles away from the capital. In the afternoon, a large group of people flew towards the Violet Flower Martial Courtyard. Looks like everyone is here. In an open space in the Violet Flower Martial Institution's outer court, 40 young men and women were gathered. In a pavilion by the lake at the edge of the open space, a gray-clothed middle-aged man with an aura that was as deep as the sea was drinking tea. Beside him were the Violet Flower Martial Institution's dean and a few vice-deans. Elder Mo, why don't you rest in the Violet Flower Martial Institution for a day before leaving? The Violet Flower Martial Institution's dean, Su Qinghai, said with a smile. The gray-robed middle-aged man shook his head. The Red Rainbow sect has been busy recently and cannot afford to rest. Su Qinghai asked, are the sea beasts causing trouble again? The gray-clothed middle-aged man said, it's much more serious than that. There's no point in talking about it. The gray-clothed middle-aged man stood up and looked at the members of the 24 martial institutions who had just arrived. He spoke loudly, I am the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect elder, Mo Chaofan. Are all the 24 martial institutions cadets here? The High Heaven Martial Institution's dean, Qin Yun, said, greetings, Elder Mo. Everyone is here, no one is missing. Very good. Time waits for no man. Follow me to the Violet Flower Imperial City. Mo Chaofan didn't want to waste his breath. He soared into the sky and flew towards the Violet Flower Imperial City. In the 7 great kingdoms, every kingdom's royal capital had a teleportation array that was directly connected to the Red Rainbow sect. Mo Chaofan had just arrived at the Violet Flower Martial Institution for less than half a day. Li Fuchen, Situ Tao, Wang Heilong, the 3 of you must work hard at the Red Rainbow sect and strive to progress to the Battle Spirit Realm as soon as possible. The Red Rainbow sect is filled with geniuses. Remember not to think too highly of yourself. Of course, there is no need to belittle yourself. Meng Qihang and Lin Zhubai instructed. Yes. The 3 of them nodded. Alright, go. Meng Qihang waved his hand. Hearing this, the 3 of them followed the group in a flash. Looking at the trio's departing back view, Lin Zhubai sighed and said, the competition in the Red Rainbow sect is intense. Outstanding individuals would be able to obtain 10 times or 100 times more resources. Ordinary individuals would find it hard to even obtain the basic resources. I wonder if the 3 young fellows can adapt. They have to adapt even if they don't. They should rejoice that they have the chance to head to the Red Rainbow sect. Meng Qihang said. A distance of more than 3,000 miles wasn't very long. With everyone's speed, they would be able to reach it in a short while. This short journey was not peaceful at all. Bai Lingshuang, I lost to you by a single move previously. Wait until we reach the Red Rainbow sect, then we will have another contest. A purple-clothed female from the Violet Flower Martial Institution released her chi presence and rushed at Bai Lingshuang. Bai Lingshuang coldly grunted. Her cold power exploded. It clashed with her opponent's power and made a cracking sound. Zi Yuqing, you're no match for me. Why bother humiliating yourself? The Zi Yuqing that Bai Lingshuang mentioned was ranked 2nd on the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power ranking. At the same time, she was also the 3rd princess of the Violet Flower Kingdom. There weren't many people in the younger generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom that could compare to him. She is Bai Lingshuang. I heard that she is the same as Senior Hai Wuya, a 7-star bone frame. The rest of the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power rankings cadets were sizing up Bai Lingshuang with curiosity. 7-star bone frames were very rare in the entire Violet Flower Kingdom. Basically, only one would appear every 10 years. This batch was rather special as there were 3 of them. But as compared to 6-star bone frames, it was still pitiful. On this side, Zi Yuqing and Bai Lingshuang were opposing each other. On the other side, the cadets from the Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution were ridiculing the cadets from the 24 martial institutions. In regards to this, the cadets from the 24 martial institutions were basically swallowing their anger. There was no other choice. The Violet Flower Martial Institution and the Stars Martial Institution were the two elite martial institutions in the Violet Flower Kingdom. Any random cadet from the power rankings would be ranked top 3 in the various martial institutions. Apart from the High Heaven Martial Institution and the Flying Snow Martial Institution, the cadets from the other martial institutions didn't have the confidence to go against the cadets from the two major martial institutions. As such, it encouraged the arrogance of the cadets from the two major martial institutions. Wang Heilong, you might not be comparable to me, but you don't have to give up on the Stars Martial Institution and choose the trashy South Forest Martial Institution. A youth with a radiant smile and tyrannical eyes spoke to Wang Heilong. Wang Heilong's expression turned cold. Lin Chaoyang, you still have a long way to go. Don't be a despicable person. The Lin Chaoyang that he spoke of had the 6-star sun bone frame which naturally countered his darkness bone frame. Furthermore, Wang Heilong had to admit that Lin Chaoyang's perception was slightly better than his and was superior in all aspects. Lin Chaoyang was more or less one of the reasons why he didn't choose the Stars Martial Institution. It seems like entering the trashy martial institution is rather helpful for you. Your glib tongue is much better than before. That's right, the trashy martial institution might be trashy, but with more trashy people, it will be able to accentuate your extraordinariness and nurture your confidence. Lin Chaoyang's smile was getting more radiant. What right do you have to say that my South Forest Martial Institution is trashy? Situ Tao couldn't endure it anymore. This Lin Chaoyang kept calling him trashy. As a cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, how could he endure it? I am talking about you, trash. Get lost. Lin Chaoyang's body burst out with astounding chi presence and blasted on Situ Tao. Situ Tao let out a muffled grunt and nearly fell from the sky. Young fellows, your blood chi is rather vigorous. I hope that you will still have such vigor after arriving at the Red Rainbow sect. At the front, Mo Chaofan smiled and didn't restrain the crowd. The Red Rainbow sect emphasized on the rule of the strong and the weak being prey to the strong. If this group of people were amiable, he would be unhappy. Who is the trash talking about? Li Fuchen supported Situ Tao and asked Lin Chaoyang. The trash is talking about you. Lin Chaoyang subconsciously replied. You are indeed a piece of trash. Li Fuchen sneered. You are courting death. After coming back to his senses, Lin Chaoyang had an enraged expression. The qi in his body withdrew into his dantian and circulated the sun power. An even more fearsome and blazing qi presence burst out. You are the one courting death. Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man and burst out with horrific blazing flame prowess. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Lin Chaoyang was sent flying and separated from the group. You. Lin Chaoyang had a pale expression. You keep calling me trash. You don't know that you are the biggest piece of trash. Li Fuchen ignored Lin Chaoyang. Such prestige. You actually dare to bully my Stars Martial Institution. A stalwart youth flew near Li Fuchen. Apologize to Junior Lin and I can treat it as if nothing happened. The stalwart youth said indifferently. Li Fuchen said, your Stars Martial Institution is rather shameless. If you want me to apologize, you have to defeat me first. Or, your Stars Martial Institution can attack me together. Boasting shamelessly. The stalwart youth burst out with shocking saber prowess and it was obvious that he had the saber Dao bone frame. Spirit slash. The stalwart youth cleaved at Li Fuchen with a palm saber. Get lost. Li Fuchen countered with a fist. Crackle. The stalwart youth's spirit slash instantly crumbled. He was sent flying with an appalled expression and his body was covered in charred wounds. What? Even Senior Gu Tong, who is number 3 on the power rankings, isn't a match for him. The Stars Martial Institution's power rankings cadets had contracted their eyes. With Gu Tong's strength, only Bai Lingshuang would be able to defeat him in the 24 martial institutions. Logically, Gu Tong should be able to crush Gu Tong, but he couldn't even receive a single fist from Gu Tong. It was too exaggerated. Star's martial institution, anyone who isn't convinced can come out and fight. It is useless to rely on words. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the cadets from the two martial institutions. He had long been displeased with the cadets from the two martial institutions. He thought that after becoming a cadet from the two martial institutions, he would be arrogant. But he didn't know that the Violet Flower Kingdom was just one of the 7 great kingdoms in the Red Soil continent. They didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Your strength is rather formidable. It seems like you are at least top 5 or top 3 in the 24 martial institutions rankings tournament. The one speaking was a handsome youth with a star mark on his forehead. Li Fuchen looked up and said, "You are the number 1 of the Star's martial institution's power rankings? You are indeed incomparable." Li Fuchen, this person is the number 1 of the Star's martial institution's power rankings, Murong Tianqing. He has the 7-star star bone frame and is known as the strongest heavenly prodigy of the Violet Flower Kingdom in the past century. He is currently the number 1 of the youth generation. Situ Tao transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. 7-star star bone frame, huh? Li Fuchen was a little moved. The star bone frame was a special bone frame, and the 7-star star bone frame was much more fearsome than Bai Lingshuang's 7-star icy cold bone frame. If Bai Lingshuang awakened some incredible star divine ability, even Li Fuchen wouldn't dare to say he could win for sure. Murong Tianqing, you are wrong. Li Fuchen isn't ranked top 3 of the 24 martial institutions, he is ranked number 1. I have also been defeated by him. Bai Lingshuang's voice echoed. She was the same as Li Fuchen and was also displeased with the cadets from the 2 elite martial institutions. You actually defeated Bai Lingshuang? Murong Tianqing squinted his eyes. Bai Lingshuang's ice mirror was very special and couldn't be considered a regular icy cold divine ability. It was a top-notch icy cold divine ability, and even Murong Tianqing wasn't 100% confident he could defeat Bai Lingshuang. I am even more curious now. Heart of Stars. Murong Tianqing's body was circulating with the star power as he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. When the fist was blasted out, a large area of the void seemed to have darkened and there were flashes of starlight. It is rather similar to my heart of blazing flame. Li Fuchen's body surged with blazing flame power as he countered with a fist. Li Fuchen had already used his full strength for this fist. The blazing flame pattern on his fist was like a living being, and the astounding blazing flame prowess made the entire place scorching hot. Boom! It was as though meteorites had collided and there was an intense explosion. Many of the martial institution's cadets were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. Interesting. Murong Tianqing's eyes flashed with astounding battle intent. Among the youth generation, no one was able to withstand a fist from him without retreating. Li Fuchen was the first, and it had incited his battle intent. The star's divine ability is rather incredible, but it is a pity that it can't do anything to me. At Li Fuchen's chest, there was a faint flame seed that was emitting a terrifying chi presence. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the Violet Flower Royal City. Along the way, everyone had been fighting and flying at the same time without any delay. Mo Chaofan turned around and emitted his prowess to suppress everyone. Alright, once we arrive at the Red Rainbow Sect, there will be plenty for all of you to fight. Even if you don't want to fight, you have no choice. Follow me into the city now and don't delay any further. Withdrawing the star power, Murong Tianqing said, let's fight at the Red Rainbow Sect. I will be waiting for you. Li Fuchen had also withdrawn his blazing flame power. After entering the city, a large group of people arrived at the teleportation plaza. Chapter 478. The Red Rainbow Sect was located at the extreme west of the Red Soil continent. It was separated from the Orange Soil continent by an inner sea. There were dozens of teleportation platforms at the periphery of the Red Rainbow Sect. One of the teleportation platforms suddenly lit up with radiance, and Li Fuchen and the others gradually materialized. This is the Red Rainbow Sect. Li Fuchen looked around and was shocked. The Red Rainbow sect was the same as most of the other sects and was also established in a mountain range. This mountain range's mountain peaks weren't tall. The tallest ones were only 2,000 to 3,000 meters and the shortest ones were a few hundred meters. But every mountain peak was surrounded by array pagodas. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that each of the array pagodas' power was far superior to the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleship's array pagodas. Especially the 9 array pagodas in the Red Rainbow sect's core region. Each of the 9 array pagodas was a few hundred meters in height and they emitted waves that felt as though they were going to destroy the sky. A single glance at them would cause one's mind to waver and the Tao heart to be unstable. Apart from that, there were some short mountain peaks where giant battleships were docked. Each of the battleships was also larger than the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleship. Some of the battleships were 100 to 200 meters in length, some were a few hundred meters in length. On the battleship, there were many array pagodas. The main pagodas were around 3 times the length of the battleship and they looked to have equally shocking power. If these were already shocking enough, then the irregular metal sphere that was floating above the Red Rainbow sect's core region was so shocking that Li Fuchen was numb. This metal sphere was a few hundred meters in size and looked extremely heavy. But it was actually able to float in the sky. Li Fuchen had a faint feeling that this might be the Red Rainbow sect's trump card, the sect's defining trump card. Mo Chaofan said proudly, "This is the Red Rainbow sect. Even a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor would have to flee miserably if they came here." SS. Everyone took a deep cold breath. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would have to flee miserably. This was too exaggerated. Law Phase Realm Emperors were existences that were superior to primary Sea Realm monarchs. It didn't matter if a Law Phase Realm Emperor could arrive at the 7-color continent, with the combat strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor, it wasn't a problem to destroy a mountain range in a single move. In order to obstruct a Law Phase Realm Emperor and even force the Law Phase Realm Emperor to flee miserably, one had to be extremely confident. No one questioned if Mo Chaofan's words were true because everyone was immersed in the Red Rainbow sect's horrific essence chi environment. The Red Rainbow sect's essence chi concentration was several times higher than the outside world. With every breath of air, everyone could feel that their cultivation had a slight improvement. Apart from that, the Red Rainbow sect's essence chi contained the aura of laws, which seemed to be much stronger than the outside world. It was obvious that comprehending martial arts and divine abilities here would yield twice the results with half the effort. This is also a resource. Li Fuchen sighed. It would be hard not to improve if one cultivated in such an environment. If a genius didn't have enough resources, he might not even be able to reach the limits of his talent. As for a mediocre person, even if his talent was not very good, if he had top-notch resources, he could easily surpass the limits of his talent. Li Fuchen could imagine how terrifying the strength of the prodigy disciples that the Red Rainbow sect recruited over countless years would be after cultivating in such an environment for a period of time. "Let's go to the plain plaza." Mo Chaofan shot forward. Everyone followed closely behind. The plain plaza was indeed the plain plaza. It was 20 miles in radius and the ground was paved with white jade stones that were a few meters in size. It looked extremely flat. At this moment, at the center of the plain plaza, there were 500 to 600 individuals gathered. All of them were around the same age as everyone else and they were probably the youth generation of the other 6 kingdoms. The Violet Flower Kingdom is here. TSK, they don't look like much. I wonder how many 7-star bone frames are there. A few, I don't think there is even one. In the past, our ancient Moon Kingdom would only produce one 7-star bone frame every 10 years. This batch might be special and produced 2 at once, but the Violet Flower Kingdom might not be so lucky. In an instant, 500 to 600 pairs of eyes looked over. Some of the Violet Flower Kingdom's youths that didn't have a strong Tao heart felt their hearts tightening and their mouths were dry. "Elder Mo, you are here. How is it? How many monarch-class prodigies did the Violet Flower Kingdom produce this batch?" "I went to the ancient Moon Kingdom and there are 2 of them. The one speaking was a slender middle-aged man, and he was obviously an outer sect elder of the Red Rainbow sect. Mo Chaofan laughed and said, "Tuha. That is quite a lot. I only have 3 monarch-class prodigies here." In the Red Rainbow sect, 7-star bone frames were considered monarch-class prodigies, and it meant that they had a high chance of progressing to the primary sea realm. Ha! What? When the slender middle-aged man heard the first half of the statement, he laughed complacently. But soon enough, he reacted and widened his eyes. "Are the 3 of you joking? A kingdom might produce 1 7-star bone frame every 10 years, but there might not be one every 20 years. There might be one every 3 to 5 years, and there wasn't any pattern. It was already an anomaly to produce 2 7-star bone frames at once, but for 3 to appear at once, it was simply exaggerated. 3 7-star bone frames? For the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been any kingdom that produced 3 7-star bone frames at once." A middle-aged beauty exclaimed. "This time, it seems rather special. In the past, it would be rather good for the Red Rainbow sect to recruit 7 7-star bone frames every 10 years. Every 3 years, there would be around 2 or 3. It has only been 2 years and the 7 kingdoms have actually recruited 12 7-star bone frames." Another short-bearded middle-aged man spoke. Among the 7 kingdoms, the Violet Flower Kingdom had 3 7-star bone frames. Among the other 6 kingdoms, 3 of them had 2 7-star bone frames each, while the other 3 kingdoms had 1. There was a total of 12. What? The Violet Flower Kingdom has 3 7-star bone frames? The Ancient Moon Kingdom's youth generation had unpleasant expressions. 2 and 3 might only have a difference of 1, but if all of them progressed to the primary sea realm, it would be a difference of 1 primary sea realm monarch. 12 7-star bone frames, huh? That is basically equivalent to 12 primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuqian took a glance and quickly identified the 9 7-star bone frames from the 6 kingdoms. With his eyesight, he naturally couldn't see who had the 7-star bone frames. Even primary sea realm monarchs might not be able to do so. But he just needed to look at the eyes and attitude of the bystanders to know a little. After all, those with 7-star bone frames would definitely have extremely formidable strength, and it was enough for anyone to revere them. On the Violet Flower Kingdom's side, Bai Lingshuang, Murong Tianqing, and the number 1 of the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power rankings, Hai Wuya, were all outstanding. The rest of the people from the Violet Flower Kingdom were looking at the trio with eyes of reverence and jealousy. "Since everyone is here, let's go to the perception hall," Mo Chaofan suggested. Of course. The other 6 Red Rainbow sect's outer sect elders nodded. The perception hall was the Red Rainbow sect's hall to test perception. 7-star bone frames might be considered monarch-class prodigies, but they might not be able to become monarch-class disciples. In order to become a monarch-class disciple, one's perception must be over 60. The perception hall was right in front of the plain plaza. After arriving at the perception hall, everyone started to queue up and take the test. The perception hall elder took out a fist-sized black crystal ball and said indifferently, "This is the perception crystal. During the test, you just need to place it on the forehead. Let me explain here. Our Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples are also separated into different grades. 7-star bone frames with a perception of over 60 will become monarch-class disciples. Those below 7-star bone frames with a perception of over 40 will become first-grade outer sect disciples. Those with a perception of over 35 will become second-grade outer sect disciples. Those with a perception of over 30 will become third-grade outer sect disciples. As for those below 30, they will be sent back. Of course, I believe that everyone's perception shouldn't be lower than 30. If it was lower than 30, they wouldn't be able to distinguish themselves and obtain the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciple quota. I will definitely become a first-grade outer sect disciple." Apart from 7-star bone frames, no one else dared to think about becoming a monarch-class disciple. But for a first-grade outer sect disciple, everyone desired it very much. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect and had countless resources, but the competition in the Red Rainbow sect was very intense. The higher one's aptitude, the more resources one would obtain. If one's aptitude was very low and was only a third-grade outer sect disciple, then sorry, the resources one obtained wouldn't even be able to meet the basic requirements. One would have to rely on one's own hard work. It wasn't exaggerating to say that a monarch-class disciple's resources were at least dozens or even 100 times that of a third-grade outer sect disciple. With such a huge difference, the strong would only get stronger and the weak would get weaker. There is actually a test of perception. I wonder what is my perception like? Of course, there were those who weren't confident and were trembling with fear. They were afraid that they would be sent back to their kingdom. There is actually an item to test perception. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Perception was illusory and extremely unstable. Sometimes, a flash of inspiration might allow one to take a huge step forward. Sometimes, one would be stuck in a dead end and wouldn't be able to take half a step forward for the rest of one's life. It was more so at the later stages of the martial Tao. First 1. The Perception Hall Elder looked at the first examinee. The first examinee walked up apprehensively and received the perception crystal before sticking it on his forehead. Inside the black perception crystal, there were specks of light that lit up. Perception 32, third-grade outer sect disciple. Next. The Perception Hall Elder didn't have any expression. Perception 35, third-grade outer sect disciple. Perception 38, second-grade outer sect disciple. Perception 39, second-grade outer sect disciple. The youths from various kingdoms went up to take the test, but as of now, there wasn't a single first-grade outer sect disciple. Soon enough, it was the turn of a 7-star bone frame from the Black Stone Kingdom. This person had a slender figure and looked to be around 30 years of age. His brows were filled with extreme confidence and didn't have any trace of apprehension. From everyone, Li Fuchen found out that this person was called Sima Zhua and had the 7-star thick earth bone frame. When the perception crystal was stuck on his forehead, it was visible to the naked eye that specks of light were lighting up. When 67 specks of light lit up, it finally stopped. The Perception Hall Elder revealed a smile. Perception 67, Monarch Class Disciple. The value of perception wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. For example, if one had a perception of 35 and the other had a perception of 36, there didn't seem to be any difference. But the Perception Hall Elder knew clearly that there was an absolute difference between the two. Even if the Monarch Class Disciple wasn't in a bad state, as long as the Monarch Class Disciple wasn't stuck in a dead end and didn't fall into a heart demon, the Monarch Class Disciple's comprehension speed would definitely be much faster than the Monarch Class Disciple's. Therefore, a perception of 60 and a perception of 30 wasn't just a simple doubling, it was more like doubling. Chapter 479. Perception that is twice as high as us. Is this the power of a 7-star bone frame? Everyone was shocked. In the past, they might know that there was a huge gap between them and a 7-star bone frame, but when the perception was reflected in the numerical value, they still felt a trace of despair. It was a pity that they didn't know that the difference between 30-something and 60-something wasn't just one time, but several times. Let alone 30-something and 60-something, even if it was 30-something and 40-something, it was an insurmountable chasm. Sima Zhuo was rather satisfied with the value of 67. Since one could become a Monarch Class Disciple after exceeding 60 points, it meant that the value of 67 was rather high. Unknowingly, the other 6 kingdoms' youths had finished their tests. 9 of the 7-star bone frames had a perception that was above 60 points. The highest one had 72 points and was also the only one with a perception that exceeded 72 points. The lowest one only had 60 points and was nearly demoted to a first-grade outer sect disciple. As for the 6-star bone frames, most of them were second-grade or third-grade outer sect disciples. There were only over 20 first-grade outer sect disciples. Soon enough, it was the Violet Flower Kingdom's turn. Everyone was getting nervous. First up was the Violet Flower Martial Institution. Perception 55, first grade outer sect disciple. The one taking the test was the Violet Flower Kingdom's third royal princess, Zi Yuqing. Zi Yuqing was only a 6-star bone frame, but her perception was at 55 points. It was undoubtedly outstanding and was very close to a 7-star bone frame. As of now, there were only a few 6-star bone frames that had a perception that exceeded 50 points. Such 6-star bone frames were usually elite 6-star bone frames. As for those that had a perception that was on par with 7-star bone frames, they were heaven-defying 6-star bone frames. But such individuals were too rare. There was still hope for a 5-star bone frame to compete with a 6-star bone frame in terms of perception. It was basically impossible for a 6-star bone frame to compete with a 7-star bone frame in terms of perception. Among 10,000 6-star bone frames, only a few could do it. 55 points, huh? Zi Yuqing's mouth curled up into a smile. Next was the number 1 of the Violet Flower Martial Institution's power rankings, Hai Wuya. As one of the 3 7-star bone frames in the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Violet Flower Martial Institution's members had placed a lot of hope on Hai Wuya. After all, everyone came from the same martial institution. If Hai Wuya had a high perception, they would be honored. Perception 66 points, Monarch Class Disciple. Hai Wuya's perception wasn't low and was currently ranked 4th. Hai Wuya was not very satisfied with this result. As a 7-star bone frame, how could he allow his perception to be inferior to others? Before the test, he even had the thought that his perception might be above 70. Alas, everything turned into bubbles. After the Violet Flower Martial Institution's test was over, it was the Stars Martial Institution's turn. One by one, the Stars Martial Institution's students went up to take the test. Some had high and some had low comprehension. Among them, Lin Xiaoyang's comprehension ability was considered very high, exceeding 50. We've reached Murong Tianqing. Someone from the 24 martial institutions couldn't help but ask. Along the way, everyone had witnessed the confrontation between Li Fuqin and Murong Tianqing, hence, they paid extra attention to Murong Tianqing. Murong Tianqing, who had the mark of a star between his eyebrows, walked up, took the comprehension crystal, and placed it on his forehead. Specks of light quickly lit up. Eh. A look of surprise flashed across the Enlightenment Hall elder's face. When the light spots stopped lighting up, the Enlightenment Hall elder glanced at them and praised, Perception 75, Monarch Level Disciple. What? Comprehension level 75? So high. The crowd was in an uproar. Previously, the highest perception was only 72 and Murong Tianqing was 3 points higher. How can it be so high? Situ Tao looked at Li Fuqin with a worried expression. The higher Murong Tianqing's perception, the stronger his combat strength. Murong Tianqing mentioned that he would fight with Li Fuqin at the Red Rainbow Sect. It was unknown if Li Fuqin could handle it. No wonder he is the number 1 youth generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom. This perception is befitting of his status. What number 1 youth generation of the Violet Flower Kingdom? In my opinion, Senior Murong should be the number 1 youth generation of the 7 kingdoms. That's right, Senior Murong's perception is number 1 in the 7 kingdoms. The Stars Martial Institution's cadets were beaming with joy. After the Stars Martial Institution's cadets finished their test, the 24 Martial Institution's cadets went up to take the test too. The first to take the test was Bai Lingshuang. Bai Lingshuang's perception was average. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. It was 65. Bai Lingshuang curled her lips and backed off. At this point, all 12 7-star bone frames had finished their test. None of them were lower than 60 and they were all monarch-level disciples. Then, it was time for the others to take the test. Ling Yijian was indeed the seated contestant of the High Heaven Martial Institution. His perception was number 1 among the 6-star bone frames. He actually had 58 points, which was extremely close to a 7-star bone frame. He was even higher than Zi Yuqing, followed by Yang Shihua at 52 points and Lan Fei, at 50 points. Hey, all of them are quite tall. Mo Chaofan was a little surprised. A 6-star bone frame with a perception of over 40 would be a first-grade outer sect disciple. Those with a perception of over 50 would be considered the best of the best. When it was Situ Tao's turn, his comprehension was 45. Next was Wang Heilong. His comprehension ability had astonishingly reached 50. When there were only a few people left, Li Fuchen walked forward. Looking at Li Fuchen's back, everyone from the Violet Flower Kingdom held their breaths. Be it the Violet Flower Martial Institution or the Stars Martial Institution, they didn't think that Li Fuchen's perception would be low. If Li Fuchen's perception was low, he wouldn't be able to defeat Bai Lingshuang and become the number 1 ranker of the 24 Martial Institutions Rankings Tournament. If Li Fuchen's perception was low, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single fist from Murong Tianqing. They wanted to know how high was Li Fuchen's perception. Was it close to 60 or more? As for over 40, no one thought about it. At least 65 and above. Situ Tao recalled Li Fuchen's information and murmured in his heart. To be honest, he had never seen such an insane individual like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was obviously a 5-star bone frame, but his perception was horrifyingly high. Not only did Li Fuchen comprehend an Earth-class mid-tier technique intent, but he also comprehended an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. Even his divine abilities grade was superior to others. His emotions told Situ Tao that it wasn't strange for Li Fuchen's perception to reach 70. After all, Bai Lingshuang's perception was at 65, while Li Fuchen's perception was definitely above Bai Lingshuang's. But Situ Tao's rationality told him that 70 wasn't possible. It wasn't the same as a 7-star bone frame, it was superior to most 7-star bone frames. If it was heaven-defying for a 5-star bone frame to have the same perception as a 6-star bone frame, then what did it mean for a 5-star bone frame to have the same perception as a 7-star bone frame? After receiving the perception crystal, Li Fuchen placed it on his forehead. Patches of light lit up. That's right, patches of light. In the blink of the eye, the black perception crystal turned extremely dazzling. The perception hall elder's eyes widened as he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. Mo Chaofan and the other 7 Red Rainbow Sect outer sect elders took a deep cold breath. From the looks of it, Li Fuchen's perception was definitely over 70 or even 80. How was this possible? In the history of the Red Rainbow Sect, the highest perception of a 6-star bone frame was only 72, and that was the only one in countless years. Right now, there was another even more terrifying and heaven-defying 6-star bone frame. Just the thought of it was enough to make anyone go crazy. They all assumed that Li Fuchen was a 6-star bone frame and didn't dare to think that he was a 5-star bone frame. Elder Lu, what is his perception? Mo Chaofan and the other outer sect elders looked at the perception hall elder impatiently. The perception hall elder's lips trembled and couldn't say anything for a long time. Elder Lu, hurry up and say it. You are making me anxious. The middle-aged beauty urged. The perception crystal was very special, and only by observing from a close distance, one would know how many spots of light were lit up. If the distance was slightly further, one would only be able to see the light. 100, the perception hall elder spoke with a trembling voice. How much? Mo Chaofan's eyes widened. He didn't hear it wrongly, right? 100. 100, full value. The perception hall elder took a deep breath and said with force. The perception crystal was very precious and it wasn't easy to obtain. The perception crystals that the Red Rainbow Sect collected were all normal perception crystals, and the full value was only 100. There were even higher grade perception crystals that had the full value of 200 or even 300. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's perception might be more than 100. After all, it wouldn't be able to be tested once it reached 100. It was impossible for it to be exactly 100, right? Such a situation was too rare. In the Red Rainbow Sect, only 8-star bone frames were able to achieve a perception of 100 or above. 7-star bone frames weren't able to achieve it. Even those 7-star bone frames with extremely terrifying perception couldn't do it. After hearing the statement, the entire perception hall was in silence. Even the 12 7-star bone frames were flabbergasted and couldn't say a word. Especially Murong Tianqing, who had a rather unpleasant expression. His chest felt as though it was being pressed by a giant rock and he couldn't breathe. 100, how was this possible? This must be a joke. Could there be something wrong with the perception crystal? Situ Tao and Wang Heilong's lips were trembling as they looked at Li Fuchen with horror. This was the first time they realized how terrifying Li Fuchen was. This level of terror had already exceeded their imagination. If this news was reported back to the Violet Flower Kingdom and the South Forest Martial Institution, it would be enough to cause a huge commotion. Wang Heilong felt bitter in his heart. Comparing with such a maniac was simply asking for abuse. He couldn't compare with 7-star bone frames and couldn't compare with Li Fuchen. It was too much of a blow. Are you really a 6-star bone frame? The Perception Hall elder couldn't help but ask after finding out from Mo Chaofan and the others that Li Fuchen wasn't a 7-star bone frame. Li Fuchen replied, I am not a 6-star bone frame. In response, the Perception Hall elder was rather enraged. You actually lied to me. You are obviously a 7-star bone frame and yet you are pretending to be a 6-star bone frame. Is it fun? No, it was already very terrifying for a 7-star bone frame to have a perception of 100 or above. The Perception Hall elder probed, are you a 7-star bone frame or an 8-star bone frame? If Li Fuchen was an 8-star bone frame, the Red Rainbow sect would have profited. He wasn't a monarch-class disciple, but an emperor-class disciple. That's right, above the monarch-class disciples, there were even higher levels of emperor-class disciples. Emperor-class disciples had hopes of progressing to the law phase realm and becoming rulers. They were the strategic prodigies of the sect and their status was even higher than the inner sect elders. Furthermore, the inner sect elders were all primary sea realm monarchs. I am a 5-star bone frame. Li Fuchen didn't dare to lie to the Perception Hall elder. The Perception Hall elder nearly vomited a mouthful of blood and felt that his mental state was in a mess. There was a moment when he felt that Li Fuchen was making fun of him. Reporting to the elder, Li Fuchen is indeed a 5-star bone frame. We can testify. Situ Tao and Wang Heilong walked out and said cautiously. Elder Lu, why don't we report to the higher-ups and test his bone frame and perception? Mo Chaofan felt that this matter was rather important and suggested. That is the only way. The Perception Hall elder nodded and smiled bitterly. All of you can leave the Perception Hall. Follow me. The Perception Hall elder waved his hand and asked everyone to leave before he said to Li Fuchen. Chapter 480. After following the Perception Hall elder, Li Fuchen arrived at the inner sect. When flying past a short mountain, Li Fuchen could see the battleship at a close distance. Seeing that Li Fuchen was sizing up the battleship curiously, the Perception Hall elder introduced, this is a Class 7 low-tier battleship. It can contest with low-level primary sea realm monarchs. The array pagoda on it can easily kill a half-step monarch. It is our Red Rainbow sect's weapon of war. Class 7 battleship huh? Li Fuchen felt as though he had entered a higher-class world and could only look up to them. At the same time, he was amazed at the power of monarch-class sections. Monarch-class sects didn't have law-phase realm emperors, but monarch-class sects could use their array pagoda and other resources to force regular law-phase realm emperors to flee miserably. Li Fuchen could imagine how terrifying the power of these battleships would be if there was a war. There were times when an individual's martial strength was helpless against these weapons of war. After cultivating for a few hundred years, they would only be slaughtered in the face of these weapons of war. Of course, if monarch-class sects weren't so powerful, they wouldn't be able to stand for so many years and would have been eradicated. A short moment later, the duo arrived at a grand hall in the inner sect. Elder Lu, why are you here at the inner sect? A voice that was filled with boundless prowess echoed. The Perception Hall elder bowed and cupped his fists, reporting to Elder Han. Among this batch of outer sect disciples, there is one with full perception, but his bone frame is only 5 stars. I hope to have a comprehensive check on his bone frame and perception. Full points in perception. The voice was rather moved. That's right. The Perception Hall elder replied. Buzz. The black light distorted and a figure appeared in front of the duo. It was a skinny black-clothed elder who wasn't more than 1.6 meters tall. Just from his figure, he looked very frail and would be blown away by the wind. But when the elder appeared in front of Li Fuchen felt every inch of his body was screaming. It was frantically reminding him that the elder was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Primary Sea Realm Monarch. No matter how foolish Li Fuchen was, he knew that the person standing in front of him was a Primary Sea Realm Monarch. Primary Sea, Primary Sea. It meant that chi and power were like the sea. With a flip of the palm, a small-sized bone-frame stone appeared. The skinny elder said to Li Fuchen, "Test your bone frame." "Yes, elder." Li Fuchen took the root bone stone. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 layers of fiery red halos appeared on the root bone stone. This root bone stone is strange, using the halo to determine the star grade of the root bone. Li Fuchen was surprised. He is indeed a 5-star bone frame. The Enlightenment Hall elder raised his eyebrows. It was simply unheard of and unseen for a 5-star bone frame to have a perfect perception. 5-star bone frame? The skinny old man frowned. It wasn't that he hadn't seen those prodigies with heaven-defying perception, but it was his first time seeing someone like Li Fuchen. "Elder Han, what rank should we give him?" The Enlightenment Hall elder asked for his opinion. The skinny elder said, "Full points in perception isn't a small matter. As for the 5-star bone frame, it might be a little low, but our Red Rainbow sect just happens to have a heaven-class low-tier herb, the Star Call herb. Once I report it, it should be approved. Therefore, we shall give him the identity of a monarch-class disciple." If someone with full points in perception wasn't a monarch-class disciple, then the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't have many monarch-class disciples. "Li Fuchen, hurry up and thank Elder Han." The Enlightenment Hall elder was shocked. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were rare, and heaven-class low-tier herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were dozens or even 100 times rarer. Without any fated opportunities, one wouldn't be able to find one even if one was given 1,000 years. According to what he knew, this Star Call herb was actually left for the descendants of the upper echelons. After all, no one dared to guarantee that their descendants would be able to inherit their bone frame perfectly. If their descendant was a 5-star bone frame, then the Star Call herb would be very useful and would be able to upgrade to the 6-star bone frame immediately. With sufficient resources and fated opportunities, the 6-star bone frame would have a chance to progress to the Primary Sea Realm. As such, it was even more significant. "Thank you, Elder Han." Li Fuchen bowed and cupped his fist while revealing a grateful expression. After the bone frame was at the 5-star level, only heaven-class herbs could upgrade the bone frame. The East Unicorn continent might have heaven-class herbs, but they might not be heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame. The probability was too low and was almost negligible. Didn't Elder Han mention that even the Red Rainbow sect only had one heaven-class low-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame? Therefore, Li Fuchen was truly grateful to Elder Han. Elder Han waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank me. My Red Rainbow sect has always been nurturing true prodigies at all costs. Your perception is full points, and I hope you don't disappoint the Red Rainbow sect's expectations of you." As compared to full points in perception, a heaven-class low-tier herb was nothing. Even if there were 10 stalks, the Red Rainbow sect would think of ways to obtain them. Once Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to 6-star, he would definitely become a Primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. Furthermore, he would be a top-notch monarch, and this was more important than anything else. "Elder Lu, go and make arrangements for him," Elder Han said. "Yes." The Perception Hall elder nodded and said to Li Fuchen, "Come, let's go to the Monarch District." The Monarch District was a region that was independent from the outer sect and inner sect. This region was inhabited by Monarch class disciples. There were outer sect Monarch class disciples, inner sect Monarch class disciples, and direct Monarch class disciples. After arriving at the Monarch District, Li Fuchen realized that the cultivation environment here was simply luxurious. The qi concentration might be similar to the outer sect and inner sect, but the qi was at least twice as pure. After living here every day, the body would be cleansed by the qi and it would be hard for one's cultivation to not increase. Apart from that, the Monarch District's environment was also several times better than the outer sect and inner sect. It was just like an otherworldly paradise, a paradise in the mortal world. There were spirit trees, herbs, and beautiful mountains everywhere. Every Monarch class disciple has their own mountain peak. The mountains in this area are all empty. You can choose one. In the sky, the Perception Hall elder pointed at the beautiful mountains that were a few hundred meters in height and said to Li Fuchen, "I shall choose this one." Li Fuchen randomly chose a beautiful mountain. In any case, these mountains were all similar and there wasn't any difference in quality. "Let's go." The Perception Hall elder flew towards the mountain that Li Fuchen chose and landed on the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain wasn't big and was only 100 meters in radius. There was a courtyard constructed on the peak. This will be your residence and cultivation ground from now on. As a Monarch class disciple, you can cultivate the first 30 ranks of the Earth class peak tier cultivation technique for free. Additionally, you will be able to receive 3 Earth class high tier elixirs, Red Rainbow elixirs, 3 Earth class high tier elixirs, Perception Dao elixirs, and 10,000 sect contribution points. The Perception Hall elder pushed open the courtyard's door and checked on the hygiene inside while speaking to Li Fuchen. Earth class peak tier cultivation technique? Earth class high tier elixirs and 10,000 sect contribution points. Li Fuchen raised his brows and felt that the treatment of Monarch class disciples was a little exaggerated. The Perception Hall elder said, "First grade outer sect disciples will need sect contribution points to cultivate the sect's cultivation technique. Furthermore, they can only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir, 1 Perception Dao elixir, and 1,000 sect contribution points. As for second grade outer sect disciples, they will only receive 1 Red Rainbow elixir every year. Third grade outer sect disciples will have nothing and will have to rely on their own hard work." Chapter 481. This is your disciple token. You will need to drip a drop of blood to refine it. While speaking, the Perception Hall elder handed a pale gold token to Li Fuchen. The front of the token had a dignified Monarch word and the back was the red rainbow sex emblem. After receiving the token, Li Fuchen dripped a drop of blood on it. After personally seeing the fresh blood being absorbed, the Perception Hall elder said, "The red rainbow sex disciple token is very special, especially the Monarch class disciple token. Once it is refined with a drop of blood, it will become your identity token. It is useless even if others snatch it away. With the Monarch class disciple token, you can use all the teleportation arrays for free and you can rent battleships, Class 5 battleships and Class 6 battleships. However, the rental fees for Class 6 battleships are extremely high and with your current wealth, you shouldn't be able to afford it. In short, the Monarch class disciple token is the symbol of your status and also the symbol of your glory. There are plenty of privileges in the sect and you will slowly understand these privileges in the future. Battleships can be rented too." Li Fuchen was tempted. Class 5 battleships were able to kill a large group of reincarnation realm experts, while Class 6 battleships were able to kill a large group of battle spirit realm masters. If one was to rent a battleship during a mission, one would be able to roam freely. Come, activate the token's power and fuse it into the mountain's array. Only then will you be able to control this mountain's array. The Perception Hall elder said. "Alright." Li Fuchen nodded and poured his qi into the Monarch class disciple token. Buzz! An illusory Monarch class disciple token appeared and was branded in the air. After doing everything, Li Fuchen had a close connection with the mountain's array. With a single thought, he could easily control the array. If he wasn't willing, it was impossible for others to ascend the mountain. In fact, he could even use the array to attack others. From today onwards, you shall be the owner of this mountain. This is the Red Rainbow Sect's map. The Resource Hall, Contribution Hall, Secret Manual Tower, and other buildings are marked on it. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask at the Outer Sect Disciple Hall. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Originally, the arrangement of accommodations wasn't related to him as he was only responsible for registering the perception of the disciples. Of course, he was also willing to arrange accommodations for a monarch-class disciple. After the Perception Hall elder left, Li Fuchen arranged the courtyard a little. This courtyard has been uninhabited all year round. Although there is no dust, it still looks very deserted. After Li Fuchen took out some sundries from the storage pouch and arranged them, the courtyard looked a lot more lively and pleasing to the eye. I'll go to the contribution hall to collect my sect's contribution points first. Whoosh! With a flash, Li Fuchen followed the markings on the map and flew towards the contribution hall. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the contribution hall. Here are 10,000 contribution coins. The gray-robed elder handed over a huge pile of special metallic coins to Li Fuchen. Contribution coins? Li Fuchen was rather curious. Among these coins, there were 1,000 coins, 500 coins, and the smallest one was 10 coins. The gray-robed elder explained, the contribution coins are refined using the Red Rainbow Sect's unique secret method and cannot be forged. The contribution coins can be used to exchange for anything in the sect and can also be used to purchase items between fellow apprentices. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Now that there were physical objects, contribution points could be used as currency. Of course, it was only limited to the Red Rainbow Sect. Leaving the contribution hall, Li Fuchen headed towards the resource hall. With the Monarch-class disciple token, Li Fuchen successfully collected 3 red rainbow elixirs and 3 perception Dao elixirs. From the resource hall elder, Li Fuchen found out that the red rainbow elixir could greatly purify qi, while the perception Dao elixir could increase perception within a short period of time. These 2 elixirs were the Red Rainbow Sect's unique elixirs and it wasn't available outside. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the Secret Manual Tower. The Secret Manual Tower had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was for cultivation technique manuals, the second floor was for martial art manuals, and the third floor was for secret techniques. The cultivation technique manuals that could be placed in the Secret Manual Tower were at least Earth-class mid-tier and the highest were Earth-class peak-tier. Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques were extremely cheap and could be redeemed with just a few hundred contribution coins. As for Earth-class high-tier cultivation techniques, they were expensive. The cheapest Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique would require 10,000 contribution coins. Of course, the cultivation techniques could be redeemed separately. For example, redeeming the first 27 floors of Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques would only require around 1,000 contribution coins. After arriving at the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique section, Li Fuchen picked up a cultivation technique manual and started reading. First Heaven True Water Art, Earth-class peak-tier Water Dao Technique. A total of 33 ranks. The first 27 ranks will require 5,000 contribution points, the first 30 ranks will require 10,000 contribution points, the 31st rank will require 20,000 contribution points, the 32nd rank will require 40,000 contribution points, and the 33rd rank will require 80,000 contribution points. After seeing the redeeming price of the first Heaven True Water Art, Li Fuchen was silently speechless. Exchanging for the entire first Sky True Water Art would require a total of 150,000 contribution points. If he did not do anything, he would need 15 years to accumulate 150,000 contribution points. If he was a first-grade Outer Sect disciple, he would need 150 years. Redeeming the first 30 ranks of Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique manuals for free has helped me to save around 10,000 contribution points. Li Fuchen let out a breath and continued to read other manuals. This shall be the one. After 15 minutes, Li Fuchen was done choosing the cultivation technique manuals. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, Earth Class Peak Tier Fire Tao Cultivation Technique. The first 27 ranks would require 6,000 contribution points, the first 30 ranks would require 12,000 contribution points, the 31st rank would require 24,000 contribution points, the 32nd rank would require 48,000 contribution points, and the 33rd rank would require 96,000 contribution points. The total price was 180,000 contribution points, and it was 30,000 contribution points more expensive than the first Heaven True Water Art. The reason why it was so expensive was because the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the Red Rainbow sex-defining technique and was superior to other Earth-class peak-tier cultivation techniques. After choosing the cultivation technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. He still had 10,000 contribution points and was preparing to take a look at the second and third floors of the secret manual tower. Second floor, martial arts are much cheaper than cultivation techniques. Earth-class high-tier martial arts are only a few thousand, Earth-class peak-tier martial arts are only a few tens of thousands. If I redeem them separately, the first half will only require around 10,000. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. With his perception, it shouldn't be too slow for him to comprehend Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. Once his spirit soul had completely transformed into the pale purple color, his perception would be even stronger. Furthermore, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't expensive either. The first half would be around 10,000 and the second half would be a few tens of thousands. Even if he didn't earn contribution points, he would be able to learn an Earth-class peak-tier sword art in a few years. Let me take a look at the third floor first. Li Fuchen skimmed through the second floor and headed to the third floor. There are actually so many 6-star secret techniques and even 7-star secret techniques. The third floor had over 26-star secret techniques and 5 7-star secret techniques. Thorn of Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. Turning the spiritual awareness into a thorn to attack the enemy's spiritual awareness. Requires 30,000 contribution points. 1,000 Illusion Eyes, Ocular Technique Secret Technique. Can cause the enemy to fall into an illusion. Requires 30,000 contribution points. Blood Ignition Secret Technique. Burns essence blood to increase combat strength. Requires 50,000 contribution points. Perfect Circle Dipper Chi Secret Technique. Requires 40,000 contribution points. After reading through the 6-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen felt that every single one of them was useful. It was a pity that they were all too expensive and he couldn't afford to redeem them for now. As for 7-star secret techniques, Li Fuchen didn't even take a look at them. If he couldn't afford to redeem them, it was useless to look at them. I better go and choose an Earth-class peak-tier sword art first half. Li Fuchen returned to the second floor. Chapter 482. On the second floor, Li Fuchen arrived at the innermost bookshelf. This bookshelf was filled with Earth-class peak-tier sword art manuals and there were over 30 of them. Based on his memory, Li Fuchen picked up one of the manuals. Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Earth-class peak-tier sword art. A total of 4 moves. First move, Cloud Incineration, second move, 10 Incineration, third move, 100 Incineration, fourth move, 1000 Incineration. The first half contains the first and second moves and requires 9,000 contribution points. The second half contains the third and fourth moves and requires 36,000 contribution points. I shall choose this one. Li Fuchen made up his mind. In fact, there were sword arts that were stronger than the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration, but the required contribution points were too much. Furthermore, Li Fuchen liked the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration too. This sword art pursued extreme lethality and it was suitable for Li Fuchen's path. After all, his defense was already tough enough and he didn't need a sword art that could integrate offense and defense or a more balanced sword art. Furthermore, his awareness was exceptional, and when the difference in strength wasn't huge, it was hard for others to hit him directly. Sigh, I am changing cultivation techniques and sword arts too quickly. After choosing a sword art, Li Fuchen recalled that he had only cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique and Green Sun Sword Intent for a few years. Right now, he was going to change cultivation techniques and sword arts again. It made him rather speechless. But he was clear of his own situation. As his perception got higher, his desire for cultivation techniques and sword arts would get higher too. Arriving at the entrance of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen handed the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Tower Guardian Elder. Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique, huh? Not bad, this is our Red Rainbow sect's strongest fire Dao cultivation technique. The Cloud Flame 10 Incineration isn't bad either. It is just a little tyrannical and the mind will be easily affected by the sword art. You better pay more attention. The Tower Guardian Elder was very familiar with the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the secret manual tower and had warned. Li Fuchen nodded, thank you for Elder's reminder. I will pay attention. After paying 9,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen was preparing to walk out of the secret manual tower. In the sky, there was an aurora that flew over. After landing, it was a round-faced youth. The round-faced youth's chi presence was very reserved, but Li Fuchen could still see that he was a battle spirit realm master. Elder Yun, I wish to redeem the perfect circle dipper chi secret technique. Here are 40,000 contribution coins. Brushing past Li Fuchen, the round-faced youth spoke loudly to the Tower Guardian Elder. The pagoda guarding elder smiled and said, it looks like you are doing well on the Scarlet Copper continent. You managed to gather enough contribution coins in such a short time. It's all right. The round-faced youth grinned. Copper continent? The Red Rainbow sect can casually enter other continents. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He did not think that the round-faced youth had the ability to cross the ocean. Putting aside the rampaging sea beasts in the sea, just the journey alone was enough to make battle spirit realm masters despair. These were too far away from Li Fuchen. Walking out of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and flew towards his mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique is indeed an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. I only managed to cultivate it to the 24th level in 3 days. Both Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique and Ardent Sun Divine Technique were Fire Dao cultivation techniques, and there were many similarities between them. Therefore, it was very easy to change them. But at the later stages, the disparity between the two would gradually increase. If Li Fuchen wanted to increase the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique's rank, he would have to rely on himself. Another week had passed and Li Fuchen had cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique to the 25th rank. As an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, the 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique was much stronger than the highest rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. If it was other Monarch-class disciples, they would need at least a few months to achieve it. The 25th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique is actually absorbing the blazing flame power from the bone frame spatial zone, although it is just a trace. Li Fuchen revealed an astonished expression. The blazing flame power was too advanced and it was not something that Qi could compare with. The Qi cultivated by the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique was obviously close to the blazing flame power. It is said that Heaven-class cultivation techniques are related to the bone frame. It seems like it is true. Days passed by and Li Fuchen was comprehending the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique every day. When the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique reached the 25th rank, Li Fuchen started to comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. In just 1 week, Li Fuchen had mastered the first move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, Cloud Incineration. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration had a total of 4 moves. Mastering the first move meant that the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration was at the subcompletion rank. Mastering the second move, 10 Incineration meant that the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration was at the completion rank. It was said that an Earth-class peak-tier sword art at the completion rank was much stronger than an Earth-class high-tier sword art at the perfection rank. There was no other choice. After the martial art reached the Earth class, the difference would increase with every rank increase. The difference between Earth-class low-tier and Earth-class mid-tier was already significant. The difference between Earth-class mid-tier and Earth-class high-tier was even greater. The difference between Earth-class high-tier and Earth-class peak-tier was several times greater. As for Heaven-class martial arts, it was needless to say. The worst Heaven-class low-tier martial art would probably be several times or even 10 times stronger than the strongest Earth-class peak-tier martial art. It was impossible to measure. During this period of time, Li Fuqian had also consumed a red rainbow elixir and a perception Dao elixir. The red rainbow elixir was indeed the red rainbow sect's exclusive Earth-class high-tier elixir. After consuming a single elixir, Li Fuqian felt his qi being purified significantly. He was already at the peak level of the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm and was just a step away from the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. How could Li Fuqian know that the red rainbow elixir was effective even for low-level Battle Spirit Realm Masters, let alone Reincarnation Realm Masters? As for the Perception Dao elixir, it was simply a divine elixir for Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian's perception was already astounding. After consuming the Perception Dao elixir, a strange medicinal effect surged into Li Fuqian's mind, allowing Li Fuqian's thinking ability to increase drastically. The increase in thinking ability was the same as the increase in perception. After all, when a martial artist cultivated cultivation techniques and martial arts, they would have to go through countless deductions. As such, Li Fuqian was actually able to forcefully push the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank in just a short month. He had also mastered the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, 10 Incineration. If this news was spread out, it would shock the entire Red Rainbow sect. My cultivation has also broken through to the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. Is this the power of resources? Li Fuqian could imagine that if he didn't join the Red Rainbow sect, his improvement speed would be much slower. It had only been a month and it was almost equivalent to half a year of hard work in the outside world. It seems rather unfair to regular outer sect disciples. The experts are getting stronger and the weak are getting weaker. It is vividly displayed here. Li Fuqian shook his head. To be honest, he understood the Red Rainbow sect's method. Rather than distributing the resources evenly and nurturing a large number of experts, it was better to concentrate the resources on a few individuals and nurture a small number of absolute experts. It was better to concentrate the resources on a few individuals and nurture a small number of absolute experts. In a world where the strong ruled supreme, a single absolute expert was enough to defeat a large number of regular experts. If the Red Rainbow sect could produce a Law Phase Realm Emperor, it would instantly elevate the Red Rainbow sect from a Monarch-class sect to an Emperor-class sect. Even the weakest Emperor-class sect would be much stronger than the strongest Monarch-class sect. Chapter 483. On this day, on Fuqian Peak, black light twisted and a figure appeared. It was the inner sect elder, Elder Han. Greetings, Elder Han. Li Fuqian wasn't surprised that Elder Han could ignore the existence of the array and immediately appear on Fuqian Peak. Arrays that could obstruct primary Sea Realm monarchs were only Class 7 arrays. It was obvious that most of the Mountain Peaks arrays in the Monarch District weren't at Class 7 and were at most Class 6. Your Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique has broken through to the 26th level. Elder Han's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. With his vision as a primary Sea Realm monarch and his understanding of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, it was too easy to see through Li Fuqian's cultivation technique rank. Because he could see it, he was a little uncertain. In such a short period of time, he had actually cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th level. He was even better than the remaining Emperor-level disciples in the sect. Just based on perception, Li Fuqian was definitely an Emperor-class disciple and he was one of the best. Elder Han is perceptive. Li Fuqian nodded. Ha, good. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become one of the strongest primary sea realm monarchs. Elder Han laughed heartily. An invincible primary sea realm monarch would also be able to greatly enhance the Red Rainbow sect's strength. This is your star calling grass. I won't say anything unnecessary. Live well and don't die so easily. After saying that, the black light twisted and Elder Han disappeared instantly. Is this the star calling grass? Li Fuchen didn't even have time to thank Elder Han before he vanished. Looking at the resplendent starlight and the star call herb that contained boundless power of law, Li Fuchen felt that his consciousness was going to be intoxicated. By the time he woke up, the sky had already darkened. Amazing. Li Fuchen's expression changed. For a stalk of herb to be able to make him lose himself in it, one could well imagine how powerful the laws of heaven and earth contained within it were. Of course, this was mainly because he had let his guard down. If it was against an enemy, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so easily engrossed. After all, his awareness might not be as powerful as a primary sea realm monarch, but it was extremely close. Li Fuchen returned to the courtyard and sat cross-legged. After circulating the divine flame red rainbow technique a few times, he consumed the star call herb. Boom! The resplendent starlight burst out and Li Fuchen's entire body was submerged in the starlight. Traces of formless and incorporeal power of the law were shuttling through his body and drilling into the bone frame space. Hiss! Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath and an indescribable pain instantly spread throughout his body. For a moment, Li Fuchen was sweating profusely. When the sky was completely dark, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. Finally a 6-star bone frame. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief while his eyes flashed with radiance. Now that his bone frame was 6-star, his cultivation talent wasn't inferior to most of the people. From now on, even if his perception was reduced to that of a regular 6-star bone frame, he would still be able to reach the battle spirit realm. His consciousness entered the bone frame space and Li Fuchen began to observe the bone frame. As compared to before, there was one more segment on the bone frame. The blazing flame bone frame patterns were even more complex and mystical. A single glance would cause one's heart to flutter. Apart from that, the essence of the fireball was the blazing flame power. On the blazing flame crystal that represented the heart of blazing flame, the divine ability pattern was a little more complicated. It wasn't hard to imagine that when Li Fuchen's bone frame was upgraded to the 6-star, the heart of blazing flame's power would also increase. I wonder when will be the next time I can raise it to 7 stars. Heaven-class low-tier herbs were required to increase the bone frame to 6 stars, therefore, heaven-class mid-tier herbs were naturally required to increase it to 7 stars. Heaven-class herbs were something that could only be encountered and not sought after. Heaven-class herbs that could upgrade the bone frame were even more difficult to find. Even with the Red Rainbow sect's foundation as a monarch-class sect, they were only able to find one stock of heaven-class low-tier star call herb. It was imaginable how difficult it was to obtain heaven-class herbs. As for heaven-class mid-tier herbs, they were things that even Law Phase realm emperors would be tempted by. As time elapsed, the power of the 6-star bone frame was gradually manifested. Li Fuchen realized that his qi cultivation speed had increased by more than 50%. It was extremely shocking. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 1.5 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 10 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 15 years of bitter cultivation in the past. 100 years of bitter cultivation was equivalent to 150 years of bitter cultivation in the past. It was the same as increasing his cultivation lifespan by 50%. Perception is important, cultivation talent is also very important, especially when there isn't a higher class cultivation technique. The Red Rainbow sect's strongest cultivation technique was the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. On a certain day, when Li Fuchen cultivated this cultivation technique to the highest rank, the other monarch-class prodigies would also cultivate to the highest rank. By then, it would be a competition of cultivation talent. If Li Fuchen's cultivation talent wasn't comparable, he would gradually be left behind and would be left behind further and further. It could be said that Li Fuchen's strength was reflected in the difference in cultivation technique ranks. The monarch district was independent of the outer sect and inner sect and formed its own system. If the outer sect and inner sect nurtured regular experts, then the monarch district would nurture absolute experts. The monarch district's martial arena was the liveliest place in the monarch district. Some of the inner sect monarch class disciples would frequently spar here. But a pure spar wouldn't be able to pique everyone's interest. Spars with stakes would be able to excite everyone. After cultivating diligently for over a month, Li Fuchen felt rather bored. Most importantly, he still didn't understand much about the Red Rainbow sect and it was necessary for him to move around. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the monarch district's martial arena. Li Fuchen, you are here too. On the giant martial arena, dozens of monarch class disciples were gathered. There were only 8 outer sect monarch class disciples and they were all from this batch. As for the previous batch of outer sect monarch class disciples, they had already progressed to the battle spirit realm and became inner sect monarch class disciples. After seeing Li Fuchen, Bai Lingshuang greeted him. This place is rather lively. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the martial arena. At this moment, 2 inner sect monarch class disciples were sparring and it was a very lively and shocking scene. Bai Lingshuang said, "You are late. The sparring has already started and we aren't accepting stakes." "Are the stakes contribution coins?" Li Fuchen asked. Bai Lingshuang shook her head, "It isn't just contribution coins. Red Rainbow elixirs, Perception Dao elixirs, low-grade spirit stones, and mid-grade spirit stones can all be used as stakes." "Interesting. Aren't you afraid they will cheat?" Li Fuchen continued to ask. Bai Lingshuang said, "The person in charge of the martial arena is an elder. With the pride of monarch class disciples, they shouldn't be willing to cheat, right?" "That is true." Li Fuchen nodded. Boom boom boom. On the martial arena, the sparring between the 2 inner sect monarch class disciples had reached the climax. It was obvious that the 2 of them were going all out and none of them were willing to lose to the other. "Junior Luo, apologies. It is obvious that I have improved more this year." The inner sect monarch class disciple with a strong body kicked out. The Thunder Lion image appeared and kicked the opponent off the stage. "Unlucky, I lost another 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Bai Lingshuang said gloomily. "Such a huge bet." Li Fuchen was shocked. 1 million wasn't a small sum and regular battle spirit realm masters didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Lingshuang said, "It is meaningless if it is too small. Even if I win the bet, there isn't much profit." It was obvious that there was another martial contest below. "I shall bet 1 million low-grade spirit stones too." To Li Fuchen, 1 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't considered much and it wouldn't be a huge blow even if he lost. But Li Fuchen didn't bet blindly. After taking a glance at both sides, Li Fuchen placed the bet on the inner sect monarch class disciple who looked rather skinny. "You are betting on Senior Huang. I heard that Senior Huang has lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years." Bai Lingshuang knew a lot of information. Chapter 484. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I have lost to Senior Lin for 4 consecutive years, but it doesn't mean I will lose to Senior Lin for the rest of my life. After all, we are both at the 2nd level of Battle Spirit Realm." They were both inner sect monarch class disciples and their cultivation levels were around the same. At this moment, it was a contest of cultivation technique rank, martial art rank, and divine ability rank. Sometimes, the difference between the winner and the loser was just a hair's breadth. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen could see that Senior Huang's chi presence was slightly stronger than Senior Lin. Li Fuchen was the only one who could see such a subtle difference. Bai Lingshuang pondered for a moment and bet 500,000 low-grade spirit stones on each of them. Senior Huang, Huang Zai's odds were 1, 2. Senior Lin, Lin Shanhu's odds were 1, 1. If Lin Shanhu won, she wouldn't earn a single cent and would be able to recoup her losses. If Huang Zhe won, she would earn another 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't think highly of Huang Zhe, she would probably bet on Lin Shanhu. Bai Lingshuang had some admiration towards this man who defeated her. Especially when his perception was at the maximum value. It wasn't something that a regular person could achieve. In her eyes, only 8-star bone frames could achieve it. Huang Zhe and Lin Shanhu's battle soon began. Boom boom boom, as soon as the duo clashed, they executed their divine abilities. Huang Zhe's thick earth divine ability was tyrannical and heavy, covering the sky. Lin Shanhu's sharp metal divine ability was unstoppable and straightforward. But after clashing a few times, the duo withdrew their extraordinary powers and stopped executing their divine abilities. With their extraordinary powers, they could only execute their divine abilities a few dozen times. It might seem like a lot, but it wasn't actually a lot. The duo still had plenty of plans and couldn't possibly waste all their extraordinary powers on the contest stage. Junior Huang, you have improved quite a bit. You are actually able to resist my Iron Saber divine ability. Lin Shanhu drew a large saber and grinned. Huang Zhe spoke humbly. Senior Lin is flattering me. If I continue to fight, my meteorite splash will definitely be neutralized by Senior Lin's Iron Saber divine ability. Junior Huang, you are too humble. Have a taste of my flying flower cleave. Lin Shanhu raised his large saber and cleaved at Huang Zhe. Hua hua hua, countless flower petals appeared out of nowhere and then split open. The ferocious saber chi seemed formless, but the entire space was filled with saber chi and saber intent. Flying Flower Chop was a peak-tier Earth-class saber art. With Lin Shanhu's comprehension, he had already comprehended up to the 3rd move, and this saber art only had a total of 5 moves. What a great Flying Flower Slash! Senior brother Lin, I've made some progress in the Muddy Heaven Fist technique in the past half a year. Today, let me experience your Flying Flower Slash. Huang Zhe attacked as soon as he said the first word. He clenched his right fist and punched at the void, then twisted it. In the next moment, the entire void seemed to be spinning, making people want to vomit blood. Earth Realm Top Rank Fist Art, Chaotic Heaven Fist Art. Such powerful saber and fist techniques. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. He believed that his martial arts realm was inferior to the two of them, especially the latter's chaotic heaven fist technique, which had the power to overturn heaven and earth. Crackle! The formless saber chi that Lin Shanhu slashed out shattered like they were being crushed by a millstone. Profusion of fallen petals. Lin Shanhu's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously executed the Flying Flower Slash's 3rd move, Profusion of Fallen Petals. Once this saber move was executed, countless flower petals scattered down from the void. These flower petals were revolving and shooting at Huang Zhe. Great move! Muddy Heaven Quake. Huang Zhe's fist art twisted and jolted. Bang! The flower petals exploded and Lin Shanhu's mouth leaked out a trace of blood while he staggered back. Impossible! Lin Shanhu stared at Huang Zhe and couldn't believe that he was actually injured. Huang Zhe said, Senior Lin, if it was half a year ago, I wouldn't be a match for you. But it is a pity that during this half a year, I have had many fortuitous encounters and my martial arts realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, you are not a match for me. Again. Lin Shanhu didn't believe it and continued to attack Huang Zhe. Huang Zhe shook his head and counterattacked with his fist. After over a dozen moves, Lin Shanhu's mouth was bleeding even more. After over 20 moves, Lin Shanhu's nose was also bleeding. Senior Lin, it is over. Huang Zhe yelled out and broke through Lin Shanhu's defense with a fist and struck right on his chest. Crackle! Lin Shanhu's sternum was broken and he was sent flying out of the contest stage. Senior Huang actually won. Unbelievable. Senior Huang and Senior Lin aren't that different in strength. Since Senior Huang had some fortuitous encounters, it is normal for him to win. It is a pity that I lost my bet. Everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Li Fuchen, you are really something. You actually made the right bet. Bai Ling Shuang was amazed by Li Fuchen's eyesight. Her rationality told her that Li Fuchen was just trying his luck and it was impossible for him to see that Senior Huang was going to win. But her subconscious told her that Li Fuchen must have seen something. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't say anything. To be honest, he wasn't completely certain that Huang Zhe would win. After all, there were too many uncertainties when both parties had similar strength. Who would dare to say that a person with 90 kilograms of strength would definitely lose to a person with 100 kilograms of strength? As long as the former seized the opportunity, there was a chance for him to counterattack. 1 million low-grade spirit stones turned into 3 million low-grade spirit stones, and it made Li Fuchen rather surprised. He didn't do anything, and in just a short period of time, he had earned 2 million low-grade spirit stones. This speed of earning spirit stones was enough to stun any battle spirit realm master in the outside world. Even Grandmaster Ever Youth, one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, would only have a few million spirit stones and wouldn't exceed 10 million. Of course, if Grandmaster Ever Youth sold his Everlasting Youth Garden, he would probably be able to get a few million low-grade spirit stones. But no matter what, 2 million low-grade spirit stones was still a huge sum to Grandmaster Ever Youth. If I knew this would happen, I would have bet on Senior Huang. Bai Ling Shuang was rather dissatisfied after earning 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. She had lost 2 million low-grade spirit stones previously and it made her heart ache. Li Fuchen, how about we have a match? It was unknown when Murong Tianqing arrived at the Monarch District's contest stage. Seeing that Li Fuchen was here too, Murong Tianqing spoke loudly. Li Fuchen looked at Murong Tianqing and asked, "Are you sure?" Before Li Fuchen joined the Red Rainbow sect, he was only 70% or 80% confident in defeating Murong Tianqing. But now, he was 100% confident in defeating Murong Tianqing. After all, he had cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank and the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the completion stage. Of course. Murong Tianqing was the first to ascend the contest stage and looked down from above. At this moment, even if Li Fuchen didn't want to fight, he had to. Bai Ling Shuang, help me bet 20 million low-grade spirit stones. If you trust me, bet most of your wealth on me. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Ling Shuang and transmitted a message. 20 million. Bai Ling Shuang was shocked. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Only primary Sea Realm monarchs would have so many low-grade spirit stones. Bai Ling Shuang only had 5 million low-grade spirit stones in total. She had lost 5 million low-grade spirit stones previously and only had 5 million low-grade spirit stones now. Alright. Bai Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and decided to take a gamble. If she won the gamble, she would at least earn 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she lost, she would just have a harder time in the future. Chapter 485. Help me bet these 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. Li Fuchen handed a storage bag to Bai Ling Shuang. This was a rare opportunity. Even if he had to expose the 6-star secret technique, Bronze Sword Essence, Li Fuchen was going to defeat Murong Tianqing. Bai Ling Shuang knew that Li Fuchen was going to make a ruthless bet, therefore, she didn't say anything and simply nodded. She was thinking if she should also increase the stakes and bet some mid-grade spirit stones and other items. After doing everything, Li Fuchen flew up the stage. On the stage, Li Fuchen and Murong Tianqing were standing 100 meters apart. In terms of chi presence, it was obvious that Murong Tianqing was stronger. After all, Murong Tianqing's cultivation was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm while Li Fuchen was only at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference of 3 levels wasn't easy to make up for. At this moment, even if there was another Li Fuchen below the stage, he wouldn't be able to use his awareness to see who was stronger. Perhaps only primary Sea Realm monarchs would be able to see some clues. The elder in charge of the Monarch District's martial contest stage checked the duo's information and set the odds at 1-1. Murong Tianqing might have a high cultivation level, but Li Fuchen's perception was superior. If Li Fuchen's odds were set at 1-2, it was too risky. This junior Murong possesses the 7-star star bone frame. I will bet 3,000 contribution coins on him. Junior Li's perception is at the maximum value and is comparable to an 8-star bone frame. I will bet 2 perception Dao elixirs and 300 mid-grade spirit stones on him. It is better for me to be safe. I will bet 2,000 contribution coins on Junior Murong and 200 mid-grade spirit stones on Junior Li. The inner sect monarch class disciples here were all wealthy individuals and their bets were all extraordinary. Li Fuchen, receive my fist. Murong Tianqing didn't waste any time and immediately blasted a fist. The heavy and tyrannical fist intent was like a large star that was crushing over. The air and energy on the martial contest stage were instantly emptied, forming an absolute vacuum. Earth-class high-tier fist art. Chaos Star Fist. Chaos Star Fist, this is the Stars Martial Institution's absolute art. When the fist is executed, the fist field will be vacuum and the opponent will not be able to borrow energy. It will greatly weaken the opponent's field power. The inner sect monarch class disciple who spoke was once a student of the Stars Martial Institution. When he saw Murong Tianqing executing the chaotic star fist, he revealed a faint smile. The rest of the inner sect monarch class disciples could also see the terror of the chaotic star fist. All of them were frowning as there were plenty of them who placed bets on Li Fuchen and naturally didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be defeated. His regular power is stronger than Bai Ling Shuang's. Compared to me, he is much stronger. Li Fuchen believed that his previous strength was inferior to Bai Ling Shuang. It was not that his cultivation technique and martial arts were inferior, but his cultivation was inferior. But now, his cultivation had increased by 1 stage, his cultivation technique had changed to the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and he had cultivated it to the 26th layer. His sword technique had changed to the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, and he had also mastered the second move, 10 Incineration. In terms of strength, he naturally did not fear Murong Tianqing. Cloud Incineration. The Cloud Incineration was the first move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. Along with the mastery of the second move, the 10 Incineration, the might of the first move had also risen. Its might had far surpassed the Green Sun sword intent at the trance stage. As soon as the sword was swung out, the sword light was like a cloud of fire, wantonly pervading the air and crazily attacking. Crackle! The fist force and sword chi clashed and produced a series of explosions. No wonder his perception is full points. This child actually cultivated the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 26th rank. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's rank isn't low either. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, the Monarch District's Martial Arena's elder wouldn't be able to see anything. But once Li Fuchen made a move, he instantly saw through Li Fuchen's strength. Incredible! Junior Li is indeed Junior Li. He actually cultivated the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration. This sword art is one of the Red Rainbow sect's 5 great sword arts. It is tyrannical and isn't something a regular person can cultivate. An inner sect monarch class disciple let out a breath of relief and was in awe of Li Fuchen's high perception. Murong Tianqing had a grave expression as he yelled out and executed the Chaotic Star Fist's finishing move. Chaotic Star Shift. Boom boom boom. The fist forces intertwined like moving stars. They formed layers of vacuum fist fields that overlapped and pressed at Li Fuchen. If a regular person was to face this fist, they would be smashed into smithereens. 10 Incineration. When facing Murong Tianqing's powerful fist, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and executed the second move of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration, 10 Incineration. Layers of fire cloud sword lights stacked together and dyed the void red. Rumble. This time, the explosion was even louder and more rapid. Murong Tianqing's chaotic star fist was broken again. Heart of Stars. After taking a deep breath, Murong Tianqing withdrew his qi and burst out with star power. If his fist art was like the stars in the past. Right now, his body was like a large star and his body was filled with surging and heavy power that could crush the void. Heart of blazing flame. Li Fuqian didn't conceal his strength and burst out with blazing flame power at the same time. His entire body was like a fire god and the surging heat radiated in all directions and ignited the void. The duo moved at high speed and clashed together. Rumble. The martial arena seemed to be shaking as the duo were sent flying back. Li Fuqian, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated. A star phantom appeared behind Murong Tianqing. This was a divine ability anomaly that was triggered when the star bone frame pattern was comprehended to a certain degree. He actually triggered a divine ability anomaly. Bai Lingshuang frowned. There was a huge gap between special bone frames and extraordinary bone frames. Special bone frames were more likely to trigger divine ability anomalies. But for extraordinary bone frames to trigger divine ability anomalies, it was much more difficult. Bang! When the fist and sword clashed, Li Fuqian was sent flying and nearly fell off the martial arena. Divine ability anomaly Li Fuqian landed at the edge of the martial arena and at his chest, there was an exceptionally dazzling flaming light. This is a blazing flame divine ability anomaly. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples saw something and exclaimed involuntarily. Among the inner sect monarch class disciples, there were a few who possessed the 7-star blazing flame bone frame. Their blazing flame divine ability anomaly was the same as Li Fuqian's current situation, a flame seed appeared at their chest. When the flame seed appeared, Li Fuqian's blazing flame power surged and was even more concentrated. It was just like how the dragon elephant power had the support of a small elephant, causing its power to increase by several folds. With the support of the flame seed, the blazing flame power had a similar increase in power. When facing Murong Tianqing's fist, Li Fuqian cleaved with his sword. The blazing flame sword qi was scarlet red like blood and was extremely deep. It slashed on Murong Tianqing's fist. In the next moment, a mottled energy sphere was produced and rapidly expanded to devour the duo. The corner of Murong Tianqing's mouth leaked out traces of blood as he was sent flying. On the other hand, Li Fuqian didn't move an inch and didn't have any signs of injury. The 7-star special bone frame was too powerful and it wasn't just superior to Bai Lingshuang's 7-star icy cold bone frame. With the addition of Murong Tianqing's divine ability anomaly, the power had increased drastically. Even if Li Fuqian used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress Murong Tianqing. But as compared to Murong Tianqing, Li Fuqian didn't just have superior strength, his defense was also superior. The power produced by the clash wasn't able to do anything to Li Fuqian. How can his defense be so tough? A small injury wasn't a big deal to Murong Tianqing, but with the accumulation of small injuries, he would still lose sooner or later. It was something that he couldn't accept. Murong Tianqing, receive a sword move from me too. Li Fuqian turned into a stream of flames and rapidly approached Murong Tianqing before slashing at close range. This sword move didn't just contain the blazing flame power, it also contained the dragon elephant power. When the two powers stacked together, it produced a violent and explosive force. A single sword move sent Murong Tianqing flying and he didn't even have the chance to retaliate. Li Fuqian wins. The Monarch District's martial contest stage elder promptly announced the results of the spar. Chapter 486. Junior Li's perception is indeed at full points. Junior Murong is still slightly inferior. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Li Fuqian grinned. A momentary victory doesn't mean anything. From the perspective of the future, it is obvious that Junior Murong is superior. That's right. Right now, Junior Murong is at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. In just a short while, he should be able to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm. If Junior Li wishes to progress to the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm, it will take at least a decade. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Murong Tianqing said with displeasure. Li Fuchen defeating Murong Tianqing was something that some people were happy while others were worried. The happiest person was none other than Bai Lingshuang. She placed a bet of 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 500 mid-grade spirit stones on Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen had won, her wealth had instantly doubled. But as compared to Li Fuchen, it was undoubtedly a minor sorcerer. Li Fuchen placed a bet of 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. This was almost the entire wealth of a high-level battle spirit realm master. I lost. Below the stage, Murong Tianqing still couldn't believe it. He possessed the 7-star bone frame and had never been defeated in his short life. Today, he was defeated by Li Fuchen without any suspense. Is this the meaning of full points in perception? There will be a day when I surpass you. Murong Tianqing turned and left. This battle had nearly destroyed all of his pride, but this was just the beginning. He might have lost now, but it didn't mean he would lose again in the future. With the 7-star bone frame, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone apart from 8-star Emperor-class disciples. Junior Li, my name is Du Kong. Just like you, I am from the South Forest Martial Institution and I am also mentor Meng Qihang's in-room cadets. But I have been in the Red Rainbow sect for 15 years and I am 18 years older than you. A gentle and refined youth walked over and smiled. Senior Du, I have heard about you from mentor. Li Fuchen nodded. Before Meng Qihang accepted Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong, he accepted another in-room cadet. That in-room cadet was Du Kong and he possessed the 7-star Wind Spirit Bone Frame. Looking at his chi presence, he should be at the 3rd level of Battle Spirit Realm. Furthermore, he was only slightly over 40 years old. According to the 500-year lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm Master, 40 years old wasn't even worth mentioning. He still had 10 times the lifespan waiting for him. Du Kong laughed and said, Junior Brother Li, you are now famous. You have just arrived at the Red Rainbow sect for over a month and have already cultivated the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the completion stage. Only Emperor-class disciples can compare with such perception. Li Fuchen replied humbly, Senior Du is overpraising me. Junior Brother Li, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Wang Yang. If there's a chance in the future, let's drink together. One by one, the inner sect monarch class disciples walked over. As monarch class disciples, everyone was very prideful, but it also depended on who the target was. Li Fuchen might not be a 7-star bone frame, but his full points perception was too terrifying. His comprehension speed of cultivation techniques and martial arts was far beyond them. They might be able to step into the primary sea realm earlier and become monarchs. But with Li Fuchen's perception, it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the primary sea realm too. Once Li Fuchen became a primary sea realm monarch, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence in the same realm. It was necessary to have a good relationship with him now. They might have to go on missions and venture together in the future. Greetings to all the seniors. Li Fuchen addressed Du Kong as a senior because they were both Meng Qihang's in-room cadets. As for the others, they naturally had to address them as seniors. Looking at Li Fuchen, who was surrounded by a group of inner sect monarch class disciples, the Monarch District's contest stage elder thought to himself, this child's perception is exceptional. If he has a fated opportunity, he might be able to become the pillar of the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect and the ruler of the Red Soil continent. But the 7-color continent had 6 other monarch-class factions. Outside of the 7-color continent, there were even stronger continents of higher grades. For elite prodigies, the Red Rainbow sect would always nurture them at all costs. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had enemies too and wanted to develop into an Emperor-class sect. An Emperor-class sect would need a Law Phase Realm Emperor and also a group of elite Primary Sea Realm monarchs. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen would become a pinnacle Primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. It will be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. After obtaining 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen was very satisfied. But he knew that he only had one opportunity. At least before progressing to the battle spirit realm, no one would challenge him. Among the 7 kingdoms monarch-class disciples, even if there were people stronger than Murong Tianxing, there was a limit. So many spirit stones, it is enough. Li Fuchen let out a smile. He wasn't a person who was insatiable. It was fine as long as he had enough spirit stones. It was meaningless to pursue an unlimited amount of spirit stones. Once his strength increased, the speed of earning spirit stones would only increase. In the blink of the eye, it had been over half a month since Li Fuchen defeated Murong Tianxing. During this half a month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to 6 segments and was getting closer to the 4th segment. On this day, Li Fuchen was comprehending the cloud flame thousand incineration. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's mind suddenly had a rumble and he was frozen in place. In his soul spirit sea, the final trace of blue had vanished and had turned into pale purple. The pale purple spirit soul was magnificent and didn't have a trace of flaw. On the surface of the pale purple spirit soul, there were pale purple electric arcs that were flickering. Every time the electric arcs flickered, Li Fuchen would feel countless surges of inspiration. Cloud incineration. Li Fuchen's frozen body suddenly moved. When he brandished his sword, the sword light surged like a fire cloud and instantly filled the entire space. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the fire cloud was formed by countless fine sword lights. Each fine sword light was like a flame that was exploding and expanding. It was filled with a tyrannical and destructive aura. 10 Incineration. When the sword was brandished, the second sword was also brandished. This time, the fire cloud was even denser and more violent. The layers of fire clouds stacked together and caused the void to tremble. The sword lights were even finer and more tyrannical than before. It was like a lump of magma. The pale purple spirit soul is actually so powerful. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The cloud flame thousand incineration had a total of 4 moves. When the third move, 100 incineration was cultivated, the sword art would be considered to have reached the perfection stage. But with the transformation of the spirit soul, Li Fuchen only used 2 moves to push the cloud flame thousand incineration to the perfection stage. Such perception was already something that 8-star bone frames couldn't compare with. In fact, Li Fuchen's previous perception was already extraordinary among the 8-star bone frames. It was very hard to figure out what level he was at. After consolidating the cloud flame thousand incineration, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and continued to comprehend the divine flame red rainbow technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen exited from seclusion. Right now, his divine flame red rainbow technique was already at the 27th rank. The quality of his qi was much stronger than before. Just by standing there, he was emitting a terrifying flame-like prowess. Chapter 487. The pale purple soul spirit increased my perception by an unknown amount, but it is impossible to cultivate the divine flame red rainbow technique to the 28th rank in a short period of time. If I want the cloud flame thousand incineration sword art to reach the trance stage, it will be hard to achieve with just 2 sword arts. It seems like it is time to earn some contribution points. Even if one's comprehension was strong, they still needed something to cultivate. The other outer sect monarch class disciples would normally seclude themselves in the sect for at least 1 or 2 years. They would only venture out to complete missions to earn contribution points after reaching the peak level of reincarnation realm or the first level of battle spirit realm. But such a method was a waste of time for Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Let's consolidate our cultivation and cultivation technique first. With 4 red rainbow elixirs and 4 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs to consume within a short period of time. After consuming one red rainbow elixir, Li Fuchen's qi was much purer and his cultivation technique had completely stabilized at the 27th rank. As for the perception Dao elixir, Li Fuchen didn't consume it yet. He had just broken through to the 27th rank of the divine flame red rainbow technique. Even if he consumed the Dao comprehension elixir, he wouldn't be able to make any breakthroughs. He would have to wait for a period of time before consuming the Dao comprehension elixir. Only then would he be able to maximize the effects of the Dao comprehension elixir. Let's go to the mission hall to take a look. After exiting the Monarch district, Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect. There were many people in the outer sect mission hall, and they were all outer sect disciples. After all, outer sect disciples were different from king class disciples. They didn't have contribution points as rewards. If they wanted to earn contribution points, they could only do missions. It's a king-level disciple. Noticing Li Fuchen's attire, some of the outer sect disciples were shocked, but their eyes lit up. Doing missions with king-class disciples was the easiest. Each king-class disciple was invincible in the same realm. As long as they didn't encounter any unexpected situations or accidents, they could definitely shorten the mission time. Senior Marshal Brother, you're here to accept a mission, right? Why don't you come with us to Crimson Beach? That place is rich in crimson shells. One shell can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, so 100 of them will be 1,000 contribution points. How can a crimson shell be so easy to obtain? Senior Brother, let's go to the Black Wind Gorge. There are black wind fish there, and if we catch one, we'll get 50 contribution points. One by one, the outer sect disciples came forward to invite Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. He had never done a mission before and didn't know much about these missions. So for his first mission, his goal wasn't to earn contribution points, but to understand the difficulty of each mission. Senior Brother, we're planning to go to the Demon Ring continent. Are you interested? A mature and steady young man walked over and invited them. Demon Ring continent? The expression of the surrounding outer sect disciples changed. The mission to the alien continent was extremely dangerous, and the Demon Ring continent was one of the more dangerous continents among the alien continents. There were no humans living on this continent, only endless demons. Fortunately, this continent could only give birth to level 5 demons, so it was impossible for level 6 demons to exist. An alien continent? I'm quite interested. Li Fuchen nodded. If one's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, it would be extremely dangerous to traverse the ocean and head to different continents. But it was different with the teleportation array, as one could instantly arrive at a foreign continent. 3 days later. Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect teleportation plaza. There were teleportation platforms here. These teleportation platforms could teleport to the 7 great king cities of the Red Soil continent and some special places. In addition, they could also teleport to foreign continents. However, the cost of teleporting to a foreign land was extremely high. One person would need at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the teleportation to a foreign land was far away, 500,000 or 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be normal. Everyone might be able to afford it once or twice, but after a few times, even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course, Monarch-class disciples didn't need to pay the teleportation fee. There were 4 outer sect disciples who were heading to the Demon Ring continent with Li Fuchen. Including Li Fuchen, there were 5 of them. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of the 4 were at least at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, while the strongest were at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. There were 2 females and 2 males. Teleport to the Demon Ring continent, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. An outer sect elder walked over and said, "Here." The steady young man handed over a storage bag that contained 600,000 low-grade spirit stones, which were paid by the 4 of them. Li Fuchen didn't pay the spirit stones as he was a Monarch-class disciple and could teleport for free. Standing on the teleportation platform, there was a flash of light before the 5 of them vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, the 5 of them were in a dusky world. This is the Demon Ring continent. Li Fuqian could feel that the heaven and earth qi here was completely different from the seven-color continent. It contained a large amount of demon qi. It wasn't impossible for martial artists to refine demon qi, but the efficiency was very low. The steady young man was called Zhuang Sheng and he said, the Demon Ring continent has a total of 5 rings. The first ring has the densest demon qi and correspondingly, the class 5 demons there are the strongest. They are even able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. We are currently in the 5th ring and this place is relatively safer. But after so many years, the resources in the 5th ring have basically been collected. If we wish to have a greater harvest, we will have to head to the 4th ring or even the 3rd ring. As for the 2nd ring, it will depend on the situation. As for the 1st ring, it is best not to head there. After walking down the teleportation platform, Li Fuqian could feel that the demon qi in this place was even denser. The teleportation platform contains spatial power and once it was constructed, it would have an extremely powerful defense. Furthermore, it could isolate the heaven and earth laws from the outside world. This continent is naturally suitable for demons to grow. Li Fuqian could imagine how powerful the demons that resided on this continent were. If the class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent came here, they probably wouldn't be able to dominate the 5th ring. The 5th ring was very big and it was the outermost region of the Demon Ring continent. They are humans. Eat them. From a distance, a large group of class 5 demons flew over. There were horned demons, Herculean demons, and winged demons. Everyone, be careful. Zhuang Xing didn't dare to be careless. He didn't put a single class 5 demon in his eyes, but if dozens of class 5 demons worked together, they would be instantly killed if they weren't careful. Mountain Blast Fist. Golden Edge Saber Art. Soaring Feather Sword Art. Crabapple Sword Art. The 4 of them yelled out and executed their absolute arts. Bang boom. In the first clash, both sides were evenly matched. The 4 of them had the advantage in individual strength while the class 5 demons had the advantage in numbers. Cloud Incineration. Li Fuqian didn't have any intention to conceal his strength. He drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Blaze. A cloud of fire spread out, and more than 30 level 5 demons were instantly burned to ashes. Such incredible sword art. No wonder he is a monarch class disciple. The outer sect female disciple named Yunwei opened her mouth wide while her eyes were filled with radiance. Chapter 488. This is one of the Red Rainbow sect's 5 great sword arts, Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Another female outer sect disciple named Lu Qinghua recognized Li Fuqian's sword art. The Red Rainbow sect's 5 great sword arts were her dream sword arts, but the first half of the 5 great sword arts required around 10,000 contribution points. How could she afford it? Furthermore, as of now, she had yet to cultivate the Earth-class high-tier crabapple sword art to the trance stage. It was still too early for her to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. Zhuang Sheng and the male outer sect disciple named Guo Wenwu had a change of expression. The Earth-class peak-tier sword art was much stronger than they imagined. In terms of the sword art's profoundness, it was at least a few times stronger than Earth-class high-tier sword arts. If the difference between Earth-class low-tier martial arts and Earth-class mid-tier martial arts was around 1-fold, then the difference between Earth-class mid-tier martial arts and Earth-class high-tier martial arts was around 2-folds, then the difference between Earth-class high-tier martial arts and Earth-class peak-tier martial arts was around 4 to 5 folds. The legendary low-rank Heaven Realm martial arts were 10 times stronger than the strongest top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and they couldn't be measured in terms of strength. The 5 of them continued to advance and unknowingly arrived at the 4th ring region. As compared to the 5th ring region, the 4th ring region's demon qi was much more concentrated. The dense fiendish demon yuan qi caused the environment here to appear extremely terrifying and strange. The sky was dusky and there was almost no sunlight. On the black ground, there were stalks of sawtooth grasses that were as tall as a few humans. In the distance, there were strange trees that were a few hundred meters tall. The strange trees were obviously only a few hundred meters tall, but they covered an area of a few miles. Wisps of black smoke were emitted from the strange trees. It is the devil rat herb. While soaring in the sky, Zhuangxing scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he shot out like lightning and dove towards the sawtooth grasses below. In the sawtooth grasses, there was a stalk of strange grass that was as tall as a thigh. At the top of the strange grass was a black rat-shaped stamen. The devil rat herb was an earth-class high-tier herb and it was one of the mission items. A single stalk was worth 100 contribution points and it was extremely precious. It was already extinct in the seven-color continent. Just as Zhuangxing approached the devil rat herb, the motionless sawtooth grasses shook violently and shot spikes at Zhuangxing. Bang! After all, Zhuangxing is a 9th-level shedding body realm martial artist. True spirit vibrates and the spikes are smashed. The shock wave pushes the surrounding sawtooth grass away. Then he reaches out and grabs the demon rat grass. Senior brother Zhuang, congratulations. Yun Wei and Lu Qinghua congratulated him. 100 contribution points was not a small number. In the past, when they did missions, they would only get a few hundred contribution points each time. The Demon Ring continent was full of danger and there were many demonic treasures, but it was impossible to get a few thousand contribution points. Getting 1,000 contribution points was already not bad. Luck, luck. Zhuangxing smiled and put away the devil rat grass. Before they came, they had already discussed that whoever found the treasure would get it. If everyone found it together, the treasure would be distributed according to contribution. What's that ahead? Yun Wei pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and asked in confusion. Zhuangxing glanced at it and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Let's go. It's a demon. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. Demons? Yun Wei and the others were overwhelmed with shock. How many demons were there in the dark cloud? A few thousand? More than 10,000? Zhuangxing said, this is a demon disaster and it is one of the most terrifying dangers on the Demon Ring continent. A regular demon disaster would have at least a few dozen Class 5 demons and 1,000 Class 4 demons. A larger demon disaster would have 100 Class 5 demons and a few thousand Class 4 demons. It is impossible to kill them all. Then let's hurry up and leave. Guo Wenwu said nervously. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. There are demons at the back and the right side too. Li Fuchen took a glance at the back and the right side and there were also dark clouds moving over. Zhuangxing said with an unpleasant expression, on the Demon Ring continent, we are like a torch and are very eye-catching. Formidable demons will be able to detect our chi presence from over 1,000 miles away. We can only break through from the left side. Lu Qinghua suggested. We can't go to the left side either. Li Fuchen shook his head. Why? The one who spoke was Guo Wenwu, but once Guo Wenwu said this, he immediately understood Li Fuchen's intention. It was unknown when the dark clouds of demons appeared on the left side of the sky. What is going on? Logically, the fourth ring region shouldn't be so dangerous. Zhuangxing was very confused. Li Fuchen extended his awareness out to 800 miles away. He said slowly, we have suffered an unexpected calamity. This group of demons isn't here for us. The demons on the left and in front of us are pursuing a group of martial artists. Could they be reincarnation realm martial artists from other continents? Zhuangxing smiled bitterly. The seven-color continent wasn't the only continent that had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent, the other continents also had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. Putting aside the others, just the Red Rainbow sect alone had control over a dozen teleportation arrays from foreign continents. The dark clouds of demons were getting closer and everyone could clearly see the martial artists that were being pursued by the dark clouds. They are the outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley. Lu Qinghua said. The Purple Cloud Palace was a monarch-class sect on the Purple Soil continent, while the Yellow Wind Valley was a monarch-class sect on the Yellow Soil continent. It also meant that this group of people didn't come from foreign continents. The seven-color continent had 7 continents and they were named with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley were in a miserable state and there would be people dying from time to time. They knew that there were large numbers of demons in the other 3 directions, but they didn't have the chance to change their direction and could only take one step at a time. The Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples are at the front. Hurry up and regroup. The leader of the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples was a youth with withered yellow hair. When he saw Li Fuchen's group, his eyes lit up. The 7 king-level forces of the 7-color continent had a pretty good relationship with each other. They didn't fight endlessly just because they were on the same continent. Their battlefields were generally in foreign continents. The 7-color continent was just a place for them to cultivate and recuperate, as well as a place to train future talents. Let's fight. Zhuang Sheng took a deep breath. At this juncture, they had to help even if they didn't want to. Only by regrouping would they have a chance to survive. A few hundred miles wasn't considered a distance. In just a short moment, the demons at the front were already closing in on Li Fuchen's group. Rush in and don't become a target. Li Fuchen's body flashed like lightning and rushed into the demon cloud like a flame. In the next moment, there was a burst of sword light and sword chi, causing groups of demons to fall. Go! With Li Fuchen attracting attention, Zhuang Sheng and the others had a much easier time as they flashed into the demon cloud. Just as the 5 of them were in close combat, the demons from the other 3 directions had also rushed over. For groups of demons had gathered together and there were more than 10,000 of them. They were like a giant black whirlpool that had devoured Li Fuchen's group, the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples, and the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Cloud incineration. Every swing of Li Fuchen's sword would kill at least 100 demons. Of course, it was mainly because the demons were too densely packed. No matter in which direction, there would be demons. Human, die. A sharp blade demon with blade-like arms lunged at Li Fuchen and slashed at him. Li Fuchen could see that this class 5 sharp blade demon was very powerful and it was several times stronger than the Blood Devil King. If it was Zhuang Sheng and the others, they would probably need to fight for a while before a victor could be determined. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't Zhuang Sheng and the others. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that instantly devoured the sharp blade demon and the hundreds of demons behind it. Chapter 489. There were too many demons, and when tens of thousands of demons were gathered together, even a powerful battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to kill all of them within a short period of time. Of course, it was fortunate that there were only a few hundred Class 5 demons. If there were tens of thousands of Class 5 demons, unless a primary Sea Realm monarch appeared, no one would be a match. Purple Cloud Palm. A gigantic purple palm shot out and slapped dozens of demons to death. The one executing the palm art was the leader of the Purple Cloud Temple's outer sect disciples, the youth with withered yellow hair. The Purple Cloud Palm was one of the Purple Cloud Temple's Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. It was also the Purple Cloud Temple's signature martial art and was famous for its ease of learning and mastery. If this youth was able to learn the Purple Cloud Palm, his strength would be much stronger than regular outer sect disciples. Yellow Wind Saber. The leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples wielded a large saber and brandished it. When the saber wind rotated, dozens of demons were also killed. It was a pity that no matter how much the duo killed, they wouldn't be able to kill a lot of demons within a short period of time. When the demons' attacks landed on the duo, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and their chi would be rapidly consumed. In at most 15 minutes, the duo would either die from severe injuries or from chi exhaustion. The chi consumption is rather severe. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed over 1,000 demons. Due to his tough defense and exceptional awareness, he was able to dodge most of the attacks. Therefore, his chi consumption was extremely low. But after a long period of time, the chi consumption was still considerable. Spirit stones might be able to replenish chi, but it required time to refine the chi from spirit stones too. It wasn't something that could be refined just like that. Sect Origin Swords. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen immediately executed the Sect Origin Swords and stacked it with the Bronze Sword Essence. Buzz buzz. Over 10,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords appeared, and with Li Fuchen as the center, they started to kill in all directions. In just a few breaths, at least a few thousand demons had been killed. The killing speed was so fast that Zhuang Sheng and the others, as well as the Purple Cloud Temple's Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples, were flabbergasted. Such an incredible 6-star secret technique? The yellow-haired youth from the Purple Cloud Temple murmured. There were plenty of types of 6-star secret techniques. The Sect Origin Swords that Li Fuchen executed was definitely a group attack secret technique, and it should be a top-notch 6-star secret technique. Otherwise, regular 6-star group attack secret techniques wouldn't be this incredible. Where does the yellow-haired youth know that Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin is only a 5-star secret technique? The reason why it is so powerful is that it is superimposed with the Bronze Sword Essence secret technique, which makes the power of this secret technique exceed the 6-star secret technique level, almost reaching the 7-star secret technique level. If Li Fuchen went all out and burst out with 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords chi, it would be enough to kill all the demons in a single breath. Let's kill the rest slowly. Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin Bronze Sword chi. Each sword chi can kill a large number of level 4 demon, but to deal with level 5 demon, it takes hundreds of sword chi. After the tens of thousands of sect returning bronze swords chi were used up, there were still less than half of the demons left. Li Fuchen didn't want to be too conspicuous and could only slash after slash to slay the demons. In the end, the tens of thousands of fiendish demons were slaughtered until they abandoned their armor and fled pathetically. I am Violet Cloud Palace's outer sect disciple, Yan Jingkong. I am Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciple, Luo Feng. Many thanks for saving our lives. The yellow-haired youth from the Violet Cloud Palace and the leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples walked over and cupped their fists. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me, I am just doing it conveniently." To others, the demon calamity was a disaster, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a small inconvenience. With his current strength, as long as the class 6 demons didn't appear, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. Senior, we escaped from the 3rd ring. There is an ancient demon tree there, and the ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree have already matured. It is because we were plucking the ancient demon fruits that we were pursued by the demons. It is fortunate that Senior saved us, otherwise, we would have been completely annihilated. Yan Jingkong spoke with lingering fear. Ancient demon tree. Zhuang Sheng was astonished. The ancient demon tree was a tree that was unique to the Demon Ring continent. The ancient demon fruits that it produced were Earth-class high-tier fruits, and a single fruit was worth 150 contribution points. However, plucking the ancient demon fruits wasn't an easy task. Putting aside the fact that there were plenty of demons guarding the ancient demon tree, the ancient demon tree itself possessed horrific combat strength. Due to its massive size and countless branches, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Furthermore, the ancient demon tree could move. If it was here this time, it might be at another place next time. Therefore, in order to encounter the ancient demon tree, it required extreme luck. Ancient demon tree, huh? Thank you for informing me. Li Fuchen was tempted. He didn't care about 200 contribution points, but he was tempted by 1,000 contribution points. Senior brother, we also escaped from the 3rd ring. There's a small pond there with a peak-tier Earth-class herb, the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb. It looks like it'll mature in a few days. When we found it, we were chased by a large group of demons. There's also a group of demons guarding there. One of them is a white demon, and it's extremely strong. With just one punch, it killed 3 of my junior brothers and sisters. If we hadn't escaped quickly, and the white demon didn't want to leave the pond, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape here. Luo Feng said bitterly. Are the 2 of you leaving now or are you going to team up with us? After asking for the specific direction, Li Fuchen asked. Shaking his head, Yan Jingkong said, we have suffered great casualties this time. We are preparing to leave the Demon Ring continent. Us too. Luo Feng followed up. Alright then, I wish you a safe journey. Li Fuchen sent off the 2 outer sect disciples with his eyes. Senior Li, are you sure you want to go to these 2 places? Guo Wenwu was rather tempted but also fearful. These 2 places weren't friendly places. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. I am definitely going to these 2 places. What are your thoughts? Li Fuchen asked. Zhuangxing said, the ancient demon tree's combat strength is powerful, but if it is at the border, there shouldn't be any danger. There is no harm in taking a look. Senior Zhuang is right. Yun Wei and Lu Qinghua were eager to give it a try. The ancient demon fruit was too tempting. A single fruit was 150 contribution points. If they could obtain a few more, it would be a few hundred contribution points. Since the trio had decided to go, Guo Wenwu had no choice but to follow. Of course, he was tempted too. Following the direction that Yan Jingkong pointed, Li Fuchen and the others finally saw the ancient demon tree after spending 3 days. The ancient demon tree was 1,000 meters in height and was covering the sky. It was different from the strange trees on the Demon Ring continent as the ancient demon tree didn't emit black smoke. In between the densely packed branches, there were black fruits. These fruits were glowing with black light and were emitting extremely pure demon chi presence. When the 5 of them were 1,000 meters away from the ancient demon tree launched an attack. The branches instantly extended and were like whips that lashed at the 5 of them. Bang! When facing over a dozen branches at the same time, Zhuangsheng and the others were sent flying. No wonder battle spirit realm masters aren't able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Every branch of the ancient demon tree has attack power that is comparable to a class 5 demon. If one goes deep inside and faces thousands or tens of thousands of branches, even a battle spirit realm master would be tortured to death. After seeing the ancient demon tree's attack power clearly, Li Fuchen executed the divine flame transformation and turned into a flaming light as he approached the ancient demon tree. Along the way, dozens of branches lashed over but Li Fuchen dodged all of them. Seemingly sensing that Li Fuchen was difficult to deal with, the branches that were attacking Zhuangsheng and the others were withdrawn by the ancient demon tree. They worked together with dozens of other branches to form an inescapable net that sealed off Li Fuchen's path of advancement. 10 Incineration. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and stacked with sword lights to split open the net of branches. Crackle. Chapter 490. After one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the ancient demon tree was even more frenzied. Previously, it was just some thin branches that attacked Li Fuchen. Now that one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the thicker branch that had the thin branches attacked violently. This branch was a few hundred meters long and was around 8 meters thick. It was like a violent dragon and had a massive presence. Li Fuchen reckoned that this attack's power was almost at the battle spirit realm. With no way to dodge, Li Fuchen had no choice but to face the attack with all his strength. Clang! After sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. The sword lights overlapped and burst out like magma, clashing with the thick branch. Swish swish swish, in this strike, both sides were evenly matched. After cultivating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 27th rank and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Perfection stage, coupled with the Earth-class mid-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was almost at the Battle Spirit realm. Li Fuchen was sent flying while 8 ancient demon fruits followed closely behind. It turned out that the ancient demon tree's branches had plenty of ancient demon fruits. After clashing with Li Fuchen, the sword Qi invaded and caused plenty of ancient demon fruits to fall off. Li Fuchen grinned and with a wave of his hand, he kept all the ancient demon fruits. On the other side, Zhuang Sheng and the others had also seized 1 or 2 ancient demon fruits while the ancient demon tree was clashing with Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have stopped after obtaining so many ancient demon fruits. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. After stopping his body from flying back, he turned into a flame and shot at the ancient demon tree again. Boom boom boom, a man and a tree were in a frenzy. Li Fuchen kept all the ancient demon fruits. It is a human. He actually dares to snatch the ancient demon fruits. Eat them. The demons that were guarding the ancient demon tree finally arrived and there were at least 10,000 of them. Die. At this stage, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about shocking the world. He circulated the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the extremity and burst out with the Divine Flame Red Rainbow field, enveloping the radius of a few miles. In the Red World, countless Class 4 demons were incinerated to death. The Class 5 demons might be fine, but their movement speed was greatly reduced and they became easy targets. This Senior Li is too ferocious. Even Monarch class disciples wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Yun Wei's little mouth opened wide with a look of worship. Human, Scarlet Fiend, will fight you. Enveloped by the Divine Flame Scarlet Rainbow domain, there was a scarlet red fiendish demon that was completely unaffected. When the overwhelming evil prowess spread out, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow field had collapsed. Li Fuchen looked at him. This 5th grade fiendish demon was 25 meters tall and covered in crimson scales. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of crimson light, giving it a terrifying appearance. Boom! When the Scarlet Demon executed a fist strike, the Scarlet Fist light was like a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist prowess forced Zhuang Sheng and the others to continuously retreat as they couldn't withstand it. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven sword to counter the attack. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for his opponent with regular strength. Flame Heart. Li Fuchen's chest ignited with the flame seed and burst out with blazing flame power as he cleaved at his opponent with a blazing flame sword chi. This time, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the Scarlet Demon. Slash. After 8 moves, Li Fuchen made use of the fleeting opportunity to slash at the Scarlet Demon's neck and wanted to sever its head. However, the Scarlet Demon's defense was extremely tough. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to slash halfway before it was unable to continue. If one sword isn't enough, I shall use 2 swords. Li Fuchen repeatedly slashed at the Scarlet Demon's body, causing it to be drenched in blood and its flesh to be lacerated. From start to end, the Scarlet Demon wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Flee. The Scarlet Demon wasn't a simple-minded individual. Seeing that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, it quickly retreated and fled far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase and continued to tangle with the ancient demon tree. He didn't go deeper and didn't retreat either. He had been wandering at the borders and seizing the ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. 20 fruits. 30 fruits. 50 fruits. The ancient demon tree didn't just have a few thousand ancient demon fruits, there were at least 10,000 of them. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. If I knew this would happen, I would have rented a battleship. Li Fuchen was a little regretful. To deal with such a massive existence, a battleship was the best choice. There wasn't a need for a Class 6 battleship, just a Class 5 battleship would be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. The only thing Li Fuchen had to be careful was not to let the ancient demon tree destroy the battleship. It was a pity that the price of renting a battleship was too high. Renting a Class 5 battleship required 1,000 contribution coins per day and it would be 10,000 contribution coins for 10 days. If the battleship was damaged, Li Fuchen would have to pay 1 million contribution coins. He might be able to repay it in installments, but the pressure was still great. As for the Class 6 battleship, it wasn't worth mentioning. Right now, it was useless to regret. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to seize more ancient demon fruits. As for the demons, he would kill as many as they came. Finally, the ancient demon tree was enraged. Dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and all the energy was concentrated on this thick branch. Immediately after, the branch emitted a black light and swept at Li Fuchen like a black dragon. Bang! After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's dual cultivation, this attack would have turned him into smithereens. Let's go. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, Li Fuchen didn't have any chance at all. The price of the ancient demon tree's anger was rather huge, but Li Fuchen had only seized 60 to 70 ancient demon fruits. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, it would exhaust dozens of ancient demon fruits' energy. Alright. Zhuang Sheng and the others already wanted to leave. They had each seized 4 to 5 ancient demon fruits and it was considered a great harvest. After leaving the ancient demon tree's region, the 5 of them headed towards the small pool. 3 days later. Over there. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed the small pool and the 7 stars earth demon herb inside. Don't get close. Li Fuchen waved his hand and asked the 4 of them to hide while he turned into a blazing light and flew over. Die. The white demon that was guarding the small pool opened its eyes and revealed an ominous glint. It then executed a fist with lightning speed. When the fist was executed, Li Fuchen felt that his entire body was locked in place and he couldn't dodge. He had no choice but to resist. What a powerful fiendish demon. He's even stronger than that scarlet fiendish demon. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He burst out with blazing flame power and slashed. Rumble. There was a violent chi wave that swept in all directions. The ground was scraped open layer after layer. Some of the demons that were nearby were immediately split into pieces by the chi wave and had their flesh and bones scattered. Snatch my treasure. Die. The white demon stood up and his hand surged with white light before a bone sword appeared. With a swing of the bone sword, a misty white sword light slashed at Li Fuchen. Clang! When the 2 swords clashed, Li Fuchen and the white demon each took a step back and were evenly matched. With the nourishment of dense fiendish demon Yuan Qi, the fiendish demons here are the truly powerful ones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If the demons of the East Unicorn Continent were also so incredible, the East Unicorn Continent would have been ruled by demons and he wouldn't have the chance to rise up. With a flash, Li Fuchen approached the white demon. Chapter 491. The white demon didn't know that Li Fuchen was terrifying in close combat and wasn't on guard, allowing Li Fuchen to close in smoothly. Giant Elephant Trumpet. The giant elephant spirit rose up and the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power intertwined on the joint heaven sword before slashing at the white demon. Crackle. The bone sword shattered and the white demon was sent flying. Li Fuchen's sword was too powerful and the power was increased by at least 20%. How could the white demon's innate ability, the bone sword, withstand the attack? After slashing the white demon, Li Fuchen reacted quickly and instantly kept the 7 stars earth demon herb. The 7 stars earth demon herb was 10 times more precious than regular earth class peak tier herbs. A single stalk was worth 3,000 contribution points and was equivalent to 20 ancient demon fruits. Seeing that the 7 stars earth demon herb was taken, the white demon was enraged. The hand surged with white light and a long bone whip appeared. Swish! When the bone whip was brandished, the sky was filled with whip shadows. In between the whip shadows, layers of invisible power appeared out of nowhere. Even Li Fuchen found it a little strenuous to deal with it. The Demon Ring continent is truly not to be underestimated. They are all Class 5 demons, but those Class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent can only be considered ordinary Class 5 demons here. This white demon should be at the pinnacle of the Class 5 demons. Not wishing to waste too much blazing flame power, Li Fuchen dispersed the heart of blazing flame and circulated the dragon elephant power before smashing at the white demon with the tiger soul fist. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit complemented each other, allowing Li Fuchen's combat strength to reach the extremity. When he executed the fist, the boundless fist prowess felt like it was going to shatter the void. The whip shadows were all blasted apart while the white demon was sent flying. As a dual cultivator of chi and body, Li Fuchen's strongest aspect was his body refinement strength, and his blazing flame divine ability wasn't comparable. One must know that the Dragon Form Forging Body chapter was an Earth-class high-rank body refining technique, and Earth-class high-rank body refining technique was much more precious than Earth-class peak-rank true Qi cultivation technique. The South Forest Martial Institution had Earth-class mid-tier Qi cultivation techniques, but they didn't even have Earth-class low-tier body refinement techniques. As a monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation techniques, but they didn't have a single Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. They only had a few Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. It was imaginable how precious body refinement techniques were. His body refinement strength is actually stronger than his true Qi strength? In the distance, Zhuang Sheng and the others were shocked. The white demon is from the bone demon race. The bone demon is an extremely tyrannical race among the demons. It is said that pure-blooded bone demons can reach the demon emperor's level of growth. Among the demons of the same class, they are considered monarchs. Lu Qinghua stared at Li Fuchen in shock. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for so many years, he had seen plenty of monarch-class disciples, but none of them were as all-round and terrifying as Li Fuchen. He reckoned that only emperor-class disciples would be comparable with Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, with his body refinement strength fully bursting out, Li Fuchen was completely suppressing the demon. But the white demon's bone armor's defense was too tough. Li Fuchen's fist would only be able to create traces of cracks on the bone armor. It was almost impossible to completely break the bone armor. The level of Tiger's Soul Fist is still too low. Li Fuchen frowned. There was a huge difference between the path of body refinement and the path of true Qi. The amplification of the low-tier Earth-class Tiger's Soul Fist was comparable to a high-tier Earth-class martial art. But it was only comparable to an Earth-class high-tier martial art. If Li Fuchen could cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, a single fist would be enough to severely injure the white demon. When I return, I will be able to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The Red Rainbow sect had a few Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts, but they required a lot of contribution points and Li Fuchen couldn't afford them. Even if it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, it would require a few tens of thousands of contribution points. The price was comparable to Earth-class peak-tier Qi martial arts. Bang! After sending the white demon flying with a fist, Li Fuchen used the rebounding force to skim towards Zhuang Sheng and the others. Go! Li Fuchen yelled out. Zhuang Sheng and the others were already prepared to escape. They burst out with speed and kept pace with Li Fuchen. Roar! The white demon roared with rage and chased after Li Fuchen with thousands of demons. Both parties chased after each other across the third and fourth rings. During this period of time, there were other demons that were rushing over from other directions. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional and could sense which direction the demons were in. After a few days, the five arrived at the fifth ring. A massive number of low-grade spirit stones were thrown into the hole in the center of the teleportation platform. The teleportation array was activated and there was a radiance before the five vanished without a trace. Red Rainbow Sect's teleportation plaza. One of the teleportation platforms lit up and Li Fuchen's group appeared. That was a close shave. Yunwei patted her chest and had lingering fear. The Demon Ring continent was too dangerous. During normal times, it was still possible to travel around the fourth and third rings. Only the second ring was slightly more dangerous and the first ring was extremely dangerous. But if one was unlucky, they might encounter an extremely powerful Class 5 demon in the fifth ring. Like the Scarlet Demon that was guarding the Ancient Demon Tree and the White Demon that was guarding the 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb. Such demons should only exist in the second and first rings. Riches come from danger. This mission is already comparable to several of the previous missions. Guo Wenwu was rather happy to be able to return alive. Furthermore, the rewards from this mission made him even more delighted. Apart from obtaining 4 ancient demon fruits, Guo Wenwu had also found a few mission herbs. After exchanging them for 1,200 contribution points, it was enough for him to redeem the first 27 ranks of the Earth class high-tier cultivation technique. Senior Li, I am staying in the outer sect's number 385 courtyard. Drop by when you are free. Yun Wei's eyes flickered. As a monarch class disciple, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the primary sea realm. If she could become his Dao companion, she would definitely have boundless glory. Everyone, Li Fuchen shall take his leave first. Li Fuchen smiled and cupped his fist before flying towards the monarch district. Yun Wei bit her lips and had a bitter expression. A total of 15,100 contribution points. It is enough to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Li Fuchen's rewards from the Demon Ring continent were extremely great. He obtained a total of 67 ancient demon fruits, 1 stalk of 7 stars Earth Demon Herb, and a few other mission herbs. The total value was 14,100 contribution points. With the addition of his remaining 1,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a total of 15,100 contribution points. It was equivalent to 1.5 years of sect rewards for other monarch class disciples. With sufficient contribution coins, Li Fuchen headed for the secret manual tower again. On the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen picked up the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art manuals and started to read them. Blood Dragon Leg, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the Blood Dragon spirit can be activated. When attacking, it will be like a blood dragon coiling around the enemy. It is extremely ferocious. First half requires 5,000 contribution coins, second half requires 15,000 contribution coins. Purple Blood Armor, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the body will be able to use Qi power or extraordinary Qi power to form a layer of armor. First half requires 6,000 contribution coins, second half requires 18,000 contribution coins. Chapter 492. A moment later, Li Fuchen finally chose the Vicious Dragon Fist. The Vicious Dragon Fist wasn't a vicious fist, but the fist force was too vicious and violent, hence, it was called the Vicious Dragon Fist. Li Fuchen was left with 7,100 contribution coins and he wasn't in a hurry to redeem other manuals. He was planning to save them to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration or the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. After registering with the Tower Guardian Elder, Li Fuchen took the first half of the Vicious Dragon Fist and left the secret manual tower. The Vicious Dragon Fist had a total of 2 moves. The first half only had 1 move and it was called Vicious Dragon Emerge. It might only be 1 move, but it had 9 forms and 736 variations. Each form and variation was actually a kind of Qi blood guidance. When each variation was at the pinnacle, this move would be mastered. When the fist was executed, the vicious dragon spirit would burst out naturally and it contained immense power. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate 3 forms and 246 variations in a single day. When he executed the fist, his Qi blood would circulate in a frenzy before finally twisting into a stream. The fist would then burst out with a dragon's roar. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the vicious dragon fist, there was a huge change in the distant East Unicorn continent. It was unknown why the dense fog in the land of fog had gradually vanished. Some of the secrets that were concealed in the land of fog had been exposed to the light of day, including the teleportation platform in the small valley. Ever since the teleportation platform was discovered, there would be people leaving through the teleportation platform every day. Among them were the various sects' supreme elders and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen, is this your secret? Everyone was enlightened. No wonder Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength had such rapid progress in a short period of time. It turned out that he discovered a teleportation platform and used it to teleport to another continent. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in resources, and the concentration of heaven and earth chi was far inferior to ancient times. This was publicly acknowledged. If Li Fuchen was able to reach a higher class continent, his cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Some of the experts that were stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm and become a master once they reached a higher class continent. Evil King, if you leave now, it will be hard for you to take revenge in the future. On this day, the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King also arrived at the small valley with the teleportation platform. After leaving the East Unicorn continent, the duo might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. If they were heading to the continent that Li Fuchen was at, they might have a chance to take revenge. If they were heading to another continent, they wouldn't be able to see each other anymore. After all, there was a vast ocean between continents. Unless there was a teleportation array or their cultivation was at the primary sea realm, otherwise, it was very unlikely for them to head to the other continent. The one-armed Evil King said faintly, compared to a higher realm, not being able to take revenge is nothing. He wanted to rule the East Unicorn continent for the resources of the entire continent. Only by gathering the entire continent's resources would he be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. Right now, he didn't need to rule the continent in order to progress to the battle spirit realm or even higher realms. The Evil King naturally didn't care about taking revenge. Of course, if he had the chance to take revenge, he would naturally not give it up. Hua! The teleportation platform flashed with radiance before the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King vanished. The temptation to head to other continents was too great. The various sects were still fine as they had enough spirit stones to operate the teleportation arrays. Those who didn't have enough wealth had started to take the evil path and wantonly killed for treasures. For a moment, the entire East Unicorn continent was filled with blood light. Li Fuchen didn't know what was happening on the East Unicorn continent. He was currently immersed in the world of fist art. Roar! There was a resounding and vicious dragon roar. On the Fuchen Peak, a black and sinister vicious dragon spirit soared up. The powerful force caused violent winds to rise on the Fuchen Peak and sent sand and rocks flying. This was with the protection of the array. Without the protection of the array, a single fist would definitely shatter the Fuchen Peak. No wonder it is an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The completion stage is already far superior to the trance stage of the Tiger Soul Fist. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed radiance. The Tiger Soul Fist's power was comparable with Earth-class high-tier martial arts. But as compared to the Vicious Dragon Fist, it was rather insignificant. The completion stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist's power was actually close to the perfection stage of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. If it was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, wouldn't it be close to Heaven-class low-tier Qi cultivation arts? Li Fuchen didn't know that the body refinement Dao was a heaven-defying Dao. The human body was frail and couldn't be compared with demonic beasts and demons. But if one walked on the body refinement Dao, one's body would be able to contest with demonic beasts and demons. It might even surpass demonic beasts and demons. When cultivated to the extremity, one would be immortal. Therefore, body refinement manuals were extremely rare and powerful. After all, how many individuals could truly defy the heavens? It was far inferior to the Qi cultivation Dao. Of course, it didn't mean that the Qi cultivation Dao was inferior to the body refinement Dao. The Qi cultivation Dao was superior in that it had a long source, it was superior in that it was broad and profound. It was superior in that it could comprehend the heaven Tao and nature. When the Qi cultivation Tao was at the extremity, it wasn't inferior to the body refinement Tao. Furthermore, there were many variations and it was as unfathomable as the heaven Tao. After the vicious dragon fist reached the completion stage, Li Fuqian didn't stop cultivating. With his current perception, just the first half of the manual was enough to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the perfection stage. In order to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the perfection stage, Li Fuqian reckoned that he would have to reduce the transformations of the vicious dragon fist. The first move of the vicious dragon fist had 736 transformations. In fact, many of the 736 transformations were interlinked and could be fused into a single transformation. The creator of the vicious dragon fist didn't reduce the transformations mainly to make it easier for the later generations. After all, everything had to be done from shallow to deep. If the difficulty was raised to the highest level, apart from those absolute prodigies, who could cultivate and reach the entry stage, Li Fuqian only took 7 days to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the completion stage. It took Li Fuqian half a month to reduce the 736 transformations of the first move of the vicious dragon fist to 625 transformations. Right now, when he executed his fist, there were fewer transformations, but the power was more concentrated and deeper. Of course, there was still some distance before reaching the perfection stage. With the completion stage of the vicious dragon fist, my body refinement strength has increased greatly. But if I can increase my body refinement level, it will be even better. Sinking his awareness into his heart, the pale golden elephant appeared vividly in his mind. As compared to before, the elephant's body size seemed to be bigger and purer. Li Fuqian knew clearly that body refinement techniques and body refinement arts were closely related. When the body refinement art was successful, it would stimulate the qi power, allowing the qi power to gradually grow stronger. In turn, it would nourish the dragon elephant power. With a stronger body refinement level, it would be much easier to cultivate body refinement arts. On the next day, Li Fuqian arrived at the Monarch District's Dragon Pool. The Dragon Pool was a giant pool that the Red Rainbow sect used countless body refinement materials to construct. It was similar to the body tempering pool of the major clans in the Cloud Mist City. But there was a huge difference between the two. The body tempering pool could only increase a few hundred kilograms of strength, but the Dragon Pool could increase a few tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Chapter 493. Reincarnation Realm martial artists will need 500 contribution coins per day to enter the Dragon Pool. If you have enough contribution coins, you can pay the fees for 3 days first. Outside the Dragon Pool, an outer sect elder was standing guard. Here. Li Fuqian handed over 1,500 contribution coins. The Dragon Pool wasn't free to use. Reincarnation Realm Monarch class disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day, while Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciples would need 2,000 contribution coins per day. In the inner sect, there was also a Tiger Pool which was one class lower than the Dragon Pool. Outer sect disciples would only need 100 contribution coins per day, while inner sect disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day. The Dragon Pool was inside the stone pavilion and it was around 30 meters in radius. It was separated into 30 small spaces with special screens. The Dragon Pool was surrounded by mist and with the obstruction of the array, it didn't spread out. After entering the Dragon Pool, Li Fuqian took a breath of the mist and instantly felt his qi and blood boiling. This wasn't mist, it was obviously an extremely boundless qi and blood essence qi. No wonder it is a monarch class sect. With such extravagance, even if the entire East Unicorn continent's resources were gathered, it still wouldn't be enough to create a Dragon Pool. Li Fuqian took a glance and noticed that there wasn't anyone in the Dragon Pool. It made sense as there were only a few people who walked the body refinement path. Unless they possessed the body refinement bone frame, otherwise, few people would choose to walk the body refinement path or dual cultivate. After hanging the occupied sign on the screen, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and leaped into the dragon pool. SS. After entering the dragon pool, there was extreme comfort. After a moment, there was extreme soreness, pain, and numbness. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body underwent several changes and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. After a moment, Li Fuchen finally adapted to the dragon pool and started to circulate the dragon elephant body forging chapter to temper his chi, blood, and dragon elephant power. Huff. Inhale. In between inhaling and exhaling, 2 cloud snakes drilled into Li Fuchen's nose and exhaled 2 fainter cloud snakes. When Li Fuchen was inhaling and exhaling the mist snakes, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart let out a trumpet. Its body was flickering with pale golden radiance, and with each flicker, the radiance seemed to be stronger. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's chi and blood power and dragon elephant power were rapidly strengthening. Later on, a cloud python that was as thick as an arm coiled around Li Fuchen, bringing along even more cloud chi. 1 day, 2 days, after 3 days, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had grown 1 size bigger. The luster on its body had gradually turned from pale gold to gold. The effect of the dragon pool is better than I expected. I might as well cultivate for a few more days. With 7,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could cultivate in the dragon pool for 10 days to half a month. On the 4th day, a young man walked in. After a moment, Li Fuchen felt that plenty of mist essence chi was attracted over. Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master? Li Fuchen frowned. The dragon pool had plenty of mist essence chi. To be able to draw away some of the mist essence chi here, it must be a Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. On the 7th screen on the right side of Li Fuchen, there was a majestic youth soaking in the dragon pool. His body was emitting a golden halo and gave off a ferocious and iron-blooded aura. On the 5th day, a woman walked in. A large amount of mist essence was attracted over, as if there was a whirlpool there. What a powerful body refinement cultivation base. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As compared to 2 days ago, the mist essence chi here was only left with 60% to 70%. It was fortunate that the dragon pool had enough mist essence chi and he couldn't absorb too much at once, therefore, it didn't affect him much. Is it Junior Lu? A loud and clear voice echoed as the youth spoke. Yes. The female voice was magnetic and full of heroic chi. Junior Lu's Jade Phoenix technique seems to be at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. This senior is inferior. The youth said. The female voice said, Senior's Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique is also at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. Jade Phoenix technique? Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique? Li Fuchen flipped through the 2 body refinement techniques. These 2 cultivation techniques were Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. The Jade Phoenix technique was said to be the #1 body refinement technique in the Red Rainbow sect. When cultivated to the highest rank, one would become a body refinement monarch. Its specialty was the ice skin, jade bones, and immunity to poison. The Jade Phoenix chi power had the jade transformation ability. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as one was still breathing, one would be able to recover quickly. If one was injured by the Jade Phoenix chi power, the body would turn into jade. Once one turned into jade, even immortals wouldn't be able to save them. As for the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique, it was an extremely tyrannical body refinement technique. To cultivate this technique, one would need to consume a large number of Demon Wolf's demon cores to cultivate the Blood Wolf chi power. It was said that at the later stages, once the Blood Wolf chi power was circulated, the entire person would turn into a half-human half-wolf existence. Even demons would be far inferior. It should be Senior Lu Wan and Senior Wu Tianlang. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, there weren't a lot of monarch-class disciples. In the recent century, there were only over 100 monarch-class disciples that joined the Red Rainbow sect. Among them, there were only a few who mainly cultivated the body refinement Tao. Lu Wan and Wu Tianlang were one of them. Lu Wan had the 7-star jade marrow bone frame, while Wu Tianlang had the 7-star iron rock bone frame. The duo might have only cultivated their body refinement technique to the subcompletion stage of the 6th stage, which was equivalent to mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. In terms of combat strength, the duo were considered the kings among the mid-level battle spirit realm martial artists. However, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could only allow the duo to step into the primary Sea realm. Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation techniques could allow others to cultivate to the 9th level of primary Sea realm. In this aspect, the duo's future was bleak, unless they could find Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques. On the 10th day, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had doubled in size and already had the vigor of an adult elephant. Once the small elephant grew into an adult elephant, it would mean that Li Fuchen had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to dominate the reincarnation realm with just his body refinement. When complemented with his body refinement art, it wouldn't be difficult to contest with low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. 11th day, 12th day, 14th day. In the end, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to improve the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. It wasn't because the mist essence Qi wasn't enough, it was because his body had reached the limits. If he continued to absorb the mist essence Qi, his Qi and blood would be corrupted if he was lucky, but he might explode if he was lucky. The dragon pool is indeed formidable. If I rely on body refinement elixirs, I will never be able to improve my body refinement to this level within 2 weeks. Li Fuchen lamented. The dragon pool didn't just contain a massive amount of body refinement essence, there seemed to be an extremely horrific transformation array. This transformation array could transform different types of body refinement essence into a higher grade of Qi and blood essence Qi. Li Fuchen temporarily called it Dragon Qi. When Li Fuchen emerged from the dragon pool, he was surrounded by mist. His upper body was slender and strong, as though it was forged from steel. The flexibility was filled with astounding explosive power and ferocious force. It was faintly emitting an undying aura. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen walked out of the dragon pool. A total of 7,000 contribution coins. You will need to make up for 5,500 contribution coins. The dragon pool elder stated. Here. Chapter 494. I only have 100 contribution coins left. I have to continue with the missions. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. He originally planned to accumulate contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist or the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, but he couldn't help but spend them. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. His current body refinement strength was more than 2 times stronger than when he went to the Demon Ring continent previously. With just his body refinement, he was able to contest with the White Demon. If he executed the Vicious Dragon Fist, he was confident he could shatter the White Demon's body in a single fist. Li Fuchen didn't form a team and was preparing to explore by himself while carrying out missions. His trump cards were hidden and he would only be able to burst out without any worries when he was alone. After arriving at the teleportation plaza, Li Fuchen headed to the Demon Ring continent again. Only 1 month had passed and even if the ancient demon tree could move, it probably couldn't have moved very far. Swish! There was a flash of light and Li Fuchen arrived at the Demon Ring continent's 5th ring. Following his memory, Li Fuchen flew towards the 3rd ring. As expected, it isn't at the same place anymore. Li Fuchen frowned and scanned the surroundings when he saw that the ancient demon tree's original location was empty. Soon enough, Li Fuchen captured a trace of the ancient demon tree's Qi presence. His awareness was comparable with a primary Sea realm monarch. This trace of Qi presence might be able to hide from the most formidable battle spirit realm masters, but it couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Swish! Following the Qi presence, Li Fuchen increased his speed. It is that human again. Kill him. From far away, tens of thousands of demons noticed Li Fuchen. One of the scarlet demons roared with rage, and it was the scarlet great demon that was guarding the ancient demon tree. Apart from the scarlet great demon, the white demon was also beside him. In between the two demons, there was an even stronger demon. This demon was covered in blood scales and was very similar to the East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King. Is this person the one that defeated you? The blood-scaled demon's voice was deep and evil. Lord Blood General, it is him. The scarlet demon nodded. In the Demon Ring continent, the hierarchy was very strict. Even though the 5th level demons were all at the same level, there were subdivisions. The lowest level were the ordinary 5th level demons, and above them were the elite 5th level demons. Above them were the great demons. The scarlet demon and white demon were both great demons, but the white demon was slightly stronger. In terms of strength, a regular class 5 demon would be equivalent to a 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique. Elite level 5 demon corresponds to the shedding body realm 9th layer martial artist who cultivates the earth level low rank cultivation technique. The great demons corresponded to 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists that cultivated earth class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Above the great demons were the powerful demon generals. Generally speaking, devil generals were used to address class 6 fiendish demons. However, there were no class 6 fiendish demons in the Demon Ring continent. Those extremely heaven-defying class 5 fiendish demons called themselves devil generals. The demon general's strength was comparable with low-leveled battle spirit realm martial artists and would normally be active in the first ring. After knowing that a powerful human had arrived at the Demon Ring continent, they came to the 3rd ring and planned to capture this human alive to devour his essence blood. Blood demon? I wonder what the purity of its bloodline is and how far it's from a pure-blooded blood demon. Li Fuchen raised his brows. There were pure blood and impure demons. The limit of a pure-blooded blood demon's growth was the Demon Emperor. They were the Blood Demon's Emperor race. The East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King was just a regular blood devil, and its bloodline purity was obviously inferior to this blood-scaled demon. Of course, even a pure-blooded blood demon would find it hard to grow to the limits without any fated encounters, let alone an impure blood demon. It just so happens that my vicious dragon fist is at the completion stage and my body refinement has improved greatly. I am lacking a formidable opponent. Li Fuchen was eager to give it a try as his chi prowess burst out. Kill! With the scarlet demon and the white demon leading the charge, thousands of demons charged at Li Fuchen. The scarlet demon was from the fire demon race while the white demon was from the bone demon race. The scarlet demon's growth potential was inferior, but it was still a great demon. The white demon was from the bone demon race. A pure-blooded bone demon's growth limit was the Demon Emperor, just like a blood demon. Therefore, as a great demon, the white demon's strength was much stronger than the scarlet demon. The two of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the other class 5 and class 4 demons, they were either closing in on Li Fuchen with extreme speed or attacking from a distance. The scene was extremely horrifying. Vicious dragon emerge. The giant elephant trumpeted while the vicious dragon roared. The giant elephant's spirit and the vicious dragon's spirit rose at the same time. When Li Fuchen executed his fist, the vicious dragon's spirit was like a world-destroying demon dragon that shook the void. Bang 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 bang, hundreds or thousands of demons were turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's fist. Even the scarlet demon and the white demon couldn't block Li Fuchen's fist prowess. Their skin and flesh were lacerated by the fist force and blood was spurting everywhere. Die! Li Fuchen executed another fist. The horrific vicious dragon spirit was wreaking havoc and finally shattered the scarlet demon and the white demon into pieces, causing them to die miserably on the spot. If it is a one-on-one, I should be able to kill the white demon in a single fist. Li Fuchen roughly estimated the strength of his fist force. What? The blood-scaled demon was shocked and enraged. It was fine if it was the Scarlet Demon, but the White-Bone Great Demon was a pinnacle existence among the great demons. Even the Blood-Scaled Demon wouldn't be able to kill the White-Bone Great Demon within a short period of time. Didn't this human's strength say that he was only slightly stronger than the White-Bone Great Demon? Could it be that Li Fuchen had improved in just over a month? Blood Spear. The Blood-Scaled Demon took a deep breath. His hands surged with blood light and a blood-colored spear appeared. The blood-colored spear was emitting blood-colored electric arcs and had appalling prowess. Swish! There was a flash of blood-colored electric arcs as the blood-scaled demon tossed out the blood-colored spear. When facing the blood-colored spear that was approaching at extreme speed, Li Fuchen executed a single fist to instantly shatter the blood-colored spear. Blood armor. The blood-scaled demon roared, and as there was a surge of blood light, a blood-colored armor appeared on its body. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood light as the blood-scaled demon charged at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom. The duo's fists clashed and instantly clashed for 8 moves. PFFF. When the 9th fist clashed, the blood-scaled demon couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's fist force anymore and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand and executed a fist on the blood-scaled demon's chest. The blood-colored armor on its body caved in, and the powerful force caused the blood-scaled fiendish demon to fly back. Where do you think you are going? Li Fuchen chased after and used a fist to shatter the blood-scaled demon's blood-colored armor, causing a blood mist to spread out. Flee! The blood-scaled demon knew that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen and fled frantically. After executing 8 fists in the air, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. His only shortcoming was his movement speed. After all, movement speed was related to his cultivation, and his cultivation happened to be his weakest point. His body refinement might not be weak, but his body refinement was far inferior to his chi cultivation when it came to traveling. After killing over 1,000 demons with 2 fists, even the Blood General was repelled by Li Fuchen. The rest of the demons didn't dare to stay. In just a short moment, over 10,000 demons had escaped cleanly. Following the Qi presence, Li Fuchen continued to pursue the ancient demon tree. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree had obviously recognized Li Fuchen's Qi presence. When it saw Li Fuchen arriving, dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and gathered all the energy on a thicker branch. It then lashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. Li Fuchen grinned and smashed his fist. There was an explosion of horrific chi waves. Li Fuchen didn't move, but the ancient demon tree's branch exploded. With quick hands, Li Fuchen collected 8 ancient demon fruits in an instant. The ancient demon tree was enraged. This time, close to 100 ancient demon fruits withered and the energy was gathered on a thicker branch that was closer to Li Fuchen. It is too wasteful. Give me over 100 ancient demon fruits and I might just leave. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. This ancient demon fruit was too stubborn and would rather give up the ancient demon fruits to contest with him. How could it not know that Li Fuchen was here for the ancient demon fruits? A man and a tree had a frenzied battle. During the battle, Li Fuchen was waiting for an opportunity to harvest the ancient demon fruits. As the ground shook, the ancient demon tree's roots that were hidden underground emerged. It felt as though it had countless legs as the ancient demon tree rapidly approached Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was flabbergasted. He didn't expect the ancient demon tree to move like this. He didn't dare to let the ancient demon tree get close. With the ancient demon tree's massive body, once it got close, Li Fuchen's pressure would increase by 100 times. By then, countless branches would attack and even a formidable battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone Li Fuchen. While retreating, Li Fuchen had been wandering at the edge of the ancient demon tree. It was fortunate that the ancient demon tree's movement speed wasn't too fast, otherwise, Li Fuchen's only way out would be to escape miserably. After harvesting over 100 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree's low intelligence finally understood. It couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Its instincts told it to distance itself from Li Fuchen. One fled while the other chased. A few days later, the man and the tree arrived at the second ring region. In the distant horizon, there were 3 streams of light that were flying over. After noticing Li Fuchen, they were even faster and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. They were 3 demons with tyrannical and horrific chi presences, and one of them was the blood-scaled demon. This person is stronger than me. Let's work together to kill him. The blood-scaled demon brought 2 demon generals and rushed over. 3 will do. Li Fuchen sneered and didn't even flee as he faced the attacks. One of the 2 demon generals was a winged demon with wings on its back, while the other was a power demon with immense strength. The 3 demon generals were in a great battle with Li Fuchen. The winged demon had unparalleled speed and was like a shadow that revolved around Li Fuchen while attacking violently. The power demon had a tough body and was only slightly injured after receiving a fist from Li Fuchen. The blood-scaled demon used its innate ability, Blood Spear, to attack Li Fuchen from a distance. As for the ancient demon tree, it didn't flee anymore. With its weak intelligence, it knew to assist the 3 demon generals and would use its branches to sweep at Li Fuchen from time to time. With the release of the giant elephant spirit and vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen repelled the winged demon and power demon in a single move. With a single fist strike, the blood-scaled demon was also sent flying. Li Fuchen made use of the opportunity to pull the ancient demon tree's branch and ripped off the entire branch. There were over 30 ancient demon fruits on the branch. How can this person be so formidable? The winged demon was bewildered. I reckon that only the top 10 demon generals are a match for him. The blood-scaled demon was extremely enraged. In the first ring region, he was only an ordinary demon general, and so were the other 2 demon generals. During normal times, he wouldn't even leave the first ring. After all, the first ring had the best cultivation environment and it was the easiest to evolve into a class 6 demon. Winged demon general, go and summon more demon generals over. The blood-scaled demon transmitted a message to the winged demon. Among the 3 of them, the winged demon was the fastest. All right. Chapter 495. Calling for reinforcements. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He wasn't afraid of 3 devil generals, but if there were 5, 6, or even more devil generals, he would be a little restrained. Especially when his speed wasn't fast enough, he would definitely be in a miserable state. Forget it, I shall go back and redeem the second half of the vicious dragon fist. After executing the divine flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and flew out. Trying to leave. The blood-scaled demon wasn't happy and flashed to obstruct Li Fuchen. Get lost. Li Fuchen executed a fist and the vicious dragon spirit caused the blood-scaled demon to vomit fresh blood. Stay behind. The power demon general's speed was also faster than Li Fuchen and his massive body blocked in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he executed a fist attack. Boom! The power demon general was sent flying and there was a fist mark on his chest. However, the power demon was one of the demon races with extremely tough bodies. This fist attack had only caused him to suffer light injuries and he was much more durable than the blood-scaled demon. Boom boom boom, with Li Fuchen's current speed, if he was to travel at his own pace, it would take him at most 10 days to travel from the second ring to the 5th ring. But if he was obstructed, it would take him 10 days to reach the 4th ring. During this period of time, the power demon general and the blood-scaled demon weren't constantly obstructing Li Fuchen. After all, even the power demon general wouldn't be able to endure Li Fuchen's repeated attacks. The 2 of them would only obstruct Li Fuchen after a certain period of time. Don't let him escape. From afar, the winged demon general led 4 other demon generals and caught up. Human, today shall be the day of your death. Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, the blood-scaled demon grinned sinisterly and was much more confident. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he sent the power demon general flying with a fist and continued to travel. Stay behind. The winged demon general and the other 4 demon generals joined the encirclement of Li Fuchen. Get lost! When facing the encirclement of 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. When he executed a fist attack, the vicious dragon spirit shook and felt as though it was going to shatter the void. 3 of the demon generals were sent flying while Li Fuchen himself only took a few steps back. Body refinement martial artists were so fearsome because of their overwhelming frontal combat strength, allowing them to easily resist the rebound force. If it was a chi cultivation martial artist with the same ability as Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can hold on for much longer. The blood-scaled demon led the charge to attack Li Fuchen. Courting death. Li Fuchen endured the attacks from a few demon generals and instantly closed in on the blood-scaled demon. He then punched at the demon's head. Kacha! The blood-scaled fiendish demon's head split open, almost exploding. The blood-scaled fiendish demon fled in panic. He didn't dare to get close. As for those demon generals that struck Li Fuchen, they were appalled too. They had already used their full strength in that attack earlier, but Li Fuchen couldn't even vomit a mouthful of blood. What kind of defense was this? It was reckoned that even the top 10 demon generals wouldn't have such tough defenses. How could they understand that Li Fuchen, who was close to perfection of the dragon form forging body 5th chapter, was covered with the strength of dragon form, coupled with the earth-level mid-tier treasure armor, silver-scaled treasure armor, there was no one below the battle spirit realm who could hurt him. It was because of his exceptional defense that Li Fuchen dared to be so unbridled. After enduring the attacks from the 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen pushed forward. His speed might be a little slow, but he was at least approaching the 5th ring. Damn it, do I have to invite the top 10 demon generals over? The blood-scaled demon had an extremely unpleasant expression. It was said that demons had tyrannical and terrifying bodies, but today, he realized that Li Fuchen was even more insane than demons. The strength of the dragon form is much more condensed. After a series of battles, Li Fuchen's body had consumed a huge amount of the dragon form power. After all, be it offense or defense, they all required the support of the dragon form power. The heavier the enemy's attack, the more severe the consumption of the dragon form power. In comparison, Li Fuchen's own attacks would consume a lot less dragon form power. But as the dragon form power was rapidly consumed, Li Fuchen's body's dragon form power was getting purer. It was like a rusty iron wire that was peeling off. The dragon chi in the dragon pool might seem extremely pure, but dragon chi was dragon chi, while the dragon form power was dragon form power. The two of them needed to be converted, and during the conversion process, there would inevitably be some impurities. These impurities were the impurities. During the intense battle, the impurities were constantly shaken out. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already advanced to the 5th ring and the 7 demon generals weren't able to stop him. When Li Fuchen stood on the teleportation platform, the blood-scaled demon let out an enraged roar. Human, if you come to the demon ring continent again, it will be the time of your death. Li Fuchen sneered and turned into a stream of light that vanished without a trace. A total of 180 ancient demon fruits, it is 27,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen appeared at the teleportation plaza. Without stopping, Li Fuchen headed to the contribution hall to exchange the ancient demon fruits for contribution coins before flying towards the secret manual tower. After spending 24,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen obtained the second half of the vicious dragon fist. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the second half of the vicious dragon fist. The second half was the same as the first half and only had one move called Vicious Dragon Soar. This move had 3 forms and 81 variations. But Li Fuchen could see that the 3 forms and 81 variations were much more exquisite than the 9 forms and 736 variations of the first move. If the first move was the leaves of a tree, then the second move was the branches of a tree. Previously, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the vicious dragon fist to near the perfection stage. Now that he obtained the second half of the vicious dragon fist, he only needed to cultivate for a short while to break through the bottleneck and reach the perfection stage. Roar! The poisonous dragon roared. The poisonous dragon spirit was extremely condensed, as though it was going to shatter the void. The arrays on the Fuchin Peak were all activated, constantly reinforcing the Fuchin Peak to prevent the Fuchin Peak from being shattered by the poisonous dragon spirit. Not bad, it actually increased my strength by 30%. When the vicious dragon fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchin's strength increased by 30%. It didn't sound like a lot, after all, it was only 30%. It wasn't double or triple. But Li Fuchin's current strength was extremely powerful. Let alone 30%, even if it was increased by 5% or 10%, it was still significant. Right now, Li Fuchin was confident that a single fist was enough to severely injure the blood-scaled demon. 2 fists was enough to kill the blood-scaled demon. Li Fuchin wasn't confident if he could kill the blood-scaled demon. After all, the blood demon had extremely tough survivability, and even if he shattered the blood-scaled demon's body, it would still be able to survive. As for the other 6 demon generals that surrounded him, apart from the power demon general, Li Fuchin was confident he could kill them in a few fists. As the vicious dragon fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchin's chi power was getting more exuberant. He stood there like a demon god and was emitting an extremely horrifying chi presence. There is no hurry. The Demon Ring continent is unfathomable and is far superior to the East Unicorn continent. I will go there after I cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the trance stage. It was fine if the Demon Ring continent was barren and Li Fuchin would only go there once. But it was obvious that the Demon Ring continent was rather rich in resources and there were rare herbs like the ancient demon tree. If Li Fuchin didn't go there a few more times, he would be letting himself down. When cultivating the vicious dragon fist, Li Fuchin didn't neglect his chi cultivation and sword art cultivation. On this day, Li Fuchin consumed another red rainbow elixir. The chi in his body was extremely pure and had reached the peak level of 5th level reincarnation realm. It had only been a few months since he broke through to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, as compared to body refinement, no matter how fast the chi cultivation progress was, it was still far inferior. Li Fuchin's current body refinement was equivalent to the 9th level of reincarnation realm, and this realm corresponded to his chi cultivation. Li Fuchin cultivated the Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and it was far superior to regular reincarnation realm cultivators. Li Fuchin understood this very well. Qi cultivation was born from Qi, and Qi came from the heaven Tao and nature. In order to progress in Qi cultivation, one had to comprehend heaven and earth. Only then would one have the mental state to control the Qi and refine it. In comparison, body refinement was much more barbaric. Unless one reached the limits of the body, one would be able to progress rapidly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there couldn't be too many impurities. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it would affect the cultivation. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it wouldn't just affect the cultivation. If it was serious, the body would explode or the Qi and blood would collapse. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The first breakthrough wasn't the vicious dragon fist, it was the Qi cultivation. With the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, the 6-star Blazing Flame Bone Frame, and sufficient red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchin's cultivation was like a rocket that was rising steadily. He had suddenly broken through to the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When his Qi cultivation reached the 6th level of reincarnation realm, it didn't affect Li Fuchin's extreme combat strength and merely increased his Qi cultivation strength. But with the increase in Qi cultivation, Li Fuchin could feel that his awareness was sharper and his perception had also increased. A person's awareness and perception would increase along with the progress of the cultivation. A battle spirit realm master's awareness was called spiritual awareness. Once the awareness evolved into spiritual awareness, it would be extremely useful and the range of detection would be further. Apart from Li Fuchin, regular reincarnation realm experts would only be able to extend their awareness over a few dozen miles. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness could easily extend over a few hundred miles. A primary sea realm monarch's spiritual awareness would be able to extend over a few thousand miles. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as his awareness had yet to evolve into spiritual awareness and was already able to extend over 1,000 miles. It might not be comparable to a primary sea realm monarch, but there wasn't a qualitative difference. As for perception, it was closely related to the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's perception might be heaven-defying, but it was only comparable with a top-notch battle spirit realm master. If he wanted to contest with a primary sea realm monarch, he was still inferior. Be it the foundation or perception of primary sea realm monarchs, they were at an astounding level. It was reckoned that only heaven-class cultivation techniques and martial arts were difficult for them. Cultivation techniques and martial arts below the heaven class weren't difficult for them. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist had finally reached the trance stage. No matter what, the vicious dragon fist was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its power might not be inferior to Earth-class peak-tier chi cultivation arts, but the comprehension difficulty was much lower. With Li Fuchen's current perception, it was easy for him to comprehend it completely. Chapter 496. Body refinement martial arts focused on breaking through with force. But in fact, this power was not brute force. Instead, it was the power rule. The so-called power rule, when broken down, was actually power and technique. A body refinement martial artist couldn't just rely on strength, nor could it just rely on skill. Only with the combination of strength and technique would one be able to erupt with lethality that far exceeded one's own limits. When one's strength and skills fused to a deep degree, the body refinement true meaning would be born. With the complete vicious dragon fist intent, each of Li Fuchen's fists contained a deep level of power that could destroy things to the finest level. That's really scary. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After comprehending the vicious dragon fist intent, Li Fuchen couldn't sit still and headed to the demon ring continent for the third time. This time, the ancient demon tree hid very deeply and Li Fuchen couldn't find it even after 5 days. Could it be in the first ring? Li Fuchen raised his brows and flew towards the first ring without hesitation. As expected. After arriving at the first ring, Li Fuchen felt that the ancient demon tree's chi presence was slightly denser. Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen flew at high speed. Human, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to barge into the first ring. Die. A horned demon general discovered Li Fuchen and pounced over. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to speak. He blasted out a fist and smashed the vicious dragon spirit on his opponent's body. Bang! A faint blood mist drifted, and the corpse of the horned demon general was gone. The vicious dragon fist intent was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. After the horned demon general's massive body exploded, it wasn't just a blood mist, but flesh and blood were scattered. But under the attack of the vicious dragon fist intent, the horned demon general was destroyed by Li Fuchen at a subtle level, leaving behind a faint blood mist. After killing horned demon general, Li Fuchen continued to track the ancient demon tree. Finally, in the depths of the first ring, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. However, a large group of demon generals had gathered under the ancient demon tree. The 7 demon generals that pursued Li Fuchen back then were all here. Apart from them, there were 5 unfamiliar demon generals. Human, you still dare to come? The blood-scaled fiendish demon was furious. He originally thought that Li Fuchen wouldn't come this time. If Li Fuchen didn't return after waiting for a few months, they would disperse. But just over a month had passed and Li Fuchen was actually here again. The other party simply treated the demon ring continent as his back garden. He could come and go as he pleased. Blood General, don't attack first. I'll deal with him. A pitch-black demon general flew over and stood a few hundred meters in front of Li Fuchen. Yes, Black Demon General. The Blood General glared at Li Fuchen and spoke respectfully. The Black Demonic General was the 7th demonic general of the Demon Ring continent. He was strong enough to heavily injure him in one move. In his opinion, the Black Demon General's strength was superior to Li Fuchen by 1 level. With the Black Demon General around, they would definitely be able to keep Li Fuchen here. Thinking of this, the Blood General felt delighted. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. This was a Black Devil. The limit of a pure-blooded black demon's growth was Demon King. It couldn't compare to pure-blooded blood demons and pure-blooded bone demons. The black demon in front of him might be a pure-blooded black demon. As for the Blood General, he was merely a blood demon with a purer bloodline, not a pure-blooded one. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. Fiendish demons with weak bloodlines might have a chance of becoming strong, but the chances were lower. Human, leave behind your name and die. The Black Demon General didn't have any scales and his skin was pitch black like cowhide. No, it looked 1,000 times tougher than cowhide. It gave off an indestructible and extremely tough feeling. You aren't qualified to know my name. Li Fuchen said indifferently. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. It seems like there isn't a need now. Die. The Black Demon General roared with rage while his body burst out with a large amount of black light. The black light gathered on his right fist before he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained a vast and concentrated power. Before the fist force arrived, the entire void had already been locked. There was a distortion in heaven and earth that looked like ripples. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't even execute a fist. The sinister and horrific vicious dragon spirit rose up and protected him. For Earth-class martial arts, as long as the intent was comprehended, the martial artist wouldn't need to execute the martial art to burst out with the intent. Because the moment the intent was comprehended, the martial artist would have completely grasped the essence of the martial art. Bang! The Black Demon General's fist had only caused the Dulong aura to sway a little, but he had been sent flying by the powerful recoil. What? The Black Demon General was dumbfounded. He was the 7th Demon General and the 7th expert of the Demon Ring continent. Even if the 2nd Demon General didn't retaliate and received a fist from him, it wouldn't be so easy and he would be injured. A mere human was actually able to block his attack just by relying on his aura. Furthermore, he was sent flying back. How was this possible? What is going on? The Blood General and the other Demon Generals looked at each other and didn't understand the situation. Courting death. The Black Demon General was enraged and forcefully stopped his body from flying back. He then launched a frenzied fist at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a heavy fist, the Black Demon General suffered a heavy backlash too. This time, he even vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Attack together. The Black Demon General's expression changed as he yelled out sternly. The situation isn't right. Attack together and don't let him escape this time. They might feel that Li Fuchen's strength was too abnormal, but including the Blood General, all the Demon Generals attacked together and prepared to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. They didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block their combined attack. Useless people, all of you can die now. After testing out the mystical ability of the vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen didn't plan to waste any more time. He executed a fist and the vicious dragon spirit expanded violently. It was like a world-destroying demon dragon that swept out and froze the void for an instant before shaking once. Bang 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 bang, all the demon generals that made contact with the vicious dragon spirit had instantly burst into blood mist. Only the Black Demon General was able to resist a little, but he was also nearly split into pieces and was severely injured. Damn it, Li Fuchen must have concealed his strength more than a month ago. The Blood General is trying to harm me. After feeling the prowess of Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's heart turned cold. Li Fuchen wasn't just one level weaker than him, Li Fuchen was obviously several levels stronger than him. In the entire Demon Ring continent, only the 1st Demon General was this powerful. Flee! There was a surge of black light. The Black Demon General's figure shook and instantly vanished. Can you escape? Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely sharp. The instant the Black Demon General vanished, Li Fuchen blasted a fist over. Bang! A large amount of flesh and bones burst out in the air. With Li Fuchen's awareness, the Black Demon General's movement trajectory was easily captured. When facing Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's body couldn't withstand it and immediately exploded. But unlike the others, the Black Demon General didn't explode into a faint blood mist or a dense blood mist. Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist intent wasn't able to destroy the Black Demon General at the minute level. However, the Black Demon General was still the Black Demon General and his survivability wasn't as strong as the Blood Demon. If his body exploded, the Black Demon General would have already died. Li Fuchen's awareness locked onto the rapidly running ancient demon tree and chased after it. Gradually, the man and the tree started to enter the core region of the first ring. The core region of the first ring had always been the cultivation place for the 10 demon generals. The demonic chi here was extremely concentrated and the plants on the ground were all like towering trees. As for the trees, they were as large as mountains and their crowns covered a few dozen miles. The ponds, lakes, and rivers were flowing with black water. The sky was filled with dark clouds but there wasn't any rain or thunder. Even Li Fuchen felt uncomfortable in such an environment. Soon enough, Li Fuchen caught up to the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree didn't resist and continued to run. Li Fuchen was delighted as he wandered around the periphery of the ancient demon tree and constantly plucked the ancient demon fruits. 100 fruits. 200 fruits. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree. Even the ancient demon fruits at the periphery of the tree crown were counted in the thousands. When Li Fuchen plucked over 300 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree stopped. Li Fuchen became vigilant and looked at the giant lake ahead. Splash! A black pillar of water rushed into the sky and a translucent black demon figure appeared in the sky. Water demon race? The water demon was the same as the fire demon, their growth limit was at the demon king level. This water demon was definitely a pure-blooded water demon. As for the Black Demon General, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was a pure-blooded black demon and wasn't certain. This water demon general's chi prowess was too appalling and was even more terrifying than some of the low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples that Li Fuchen encountered. Swish swish swish. From all directions, several demon generals rushed over and each of them had chi prowess that was superior to the Black Demon General. Human, there is a path to heaven but you chose to come to hell instead. The water demon general's eyes were indifferent and were filled with killing intent. Human, since you are able to come to the first ring, you should be very strong. After devouring your essence blood, we will definitely be able to reach the next level. The rest of the demon generals were glaring at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile, bring it on. Splash! As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, the water demon general moved. His body was like a stream of water as he shuttled through the void and instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen before wrapping around Li Fuchen. This water demon general had already used his innate ability to the Acme stage. He was the stream of water and the stream of water was him. Break! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the stream of water. Bang! The stream of water exploded and covered dozens of meters. But soon enough, the stream of water gathered again and turned into the water demon general. Interesting. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He actually repelled the number 1 demon general. The rest of the demon generals were silent. The water demon general was the number 1 demon general of the demon ring continent and his innate ability was the water transformation technique. He could turn into a stream of water and divert half of the enemy's force. Once the enemy was tangled up, the water demon general would drill into the enemy's body and absorb the enemy's moisture before exploding. Receive another fist from me. The vicious dragon spirit expanded and chased after the water demon general. Rumble. The water demon general was sent flying but wasn't injured. Water tornado. Swish swish swish. The water demon general was only a few dozen feet in size, but it had instantly turned into a stream of water. The stream was like a long dragon that was sweeping at Li Fuchen. I would like to see if you can remain uninjured. Li Fuchen yelled out and smashed the vicious dragon spirit into the stream of water. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 497. Gradually, the water demon general's movements turned sluggish. The vicious dragon spirit was able to destroy the minute layers of substances. Even if the water demon general turned into a stream of water, he would still be injured after being attacked by the vicious dragon spirit for a long period of time. How can there be such a powerful existence among the humans? The rest of the demon generals saw some clues and couldn't help being appalled. The demon ring continent was limited by the heaven and earth law. Class 6 demons and battle spirit realm masters couldn't enter. Only reincarnation realm experts could enter. They had seen formidable reincarnation realm experts before, but they had never seen such a powerful existence like Li Fuchen. The water demon general can't hold on anymore. Work together and kill him. The second demon general was a silver horn demon. The silver horn demons were the royal race of the horn demon race and were also pure-blooded horn demons. On the East Unicorn continent, the demonic 10 regions had once invited a silver horn demon from the disorder Devil Island. As compared to this silver horn demon, the silver horn demon on the East Unicorn continent wasn't just 1 or 2 levels weaker. After pulling out the silver horn demon general brandished the enlarged silver horn and smashed at Li Fuchen. Before the silver horn arrived, the phantom of a huge silver horn arrived first. This silver horn was very special. There were natural patterns on it, and as demonic chi poured in, a strong demonic will spread out, as though it wanted to split the void. It was a pity that with the vicious dragon spirit's protection, the silver horn couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was blasted away by Li Fuchen's fist. The rest of the demon generals were weaker than the silver horn demon general and none of them were able to break Li Fuchen's vicious dragon spirit. They were like ants trying to shake a tree and were extremely weak. Li Fuchen still had the upper hand when fighting against a group of demons. Damn it! The water demon general was panting and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As the first demon general, he hadn't been injured for many years. Even an emperor-class disciple from a certain monarch-class sect wasn't able to injure him. Both parties were evenly matched. Of course, he also knew that emperor-class disciples of sects had extremely fast progression speed. If an emperor-class disciple stayed at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a period of time and accumulated more strength, they would still be able to injure him. It was a pity that no emperor-class disciple was willing to be stagnant. The cultivation of martial Tao had always been to advance courageously and to overcome all obstacles. The faster one progressed, the greater one's future accomplishments. This was the martial Tao principle. Human, what is your purpose for coming to the demon ring continent? Water demon general said coldly. Li Fuchen said, I am just collecting resources. The ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree are useful to me. The ancient demon tree is the supreme treasure of my demon ring continent. The ancient demon fruit isn't something you can have just because you want it. The silver-horned demon general coughed out a mouthful of blood and was furious. Li Fuchen said, then let's fight. While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the vicious dragon spirit and constantly blasted at the demon generals. All of the demon generals were forced to retreat and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Water. The water demon general waved his hand at the nearby lake. A large amount of water gathered over and formed a translucent black water giant that launched an explosive attack at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, when the water giant self-exploded, the power was massive and could easily kill a great demon. Boom boom boom, the ancient demon tree didn't have any intention to compromise and was in a frenzied battle with Li Fuchen. With each exchange, dozens or close to 100 ancient demon fruits would be drained of energy and would wither. Li Fuchen felt that it was a great pity. Of course, it was fortunate that the ancient demon tree could only extract energy from close to 100 ancient demon fruits at a time. If it extracted energy from a few hundred or 1,000 ancient demon fruits at a time, Li Fuchen would naturally retreat as far as he could and wouldn't have any ideas about the ancient demon tree. After all the ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown were harvested, Li Fuchen finally stopped. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to harvest the ancient demon fruits at the crown of the ancient demon tree. When facing a few thick branches, Li Fuchen was still able to suppress them. But when facing dozens or hundreds of thick branches, how could Li Fuchen resist? Furthermore, branches were still branches and the ancient demon tree's strongest attack should be the branches. Those branches were extremely thick and should be able to absorb more ancient demon fruits' energy. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take a hit. A total of 1190 ancient demon fruits. It should be enough for the current stage. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In fact, there were more ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown, but most of them were consumed by the ancient demon tree. Li Fuchen had already done his best to obtain 1190 ancient demon fruits. Li Fuchen didn't stay on the demon ring continent any longer and turned to leave. That malefic star finally left. One of the nearby demon generals said with grievance. After returning to the Red Rainbow sect, Li Fuchen exchanged the 1190 ancient demon fruits for 178,800 contribution coins. With the addition of his own 3,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen had a total of 181,900 contribution coins. This number was extremely shocking. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciple would need a few years to earn so many contribution coins. However, only Li Fuchen had the ability to earn contribution coins. If it was any other Monarch class disciple, if they chased after the ancient demon tree relentlessly, they might have already been killed by the demon generals. Especially that water demon general, he was extremely powerful and there were very few reincarnation realm individuals that were a match for him. Even after Li Fuchen comprehended the vicious dragon fist intent, he wasn't able to kill the water demon general. The second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration is 27,000 contribution coins. I can redeem a 6-star secret technique and an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After planning his future path, Li Fuchen arrived at the secret manual tower. You are here again. The tower guardian elder already recognized Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen visited frequently and would visit once every month. It was hard not to recognize Li Fuchen. Greetings to Elder. Li Fuchen knew that he was a little high profile. But he wasn't planning to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly hide the contribution coins he had, right? It would be a foolish action not to redeem manuals to increase his strength. After arriving at the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen first chose the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration before searching for body refinement arts. This time, he was planning to redeem an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement arts were already so incredible. If he could learn an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, he wouldn't even be able to imagine how much his strength would grow. Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest first half would cost at least 30,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen realized that his contribution coins were only enough to redeem one Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wind Cloud Tyrant Body. 9 Calamity Divine Fist. Heaven Striking Palm. Star Shattering Kick. There were a total of 5 Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts. Each of the names were extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. The introductory content of every single one of them was incomparably shocking. The 9 Dragon's Claw was a body refinement claw art. When cultivated to the extremity, the palms would be like giant axes that were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body was a body refinement art that combined both offense and defense. When cultivated to completion, the entire body would be able to injure others without any flaws. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, it was the most special because this body refinement art was incomplete and it was severely incomplete. There seemed to be a total of 9 moves and it was known as the 9 Calamities. But the Red Rainbow sect's 9 Calamity Divine Fist was a portion of the 3rd Calamity and it was extremely difficult to reach the entry stage. In the past century, no one in the Red Rainbow sect was able to successfully cultivate it. At best, they could only cultivate it to the sub-completion stage. A portion of the 3rd Calamity. Li Fuchen frowned. If it was the first calamity, the cultivation difficulty would be significantly reduced. But if it was the 3rd calamity, the cultivation difficulty might increase by a few times. Furthermore, it was only a portion of the 3rd calamity and it wasn't complete. Furthermore, the price is very expensive. The first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 50,000 contribution coins and the second half required 150,000 contribution coins. It was much more expensive than other body refinement arts. It was already difficult to cultivate and it was so expensive. There probably wouldn't be anyone who would choose it. But from the description, it is indeed shocking. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.